Holding hands with the beautiful head teacher, she actually fell in love. Lin Wan tilde Lin Wan tilde. Opening his hazy eyes, he saw a pair of white hands waving in front of him. What beautiful hands! The fingers of this hand are pointed, the skin is white and smooth, it must be very comfortable to touch. Lin Wan grabbed the hands in front of him. You let go. Pan Xiaoting was about to get angry, but she found that her hands felt numb as if some kind of electric current was passing through them. It was an indescribable feeling that made people feel extremely comfortable. I won't let go, what's in my hand is mine. Lin Wan muttered. Lin Wan, who was half asleep and half awake, just grabbed the hand of teacher Pan Xiaoting tightly in front of everyone, and there were countless pairs of eyes next to him who were jealous and angry. Pan Xiaoting made a trembling sound in the tip of her nose. Subconsciously, she quickly pulled her hand back. What happened to me? How could I almost make a fool of myself in front of my students? Teach hard, don't sleep in class next time, okay? Pan Xiaoting looked a little unnatural. She was going to scold Lin Wan, but she became very gentle as she spoke. To other students, her voice was not a scolding, but a caring tone. This scene stunned the students who were about to watch the fun. Realizing that she was different, Pan Xiaoting turned around and walked back to the podium, gently touching the back of her hand that Lin Wan had just touched with her left hand. Everything was normal, and there was no special feeling. After she was completely sure that the strange feeling would not appear again, she continued to teach with confidence. Super system is activating. 65%. Activation completed. System prompt, get the pleasure value from Pan Xiaoting plus 10. A special voice came from Lin Wan's mind. Seeing the inexplicable prompt, Lin Wan was a little confused at first, and then after realizing what was going on, he began to get excited. System. You can hear me talking directly in your mind, right? What's so special about you? Lin Wan tried to communicate with the system in his mind, just like in the novel. Opening the host attribute interface for the host. Host, Lin Wan. Age, 16. Gender, male. Basic attributes, strength 60, reaction 82, agility 50, endurance 70, charm 50 didn't pass, sexual ability 49. I'm afraid you haven't started to develop yet. This system is called Super System, which will help you on the road to becoming a god. It turned out to be a system. From now on, he will become a man who controls lightning? Because the classroom was full of people, Lin Wan turned his head to the window, looking a little melancholy, but in fact, he was already very happy at this time. Lin Wan suddenly asked again in his mind, System, why did the teacher react so strangely when I touched her hand just now? That special reaction was obviously the reaction of some girls when they were emotional. Could it be that his hand could make people emotional? The system displays text, the host now has 10-finger current primary, which can interact with human hormones by touching the skin with fingers, giving other people a sense of pleasure. Lin Wan then asked, what is the use of the pleasure value? The system displays text, other people can provide the host with upgrade energy because of the emotional energy generated by the host. Can this emotional energy allow me to upgrade? This information made Lin Wan even more excited. Such upgrade prompts are even more unexpected. You should know that what society lacks the most is people, and that individuals will have emotions. I didn't expect that collecting emotions can actually upgrade. After the attributes are gradually improved, the strength will definitely become stronger and stronger. The fat man Sun Ming at the next table has been paying attention to Lin Wan since teacher Pan Xiaoting left. Because Lin Wan did something he always wanted to do but didn't dare to do, he actually touched teacher Pan's hand. Lin Wan. Lin Wan. Sun Ming pulled the clothes of Lin Wan, who was in a daze. Lin Wan looked at him strangely, what's the matter? Par tilde. Sun Ming stretched out his fat hand and held the hand that Lin Wan had just grabbed Pan Xiaoting, wanting to feel the residual warmth of Pan Xiaoting in his hand. Oh tilde. As soon as his hand touched Lin Wan's hand, the electric current of 10 fingers immediately appeared in Sun Ming's hand, and Sun Ming couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Sun Ming's self-control was obviously far inferior to Pan Xiaoting. As soon as he touched Lin Wan's hand, the numb feeling surged throughout his body. System, pleasure value from Sun Ming plus 20, plus 20, plus 20. Until the end, Sun Ming collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and Wang Xiaoyu, who was sitting next to him, hurriedly shouted, "Teacher Pan! Teacher Pan!" Looking at his own hands, damn, this skill is really perverted. But this skill doesn't seem to have any special use except to make people emotional. Is it to make him become a man who surpasses Teacher Kato? Teacher, Sun Ming, he seems to have peed his pants. The female students who were watching pointed at Sun Ming's pants and covered their mouths and laughed. Pan Xiaoting took a look and walked back a few steps. She was an experienced person, so she knew that the sticky liquid was most likely not urine. The fat man must have wet his pants. The fat man was taken out of the classroom, and as for where he went, others were not sure. Watching Sun Ming being taken away from the classroom, Pan Xiaoting looked at Lin Wan meaningfully for a while. Sun Ming's reaction reminded her that Lin Wan had almost made her embarrassed just now. So she glared at Lin Wan fiercely. She was almost sure that this must be a prank by Lin Wan. Lin Wan, come to my office after class. Pan Xiaoting looked at Lin Wan with a strange look, then picked up the book and continued to teach. The Chinese class time passed by half a class. Looking at the female teacher wearing sexy and hot body, he had no mind to teach. Ding ling ling tilde the bell for the end of get out of class rang. Lin Wan, come with me. Pan Xiaoting glared at Lin Wan fiercely. Lin Wan had been staring at her legs all class, and she saw it all. Pan Xiaoting walked in front, and Lin Wan followed closely behind her, always keeping a distance. It was really tempting to commit a crime against Teacher Pan's figure, otherwise who knows which toad would get the advantage in the future. Have you seen enough? Pan Xiaoting, who was glaring at him, suddenly turned around, which caught Lin Wan off guard. He almost pounced on Pan Xiaoting in front of him. Not enough, he said subconsciously, realizing that Pan Xiaoting was staring at him with a fierce look in her eyes, and immediately changed his words. The teacher is so beautiful, no matter how much I look at her, it will never be enough. Pan Xiaoting ignored his words directly. Lin Wan dared to swear to the sky that his actions just now were all subconscious, and he didn't do it deliberately, otherwise he would at least cover it up. Following Pan Xiaoting into the office, there was no one in the office at this time, only him and Pan Xiaoting, who was looking at him with strange eyes. Tell me, what happened in class today? Pan Xiaoting looked a little unhappy. Hearing Pan Xiaoting's question, Lin Wan was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized that she was talking about the incident in class today when she was emotional. Quickly organizing the words in his mind, Lin Wan said innocently, "Teacher, this is a set of ancient massages that I accidentally learned from an old Chinese doctor. The effect is very good. What happened in class today was just a joke with you." Ancient massage is the most reasonable explanation that Lin Wan can think of. The first thought of a normal person when hearing massage is comfort. Even if it is the kind of comfort that Sun Ming feels when she is she, it is also a kind of comfort. Really? Pan Xiaoting was skeptical about Lin Wan's explanation, but this explanation was quite convincing. Teacher, if you don't believe me, I can show you this massage technique again now. Hearing Lin Wan's words, Pan Xiaoting subconsciously rubbed her hand that was touched by Lin Wan in class. In fact, she didn't believe that she was so easily moved. In fact, in life, she is a woman who doesn't have strong needs in that aspect. The reason why she broke up with her ex was because she couldn't stand his constant demands, so she decided to break up. Okay, but just massage my shoulders on both sides. Pan Xiaoting emphasized again, only allowing Lin Wan to touch her shoulders on both sides. Okay, Teacher Pan, I will help you relax your shoulders this time. Lin Wan walked behind Pan Xiaoting and put his hands on her shoulders. In fact, Lin Wan didn't know anything about massage. He just imitated the movements in the TV series and gently massaged Pan Xiaoting's shoulders with his hands. Well, not bad, your ancient massage is really comfortable. Pan Xiaoting's reaction was obviously much smaller than in the classroom when she was massaged through clothes. The system prompts, get the pleasure value from Pan Xiaoting +5, +5, +5. The prompt that appears in the system always has only 5 points of pleasure value. Is it because of the clothes? Lin Wan quietly stretched out his hand to the neck that was not covered by clothes. Chapter 2 Powerful Fingers. Lin Wan quietly touched the skin of Pan Xiaoting's neck with his fingers. As soon as he touched it, he immediately felt Pan Xiaoting tremble slightly. What did you do? Pan Xiaoting screamed and immediately realized the strange reaction of her body. No, it can't be like this. If it continues, the consequences will be disastrous. You stop, Lin Wan, I told you to stop, do you hear me? The peaks on Pan Xiaoting's chest kept shaking, and the reaction became more and more intense. Although Pan Xiaoting kept asking Lin Wan to stop, her body did not resist. Perhaps in her subconscious mind, she still wanted to try this special, ancient massage. System prompt, get Pan Xiaoting's pleasure value plus 100. As the system prompt text appeared, Pan Xiaoting quickly collapsed on the seat, her eyes completely closed, and the slight rise and fall of her chest showed that she was not really asleep. What happened to me? Is this the ancient massage? It's so comfortable. It's just that when the comfortable feeling just now appeared, it really looked like another unspeakable state. Seeing Pan Xiaoting open her eyes, Lin Wan smiled evilly. He deliberately increased the strength just now. It can be said that Pan Xiaoting's restraint is indeed 100 times stronger than that fat guy Sun Ming. Moreover, at the moment when Pan Xiaoting reacted, it was so charming that Lin Wan's hand couldn't help but brush across her collarbone. Fortunately, after the part that was touched became soft, he stopped in time. Thinking of this, Lin Wan secretly said that it was a close call. If Pan Xiaoting reacted, she would just take out her mobile phone to call the police, and the minor's protection law might not be able to save him. He gently pressed the soft recliner behind Pan Xiaoting and swallowed a mouthful of phlegm to moisten his dry throat. Teacher Pan, how do you feel? Pan Xiaoting, who was staring at the table in a daze, heard Lin Wan's voice and realized that there was such a person standing behind her. After saying that, she looked at the sweat on her hair. If the two of them walked out directly like this, people would see her sweaty head, which would inevitably cause misunderstandings. She casually looked at the office desk full of student homework and saw a red rubber band she had placed there before. She casually put her hair up and gently fiddled with the ponytail she had just put up. The whole person looked a little refreshed and more energetic. Let's go, since school is over, you should go home first. She picked up her red Chanel bag and stood up to go home. Although Lin Wan didn't recognize many famous brands, she knew that Pan Xiaoting was wearing very expensive luxury goods from head to toe. The watch she had just worn seemed to be worth at least 6 figures. Looking at Pan Xiaoting's graceful back, Lin Wan watched her get into a blue Mercedes-Benz supercar worth 2 million yuan from a distance. Among the female teachers in the city, there are no more than 2 who can compare with Pan Xiaoting in terms of appearance, especially since she is still single, so her suitors are naturally queuing up. Back at the door of his home, Lin Wan reached out and knocked on the shabby and somewhat rotten wooden door, shouting loudly, "I'm back." Lin Wan is an orphan who lives with his sister Lin Ying. He is in the 2nd year of high school this year, and his sister Lin Ying is 2 years older than him. She was admitted to the famous F-City University with excellent grades. This university is not only a very famous brand university in F-City. Why are you back so late today? When the door opened, the first thing I saw was a pair of slender hands, and a face that could be called a goddess without makeup appeared in front of me. Although I have seen this face for nearly 10 years, I still never get tired of it. Looking at his sister standing in front of him in an apron, Lin Wan reached out and hugged her waist from behind. "Sister, I'm back." Lin Ying frowned and pushed his hand away, laughing and scolding. "How many times have I told you that you are already in the 2nd year of high school? You can't hug me casually anymore. What does it matter? We are not siblings." Lin Wan collapsed on the sofa. Hearing Lin Wan's words, Lin Ying was stunned for a moment. She suddenly realized that Lin Wan had already been in the 2nd year of high school without realizing it. "Hey, you can call me whatever you like." Bringing the last dish of sweet and sour pork ribs to the table, Lin Ying took off her apron and stretched out her hand to Lin Wan. "The table is a birthday gift for you." On the table next to him, there was a packaged laptop. Lin Wan had seen this computer. It was only more than 2,000 in total. Some of the configurations can only be used as a family notebook. Don't like it. Seeing Lin Wan's expression, Lin Ying also knew that the configuration of this laptop was indeed a bit low, but there was no way. The two were orphans and couldn't spend too much money on these electronic devices. Lin Wan grinned happily and said, "How could it be? I like it very much." He secretly swore in his heart that now that he had bound to the system, he believed that he would soon find a way to make money and would never let his sister work overtime for a 2,000 yuan computer. "When my sister makes money in the future, I will buy you a better one." Lin Yingying patted her shoulder and showed a naughty smile, but before that, shouldn't you also show some expression? Looking at Lin Yingying's shoulder, Lin Wan's first reaction was to walk forward and massage her shoulder. When his hand was about to touch Lin Yingying's shoulder, Lin Wan suddenly stopped and called the super system in his heart. System, can the 10-finger current function be temporarily turned off? The system displayed text, host level LV0, insufficient level, this function is temporarily not open. Lin Wan. Hands have been placed on the shoulders, so let's massage, anyway, there is clothes between them. System prompt, get pleasure value from Lin Yingying +1, +2, +3, +3. Lin Wan, when did your massage skills become so good? Lin Yingying said in surprise with a flushed face. Looking at Lin Yingying's flushed face, he moved his sight slightly downward, and the two peaks that were taller than Pan Xiaoting were rising and falling slightly at this time. This is the ancient massage I learned from an old man. Lin Wan looked at Lin Yingying's lively big eyes without blushing or beating his heart. The same words, the second time he said it was much more natural than the first time. That must be a very powerful old Chinese doctor, right? Hearing Lin Yingying's words, a drop of cold sweat dripped down the side of Lin Wan's forehead. Well, keep going, it's really comfortable. Lin Yingying lay down again, and subconsciously closed her legs tighter. Standing behind Lin Yingying, looking carefully from top to bottom, Lin Wan noticed for the first time that Lin Yingying, who had been with him day and night, was the one with the best figure among all the women he had ever seen. For the first time, Lin Wan began to treat Lin Yingying as a woman. The massaging hand continued to move its fingers carefully on the petite shoulder, and when he looked at the white and tender skin beside the shoulder, Lin Wan suddenly had a bold idea. A cell phone ring suddenly sounded beside Lin Yingying. Hearing the sound, Lin Yingying suddenly opened her eyes and picked up the phone. Oh no, I have to go to work. When she stood up and saw a table full of dishes, Lin Yingying remembered what she had done just now. I haven't eaten yet. Took out 2 pairs of freshly washed bamboo chopsticks, handed 1 pair to Lin Wan, and the two began to wolf down dinner. Both of them are orphans, and even their surnames are the same as the dean's, Lin. They have no source of income and must work to support themselves. Every night, both of them have to work in the bar. But looking at the current time, they will probably be late. Chapter 3 Conflict. Red Lips Bar. This bar is located relatively close to F City University, and Lin Wan was able to work here through Lin Yingying's introduction. Now that the system has just been linked, Lin Wan believes that he will be able to make money soon, but before that, he needs to work and study. Wang Peng, the manager of Red Lips Bar, has long been standing at the door, looking at the brother and sister with a sullen face. This Wang Peng is the person Lin Wan hates the most in this bar. Wang Peng looked at the two angrily. Why are you here now? Do you know how long you have been late? 10 minutes, you are late for a full 10 minutes, do you still want to work? If you don't want to work, get out of here as soon as possible. This Wang Peng looks like he has taken gunpowder today, and his temper is so bad. It's just 10 minutes, is there any need to make such a fuss? Lin Wan saw that his sister Lin Yingying swallowed her anger, and he couldn't stand this bird's anger. What did you say just now? Wang Peng didn't expect that Lin Wan would dare to talk back. It just so happened that he was in a bad mood today. Since this kid had run into the gun, he would just fire him. He also had a reason, deliberately being late for work and having a bad attitude. If the deputy general manager asked, he could make up dozens of reasons. Lin Wan, you are late for work, and you are so arrogant. Wang Peng smiled grimly on their way. Manager Wang, Lin Wan just said something in anger. Seeing that Wang Peng's face was not good, Lin Yingying explained to Lin Wan. I don't think it's an angry word. He said the truth in his heart. Since there are so many things, just quit. Wang Peng obviously didn't want to let it go. He glanced at the young and beautiful Lin Yingying next to him. This girl has always had someone backing her up in the bar. She couldn't be touched before. If she uses her brother's affairs as a bargaining chip, it shouldn't be a problem to take advantage of her. Thinking of this, Wang Peng narrowed his eyes and smiled obscenely. Seeing Wang Peng staring at Lin Yingying with an obscene face, I don't know what dirty things he was thinking. As for Wang Peng, Lin Wan has been targeted everywhere since he started working. Lin Wan thought to himself, since you want to fire me, then I will help you find a reason. walked forward and stretched out his right hand towards Wang Peng's face, and gave him a loud slap. Wang, you'd better not pay attention to my sister. Things happened so fast that almost everyone didn't react. Wang Peng suddenly felt a hot and painful sensation on his face. Oh tilde 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 tilde, he moaned unconsciously. Although it was very painful just now, he felt very good, and raised his head directly from his crotch. Seeing the contemptuous eyes around him, the people around him must have thought he was a masochist. He was immediately furious and yelled at the two security guards outside, "What are you doing? Come and hold this guy down." Being slapped in front of so many people, Wang Peng had never lost such a big person in his life. "What are you doing?" Seeing the security guard restrained Lin Wan in a few moves, Lin Ying shouted anxiously. Seeing that Lin Wan was completely controlled and unable to move, Wang Peng walked in front of him and said with gritted teeth, "Did you enjoy the slap just now?" "R." Seeing Wang Peng's actions, Lin Ying suddenly screamed. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on Wang Peng and Lin Wan. Everyone present was waiting to see this good show, especially when Lin Wan was restrained by the security guards. There were many people watching the excitement. "Stop tilde," a middle-aged man's voice came from the door, stopping Wang Peng. Wang Peng did not expect that Yarn Yi, the deputy general manager of the bar, would appear at this time. Yarn Yi was standing behind Wang Peng at this time, looking at him with a serious expression. Wang Peng put his hand down immediately after hearing their voice. "What's wrong with him?" Yarn Yi frowned and pointed at Lin Wan, who was firmly held by the security guard. "Boss Yarn, this kid is late for work and has an unruly attitude." Yarn Yi interrupted him, "Just for this little thing. Let him go first, Boss Wu will be here soon." When Wang Peng heard the word Boss Wu, his face suddenly changed. "Boss Wu is coming today." He immediately signaled the security guard to let go. "Let him go, get back to your posts." Boss Wu's full name is Wu Yang, the general manager of the Red Lips bar. She rarely comes to the bar, and the deputy general manager Yarn Yi is almost in charge of everything. More importantly, Lin Ying contacted the general manager Wu Yang directly through Wu Yang's sister, and was then arranged to work in the bar. Seeing that the two security guards had left, Lin Ying walked to Lin Wan and carefully checked the condition of his arms. "Lin Wan, are you okay?" Lin Wan moved his arms slightly, and seeing that Wang Peng had disappeared, he walked towards the two security guards with a smile. The two security guards are both retired soldiers from the army. Among the several employees in the bar, their salary is second only to the manager Wang Peng. You can imagine how important they are. "Brother, I'm sorry just now." Wang Peng looked like he was going to get serious just now, so we brothers had to act more seriously. "How is it, are you not hurt?" One of the security guards, Wu Liang, looked at Lin Wan's arm and asked apologetically. "What can I do?" Lin Wan smiled and moved his arms, indicating that he was fine. Moving his arms, Lin Wan did not feel any pain except that he could not move just now. "I really admire your skills. You can not only prevent Wang Peng from suspecting, but also prevent me from getting hurt." Lin Wan took out a pack of Red Wolf from his pocket and handed a cigarette to each of the two security guards. On the first day of entering the Red Lips bar, Lin Wan felt that the most clear thing he did was to establish a good relationship with the two security guards. Today, this situation just happened to be used. Zhang Qiang, another security guard who had been silent all the time, took the cigarette handed over by Lin Wan and reminded him, "Lin Wan, this Wang Peng is very narrow-minded. You have to be careful when you work under him in the future." "I know. I will have a chance to have a drink with you two another day." Lin Wan has made up his mind. Even if Wang Peng does not fire him, he will take the initiative to resign. Places like bars are full of people. If it was just him, it would be fine. The key is that Lin Ying also works here. This is why Lin Wan has never dared to leave. However, now that such a thing has happened, Lin Wan believes that as long as he discusses it with Lin Ying, she will definitely leave this bar for him. When he looked up, he found that Lin Ying had disappeared. He glanced around the bar and saw a mature woman who looked to be in her 30s or 40s talking to her. Lin Wan didn't recognize who this woman was. She didn't look like a regular at the bar, so he walked over out of curiosity. When Lin Wan was about to approach, he seemed to have noticed him. This mature woman was dressed sexy, tall, and had a pair of straight peaks that swayed rhythmically with her footsteps. Although she was a little older, she was well maintained, and her real age could not be known without careful observation. "Is this your brother?" She looked at Lin Wan from head to toe with a scrutinizing look. Lin Yingyin also walked over with a bright smile. "Mr. Wu, let me introduce you, this is my brother Lin Wan." "Mr. Wu." Lin Wan called out casually, but unfortunately the other party didn't reach out, and Lin Wan felt a little sorry. "I didn't expect that she was Wu Yang, the owner of the Red Lips bar." Wang Peng was so scared when he heard her that he dared not do anything rash. This woman must be extraordinary. Wu Yang suddenly looked out the door, glanced at Lin Wan and then at Lin Yingyin. "Junior sister Yingyin, I have something to do here, you guys go and do it." After that, she walked quickly to the door of the bar. When Wu Yang passed by, Lin Wan smelled the fragrant perfume on her body. Lin Wan sniffed his nose and saw Lin Yingyin looking at him, and asked in surprise, "Mr. Wu is so old, why does he call you junior sister?" Lin Yingyin shrugged and smiled easily. "Well, one of my classmates is Mr. Wu's cousin, and she introduced me to Mr. Wu. I only found out later that Mr. Wu also graduated from F-City University." At this moment, a hand with slender fingers suddenly patted Lin Wan's shoulder. Lin Wan tilde. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Wan immediately turned around, and Pan Xiaoting was standing behind him at this time. Pan Xiaoting was wearing a long skirt today, showing her royal sister style. Also beside her were Wu Yang and another woman who was slightly older than her. She didn't look as thin as Pan Xiaoting, but rather plump, which made her look more charming. Chapter for the teacher's cousin. Pan Xiaoting was Lin Wan's Chinese teacher. Today, she happened to give her another massage. Her attitude when they met was much better than before. But the charming woman standing next to Pan Xiaoting took a close look at Lin Wan's outfit, especially when she saw his uniform representing the Red Lips bar. She immediately frowned. Obviously, she was very concerned about Lin Wan's identity. He was not only a waiter but also an underage waiter. Pan Xiaoting leaned close to the ear of the woman next to her and whispered, "Cousin, he is the student who is proficient in ancient massage that I told you about." Pan Xiaoting whispered something to the woman next to her, and then the other party looked at Lin Wan's body again as if she was looking at some rare animal. The three women were talking and laughing about something. Pan Xiaoting's cousin asked curiously first. Pan Xiaoting answered patiently, and then she looked at Lin Wan's body with interest. Lin Wan had a strong intuition that the points for system upgrade should be available soon. People who like to go to bars are almost all people who like to have fun. If they have a few drinks, under the stimulation of the lights in the bar, anything can happen at any time. It seems that the system is really a lucky star. Since being bound by the system, the previous bad luck seems to have come to an end. Lin Yingyin looked at Lin Wan standing aside and actually had a strange illusion that Lin Wan was being watched by three women at the same time like a star. She shook her head. It was an illusion. It must be an illusion. She walked to Lin Wan and asked quietly, "Lin Wan, who are they?" Pan Xiaoting suddenly realized that she was too involved in the conversation just now and actually left them aside. Especially Lin Yingyin, who was standing next to Lin Wan, was looking at them with curious eyes. She enthusiastically introduced the woman next to her. "I forgot to introduce her. This is my cousin Yarn Yu. This is the first time I come here with her. This is Lin Wan, one of my students." Wu Yang observed her expression and understood her intention. She looked at Lin Wan with surprise. "I didn't expect that everyone knew each other. I think it's better to do this. Since Xiaoting is Lin Wan's teacher, I'll leave this to you first. Yingyin, come with me. I have other things to arrange for you." Lin Yingyin didn't expect Pan Xiaoting to be Lin Wan's teacher. She took a look at Pan Xiaoting and the woman next to her, who were dressed up carefully. Comparing Lin Wan's ordinary appearance, she left with peace of mind. Before leaving, Wu Yang passed by Lin Wan and whispered in his ear, "Take them to box number 2. Lin Wan stretched out his hand to scratch his ear. When Wu Yang spoke in his ear just now, it made his ear a little itchy. The private room of the Red Lips bar has excellent soundproofing. As soon as Pan Xiaoting and her cousin Yarn Yu walked into the private room, the music outside suddenly became inaudible. This private room is pretty good. Pan Xiaoting just sat aside, and her cousin spoke first to express her appreciation for the arrangement of the private room. Lin Wan, as usual, began to prepare for what he was going to do. But Yarn Yu was observing his hands carefully and asked, "You don't wear gloves?" "Wear gloves?" This is the first time Lin Wan heard that waiters need to wear gloves to tidy up a table. He said indifferently, "We have never had the rule of wearing gloves. If you think it is necessary, you can suggest it to our general manager Wu." Hearing Lin Wan say this, Yarn Yu's face suddenly changed, and he frowned slightly. "You are going to give us a massage without gloves?" "Massage?" Lin Wan reacted at this moment. He was originally trying to find a reason to make this request so that he could quickly upgrade his system. He didn't expect them to take the initiative to offer to give them a massage. The woman named Yarn Yu in front of him seemed to have a serious obsession with cleanliness. Lin Wan showed an imperceptible smile. No matter what kind of cleanliness she had, as long as she felt the charm of his massage technique, she would be sure to have no cleanliness at all. Lin Wan made up a reason in the blink of an eye and explained, "Sister Yarn Yu, it's like this. The ancient massage I learned is very important to control the strength. If I wear gloves, it will seriously affect my massage technique and your experience." Lin Wan's sister just now made Yarn Yu very happy. Lin Wan was only in his teens, and only young girls in their 20s could be his sister. She covered her mouth and chuckled, "Okay, you help me massage my shoulders first, and I'll try whether it's as magical as Xiaoting said." When she spoke, Yarn Yu's face showed a blush, like a little drunk after drinking some wine. "But it's not right. How did Pan Xiaoting tell her cousin about this massage, and why did she blush suddenly?" Imitating the preparation movements in the online video, he did a set of preparation movements in a proper manner. Seeing Lin Wan's serious attitude when preparing, Yarn Yu believed in his massage skills a little more. He gently placed his hands on Yarn Yu's shoulders, but at this time, a hot breath came from his ears, and Lin Wan smelled a strong perfume. Pan Xiaoting quietly leaned close to his ear with a sly smile, "Don't be gentle with me later." He. Pan Xiaoting laughed so hard that she was shaking, and then sat aside and watched quietly. A smile on the corner of her mouth always hung on her face, which made Lin Wan's breathing become a little heavier. Yarn Yu was wearing a black long dress with shoulder straps. Coincidentally, both of them were wearing shoulder straps today. Lin Wan's hands directly touched her skin and gently pressed her shoulders. "Oh tilde." Yarn Yu suddenly moaned, and the sound was extremely ecstatic. So sensitive. Lin Wan was just a little distracted, but his hands did not slack off at all. System prompt, get Yarn Yu's pleasure value +30, +15, +15. Yarn Yu's reaction was the most intense at the first contact, and the pleasure value was the highest. After that, it was a normal 15. Lin Wan's 10 fingers kept strengthening the movements of his hands, just like playing the piano and constantly changing positions on Yarn Yu's shoulders. Tilde. Yarn Yu murmured in a low voice, as if responding to Lin Wan's efforts. System prompt, get Yarn Yu's pleasure value +45, +50. Hard work has paid off, so naturally work harder. At this moment, Lin Wan felt like Chopin, playing his own Moonlight on Yarn Yu's body. Seeing her cousin's current appearance, Pan Xiaoting, who was sitting next to her, seemed to have succeeded in her evil plan. She covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She was very familiar with Lin Wan's method. She was a regular customer of this bar. She knew that Lin Wan worked here from the first day. She tricked her cousin to come here at night, hoping that Lin Wan's special massage method would help her get out of the psychological haze of divorce temporarily. Looking at her completely confused cousin, Pan Xiaoting quietly touched the tulle shawl prepared in her bag. Chapter 5 Ex-Husband. Outside the box, Wu Yang saw a person who shouldn't be here. Yarn Yu's ex-husband Yu Gang was drinking in the bar at this time. The two had just divorced. Wu Yang had seen Yu Gang's photo and heard Yarn Yu talk about how Yu Gang was clinging to her after the divorce. If he saw Yarn Yu and Lin Wan together, and drank so much at this time, I'm afraid something would happen. Yarn Yu beside Wu Yang was also paying attention to Yu Gang. "Boss Wu, how about I go over and drink with him when they are about to come out, and you take the two sisters away first?" The bar belongs to Wu Yang, but Yarn Yu also has shares, and he doesn't want any problems to happen in the bar. The two discussed countermeasures on the side, but ignored another person in the bar. Manager Wang Peng noticed that the two bosses were paying attention to the middle-aged man drinking, and was taking photos to inquire about the identity of this person. A message soon came from WeChat on the mobile phone. On the mobile phone was a photo that was found from nowhere. The photo was a close photo of Yarn Yu and Yu Gang. With this photo, Wang Peng immediately understood what was going on. How many normal men in this world can tolerate being cuckolded, especially when drunk? Lin Wan, if I still can't do you this time, I'll be your grandson. Wang Peng gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. It was almost late at night, and Lin Yingyin looked at the time. It was almost time to go back to school. The dormitory door was closed after 11:30 p.m., and there were classes tomorrow morning. She took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Lin Wan first, telling him that she was getting up and going back to the school dormitory. Then she found Wu Yang in the bar and walked to Wu Yang's side. Sister Yang, I have classes tomorrow. I talked to you before, and I must go back to school early today. When there were no people in private, Lin Yingyin no longer called Mr. Wu, which was also Wu Yang's special instructions before. After hearing what Lin Yingyin said, Wu Yang also remembered that this matter was indeed agreed upon by the two in advance. It's fine for her to go back to school, but she might be in danger if she goes back alone so late. Yarn Yi, I'll take her back first, you keep an eye on her for a while. I'll be back as soon as possible. When Lin Yingyin changed her clothes and walked out, many eyes stared at her and Wu Yang without any concealment. Under the influence of alcohol, these eyes became more unscrupulous. Lin Yingyin was fine, even her collarbone was not exposed, but Wu Yang's dress showed her figure perfectly, the wine-red short skirt and black stockings showed her legs perfectly. I say Yingyin, a woman's good figure should be exposed, look at your chest, and your round buttocks. He was about to reach out and slap her perky part. Being suddenly attacked by Wu Yang, he immediately dodged as soon as he reacted. Sister Yang, what are you doing? He stared at Wu Yang with both hands in a defensive position, and his face turned slightly red. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Wu Yang showed a lustful look, stared at Lin Yingyin's chest, and exclaimed, "You should have E, right?" "No, it's just E, not as exaggerated as E." Lin Yingyin took a step back with her arms around her chest. Wu Yang rolled her eyes at her. "You are not satisfied with this, sister, I barely surpassed C." While Wu Yang was talking, when Wu Yang opened the car door and bent down, Lin Yingyin saw that there was no one around, and suddenly attacked Wu Yang and hugged her, and kneaded her with her hands. Feeling the weakness in her hands, Lin Yingyin was surprised. "Sister Wu Yang, you didn't bring." "Silly girl, stop it, Tilda, don't touch me anymore, I will fight back if you do it again." Wu Yang then sat in the driver's seat. Turning around, she saw Lin Yingyin sitting cautiously in the back seat, obviously afraid that she would attack again. Wu Yang laughed. "Girl, you haven't had a boyfriend yet, have you?" Lin Yingyin shook her head gently. She was just not used to having too close contact with others. She didn't understand why she suddenly had to do with whether she had a boyfriend or not. "With such a good figure, I don't know which stinky man will get it in the future." "Sister Wu Yang, you're here again." Wu Yang became more and more straightforward. On this topic, Lin Yingyin had no experience at all, so she couldn't argue with her. She simply shut up and closed her eyes quietly. Wang Peng had just finished his work and looked around the bar to make sure that Wu Yang was not there. His eyes gradually revealed a sinister look. He sent a message to an avatar with a skull on his phone. "Go and leave a mark on a black Mercedes-Benz, the license plate number is XXXX." Wang Peng stared at Yarn Yi closely, and not long after, Yarn Yi suddenly received a call, and his face suddenly became very ugly. Yarn Yi looked at the time. Pan Xiaoting and the others should not come out so soon. As long as they are faster, it should not take much time. The key is that he just bought a new car. It was scratched when he drove it for the first time today. After hesitating again and again, he was most worried about his new car. Yarn Yi wanted to see how his car was doing now, as well as the person who scratched his car. Watching Yarn Yi leave the bar with his own eyes, Wang Peng began to get ready. He couldn't wait to see how Lin Wan was beaten when he was caught cheating. If it got out that he had an affair with a guest's wife in the bar, this Lin Wan would definitely not have a good ending if he wanted to stay in the bar in the future. Wang Peng found a seat next to Yu Gang and sat down, watching him quietly. Seeing a stranger next to him, Yu Gang drank the wine in his glass, glanced at him, and said in a deep voice, "Get out." This was the number of times he drove away people who appeared next to him today, but most of them were women with revealing clothes and heavy makeup on their faces. Wang Peng was not angry. He took out his phone and clicked on the photos that other waiters had secretly taken after entering Lin Wan's box. Seeing the photos, Wang Peng's smile became even brighter. I think you should be familiar with this woman, right? Wang Peng put the phone in front of Yu Gang. Seeing the Apple phone in front of him, Yu Gang's first reaction was that he was not interested. He blocked Wang Peng's confident expression. He glanced at the phone casually. When he saw the woman in the photo, his eyes never moved away. Before, he was indeed a little impulsive because of drinking, and his hands were a little heavy, but those were just superficial injuries. He didn't really want to hurt his wife. Besides, Yarn Yu was not a woman who could really let him bully her. In private, Yarn Yu also cut him with a knife because of occasional quarrels. People say that when a couple stays together for a long time, they will always have some common points. These are probably their most similar common points. These days, he has been thinking about how to get Yarn Yu to remarry him, but no matter how hard he tries, he can't make Yarn Yu change her mind. But he doesn't understand why Yarn Yu divorced him this time. As a man, he made her linger every night. She said she didn't want children, of course no problem, he always brought tea, and even to please her, whether it was fruit flavor or mint type, with particles or without particles, threaded, he would change some new patterns from time to time. Isn't this enough? Seeing these photos on Wang Peng's mobile phone, Yu Gang completely understood the reason. He never dreamed that Yarn Yu would secretly keep a man outside. Looking at her age, she is not yet an adult, and her appearance is really too ordinary. Bang tilde he angrily hit the table with his fist. Stinky bitch, you actually cuckolded me. Chapter 6 Start to upgrade. Yu Gang re-examined Wang Peng in front of him. The other party showed him the photos at this time, which must be bad intentions. But these are not the priority now. Looking at the photos on the phone, they should also be in the bar, but I don't know which box they are in. Where are they now? Box number 2. Looking at Yu Gang, whose face suddenly changed, Wang Peng's smile became more and more obvious. Things were developing step by step as he imagined. Seeing Yu Gang walking towards box number 2 angrily, Wang Peng followed closely behind him. As the person who arranged all this, how could he be absent from such an important show? In box number 2, Yarn Yu, who was lying on the sofa in a Beijing paralysis posture, had rested on the sofa for a while, but still felt that she couldn't muster up the strength. She really didn't expect that there was such a magical massage technique in the world. When Pan Xiaoting was at home, she said that this technique came from traditional Chinese medicine. Chinese culture is really profound. Looking at Pan Xiaoting, who was wearing a gauze shawl on her shoulders, she closed her eyes tightly and enjoyed Lin Wan's massage. But at the same time, she closed her legs tightly and tightened her lips to prevent herself from making any sound. Yarn Yu, who was watching from the side, knew her cousin's character. If Lin Wan stretched out her hand to pry her legs apart at this time, she could easily spread her legs apart. Even if there were further requests, Pan Xiaoting would agree without hesitation in her current state. To be able to let Pan Xiaoting show such a side of herself in front of a man, especially a strange man, the other party must be someone she trusts very much. Staring at Pan Xiaoting's 2 slender legs, Yarn Yu tried to stand up. Now it feels like all the bones in the body have fallen apart. It's just a massage, but it feels soft all over, and I can't muster any strength at all. The 2 sisters who received the service were naturally very comfortable. Lin Wan, who was busy with the massage, was also very excited. The prompts from the system kept flashing in front of his eyes. This excitement even made him completely forget the soreness in his hands, and he just mechanically repeated the same movements. System prompt: get the pleasure value from Pan Xiaoting plus 30, plus 35, plus 40. Even if Pan Xiaoting was covered with a shawl, Lin Wan found that the effect of the 10-finger electric current can be superimposed. If the action does not stop, the feeling will become more and more obvious. The effect of Pan Xiaoting covering with a shawl is only a little effective at the beginning, but after a period of time, it will become the same as Yarn Yu. Finally Pan Xiaoting couldn't help but make a sound. At this time, Lin Wan's attention was no longer on Pan Xiaoting. To be more precise, because he only had 49 points of sexual ability, his state could not last long. During the whole process, except for the normal reaction of a man at the beginning, he only had the expectation of upgrading later. Feeling the feedback from the body, Pan Xiaoting realized that it was not good. No, she couldn't continue. She was very familiar with this state. She couldn't show such an attitude in front of her students. Cousin, I can't stand it. Why don't you come? Pan Xiaoting asked her cousin Yarn Yu for help. You damn girl, I told you not to cheat me just now. Don't worry, this is just a massage. Although it has some special features, it is still a massage in essence. You just need to relax your whole body and enjoy it. Yarn Yu's face turned slightly red. She had just shown her unbearable side in front of her cousin, and now her state was more like being unable to speak. However, Yarn Yu's words made Pan Xiaoting completely relax. She had no hesitation in her heart and enjoyed this state with all her heart. Like a blooming rose, a little bit of honey flowed out of the flower and slid onto every petal. Lin Wan felt that he could no longer feel the existence of his hands. He used to think that masseurs were just ordinary jobs, but now it seems really not easy. Finally, Pan Xiaoting's state reached its peak. Lin Wan faintly heard Pan Xiaoting's sound bursting out of a large amount of pleasure value in his ears. The system prompts, received plus 230 joy value from Pan Xiaoting. The system displays text, congratulations to their host, you have obtained more than 1000 points of emotional energy and are eligible for upgrade. Do you want to upgrade now? Finally seeing the upgrade prompt, Lin Wan was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. He looked at the Pan Xiaoting sisters who were lying on the sofa and whispering. The two of them were quietly chatting about some topics that only women could understand. They both needed some time to recover. Anyway, he had nothing to do next, and his hands were almost so that they lost consciousness. Lin Wan made a straightforward choice, upgrade now. The system received Lin Wan's affirmative answer and immediately entered the upgrade mode. The first thing that appeared was a new character interface. Host, Lin Wan. Age, 16. Gender, male. Basic attributes, Strength 60, Reaction 82, Agility 50, Endurance 70, Charm 50 not passing, Sexual ability 49 you may not have started to develop yet. Super system, help you on the road to becoming a god. In the lower right corner, Lin Wan saw an upgrade package gradually changing color. That should be the reward for his upgrade. Seeing the upgrade package, Lin Wan became more excited. There was also a line of system text in front of him, the upgrade is about to be completed, please wait patiently. It seems that he needs to wait a while to complete the upgrade. He also found a place to sit down. Since his hands are not strong enough now, after taking out the phone from his pocket, he can only let the phone lean against his thigh. Seeing the message sent by Lin Ying, he just glanced at it roughly. After confirming that there was no other content, he started to open the browser. On the search engine, he typed his question, why do I lose interest so quickly when I'm in front of a beautiful woman? The reason why he specifically searched for this question was because he had the same feeling when he was facing Pan Xiaoting. He was very excited at the beginning, but things started to change after a while. When he had doubts in his mind and searched for the answer, he seemed to have opened a door to a new world. The first thing that popped up was an advertisement for men's medicine, which he ignored and continued to scroll down. Until he saw an answer that said Sage Mode, he stopped what he was doing. He knew that Sage Mode was a state that only existed after having sex with the 10-fingered girl. But the Sage Mode mentioned here refers to being powerless. This word, which they had laughed at countless times in advertisements, unexpectedly appeared on him. Were they too optimistic before? An answer from a netizen, men can be small and short, but they must not be fast. Remember. Lin Wan was amused by this, that's quite interesting. He clicked on the netizen's information. The information showed, anonymous netizen, gender, female, age, 43, marital status, married. This answer was completely beyond Lin Wan's expectations. He originally thought it was a married man with a story, but he didn't expect it to be a woman in her 40s. This was even more information. Chapter 7 Encounter in the Toilet. In the box, Pan Xiaoting recovered earlier than Yarn Yu. She looked up and saw Lin Wan, who was staring at her phone and grinning. She shook her head helplessly. Sure enough, she was still a high school student. Two beauties were right in front of her, but she was playing with her phone alone. Because of her physique, she recovered her strength faster than her cousin Yarn Yu. She could try to move, but she didn't want to move, even a finger. She stared at Lin Wan for a while, and under the effect of the box lights, she found that Lin Wan's face seemed to be more pleasing to the eye than usual. She suddenly smiled mischievously and had an idea in her mind. Lin Wan, what are you doing standing? You've been working hard all night. How about letting the teacher help you press it? No need, Teacher Pan, it's easier for me to recover standing like this. After what happened just now, Lin Wan felt that he had entered a strange state. Looking at Pan Xiaoting, he didn't feel the same as usual. Well, you stand for a while. My cousin and I are exhausted. We don't even have the strength to stand up and walk now. Pan Xiaoting's words easily make people think about it, and I don't know whether it is intentional or unintentional. At this moment, a long-awaited voice suddenly came from Lin Wan's mind. System prompt: the first upgrade is completed. The host has received an upgrade gift package. Do you want to open it now? Yes, open the gift package now. Lin Wan is now eager to see the effect of the upgrade. System prompt: congratulations to their host, you have obtained a chance to strengthen your body. The estimated strengthening time is 30 minutes. After strengthening, all the attributes of their host will be plus 10. Okay, start strengthening immediately. There is still some time before getting off work, and there is nothing to do anyway, so it is better to leave this time directly to the system strengthening. Adding 10 points to all attributes should have very obvious changes, such as strength, charm, and sexual ability. I don't know which aspect will be strengthened first, or will they be strengthened together? Puff. Lin Wan, I didn't expect you to be so slow to react. I thought I wasn't charming enough. Seeing Lin Wan slowly changing, Pan Xiaoting not only stared at him for a while, but also covered her mouth and laughed. Tonight in this box, Lin Wan completely refreshed his previous impression of Pan Xiaoting. Everything was completely different from what his classmates usually guessed. Those unreliable YYs were just fantasies for these young people who had never seen the world to comfort themselves. For Lin Wan, Pan Xiaoting's experience in those things was even better than that of a man like him. Under Pan Xiaoting's gaze, Lin Wan suddenly felt something he had never felt before, especially when Pan Xiaoting stared at him for a few times without dodging. The feeling of discomfort became even more obvious. Teacher Pan, I'll go to the bathroom first. Lin Wan rushed to the bathroom in a hurry. Hiding in the bathroom cubicle, Lin Wan took a sneak peek, and it was amazing that he had completely changed. Is this strengthening? He found that he was undergoing an indescribable change. I feel so hot. Lin Wan didn't expect that the strengthening would start from here. At the same time, a burning sensation began to come from his limbs. This strengthening was carried out all over the body at the same time, and the first position was the most special. There was a commotion outside, and it sounded like something happened again. It was common for guests to get drunk and make trouble in the bar, but I didn't know what happened this time. Oh no, they are still in the box. Lin Wan suddenly remembered that Pan Xiaoting and Yarn Yu were the only two people in the box, and their physical condition might not have recovered to normal. If the drunkard ran to box 2, it would be bad. His tilde, I just opened the door of the toilet cubicle and felt a hard hit, with an indescribable pain. Now I can't go out, so I have to stay here for another 20 minutes and wait for my body to complete the strengthening. Yu Gang was standing in the number 2 box angrily. Yarn Yu's face turned pale. Although Pan Xiaoting's body had basically recovered, she was just a woman. The ground was broken by Yu Gang. The commotion here attracted many people to watch outside. Wang Peng was also standing inside the crowd waiting to watch the show. But Lin Wan was not in the box, which he did not expect. Where is that pretty boy now? Yu Gang's sudden roar scared Yarn Yu, but Yu Gang appeared in front of her in this state more than once or twice. In the past, every time Yu Gang got drunk, he would become particularly rude after returning home like now. This was exactly why she insisted on divorcing Yu Gang. She mustered up the courage to look Yu Gang in the eye. Yu Gang, we are divorced. What does it have to do with you who I am with? At this time, Yu Gang was drunk and his mind was confused. Hearing Yarn Yu's words, he was furious. He pointed at Yarn Yu's nose and cursed, tell me, where is the person? Don't think I dare not do anything to you. Yu Gang, my cousin has divorced you. You have no right to interfere in her private life now. Pan Xiaoting stood in front of her cousin Yarn Yu without fear and glared at Yu Gang. Suddenly, someone in the crowd behind Yu Gang spoke up, pointing in the direction of the bathroom. I think I saw someone go into the bathroom just now, and he hasn't come out yet. Wang Peng was standing next to the man at this time, and he said to himself, he actually hid in the bathroom. Did someone secretly tell him? If Lin Wan hadn't known in advance that Yu Gang was coming to settle accounts with him, How could it be such a coincidence that he went to the bathroom at this time, and stayed there for so long? It must have been more than 10 minutes now. Yu Gang was walking towards the bathroom angrily, and a group of onlookers followed him, including some women who went to the men's bathroom. At this time, Lin Wan had no idea that someone was coming to trouble him, and he was standing on the toilet watching a big fight. The strengthening of their whole body has come to an end. He feels full of strength at this time. He stretched out his hand and pulled the waist of his pants to make it wider. He has lost so much weight without realizing it. As a teenager who has not yet completely passed puberty, it is not known whether such a change in his body is good or bad. Just when he was troubled by this question, the appearance of a man and a woman in the cubicle next to him just gave him the answer. The two people were like a burning fire. As soon as the door of the cubicle was closed, they immediately became a little impatient. He took a rough look. It was long, but a little thin. Of course, Lin Wan was talking about the other person's legs. Bang tilde, the door of the first cubicle in the bathroom was kicked open, and at the same time, a very fierce voice was heard, "Come out tilde. You have the guts to touch my woman, you are man, come out tilde. Oh no, my husband is here." The man and woman next to them were also frightened by the sudden movement and hurriedly put on their clothes. After opening the door, the woman's face was the most panicked. In the rush just now, the woman did not pay attention to their voice. When she put down her skirt, she suddenly realized that it didn't seem to be her husband's voice. "Who are you?" After seeing Yu Gang's face, the woman was relieved to confirm that her judgment was correct. She patted her chest to calm herself down. She was wearing a wedding ring, a pair of rings, but the other ring was not on the man next to her. The man behind her also breathed a sigh of relief. "Who the hell are you? You disturbed our good time. Get out now tilde." Yu Gang's forehead was flushed with obvious blue veins. Seeing Yu Gang's ferocious look, the man's legs were a little unstable. It might be the sequelae of being frightened just now. The woman next to him was afraid that he would be impulsive, so she reached out and pulled him. "Forget it, let's go." Yu Gang looked at the other compartments, all of which were empty, except for the last door which was tightly closed. Bang tilde, he kicked the door hard. "Come out, I know you are in there." Lin Wan was waiting for the last 5 minutes of strengthening inside, but he didn't expect the other party to find him here. 5 minutes, just hold on for another 5 minutes. He leaned against the door. The man outside was very strong, and the door might not be able to hold for long. Chapter 8 Extra Rewards. System prompt: Enhancement completed, please prepare to receive the upgrade reward. Just feeling the changes brought by the enhancement of his body, he heard the prompt from the system. There is an upgrade reward. Lin Wan was so happy, the surprise came too suddenly. I thought the enhancement was already a big prize, but I didn't expect there would be other rewards. System prompt: the reward has been issued, please check it on the system interface. So fast. The speed of the issuance was faster than Lin Wan expected, but he still opened his character interface as soon as possible to check what changes were made. Host: Lin Wan LV1. Upgrade experience: 1015000. Age: 16. Gender: male. Basic attributes: Strength 70, Reaction 92, Agility 60, Endurance 80, Charm 60. Just reached the aesthetic standard of ordinary people. Sexual ability 59, still a little short of passing, please use it with caution. Super system: help you on the road to becoming a god. Lin Wan. What the hell is it that specifically reminds you to be careful in the sexual ability column? All basic attributes have increased by 10 points. He has personally experienced the whole process and is very clear about the changes in his body. However, these should not be upgrade rewards, but apart from these, it seems that only the skills have not been seen. Lin Wan's eyes stopped at the option of mastering skills, and he swallowed excitedly, wondering what kind of surprise the system would give. Bang 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 tilde. While Lin Wan was concentrating on checking the character interface, someone was knocking hard on the toilet door outside. I was so excited about the system upgrade that I almost forgot about this guy. The inexplicable person outside was still trying to open the wooden door. A big hole had been kicked out at the bottom of the wooden door. The man was really strong. Lin Wan was a little glad that he didn't open the door rashly just now. Yes, surprises are secondary. If there is an offensive skill, it would be perfect. As if receiving Lin Wan's request, a blue light flashed on the option of mastering skills. Lin Wan clicked on the column of Mastered Skills. Mastered Skills, 10 Finger Current Primary, Absolute Defense Primary Refresh Time of 10 seconds after being broken, Genetic Lightning Primary directly brings physical blow to the opponent, ignoring any defense. Ignore any defense. If that's true, it's really awesome. Seeing this skill introduction, Lin Wan suddenly felt full of confidence, his back straightened, and his legs stopped shaking. Even the two hands that had been sore just now returned to normal, and his strength was a little stronger. Lin Wan deliberately waited until there was no movement outside before opening the door. Just in case, he stood against the wall. Bang! A figure suddenly rushed in from outside and ran directly to the toilet inside. Fortunately, Lin Wan had reopened the toilet lid before opening the door, and although his head went in, it was just a little wet. If he was lucky, there shouldn't be any residue on it. Yu Gang held the sides of the toilet with his hands, pulled his head out, and his body kept shaking. He was extremely angry. On his face, there were a few spots of yellow and smelly stuff. It seemed that he was not very lucky, and there was feces left in it. Lin Wan looked at the toilet with some doubts. He remembered that he had flushed some of it when he urinated just now, but after looking inside, he understood. He actually forgot to flush it. I'm going to kill you, Tilder. Yu Gang was so angry that he reached out to grab Lin Wan's collar. Seeing Yu Gang's actions, Lin Wan first saw Yu Gang's wet hands. If he was touched by his hands, how disgusting it would be. Don't come over here. Lin Wan covered his nose and looked at his hand with disgust, and immediately pulled 3 meters away from Yu Gang. Yu Gang, who was already furious, was insulted again. His eyes turned red and he was furious to the extreme. I will kill you, you pretty boy. Unlike in the photo, after opening the toilet door, the Lin Wan that Yu Gang saw was Lin Wan with a charm value of +10. Compared with him, a greasy middle-aged man, he did have some potential to be a pretty boy. Pretty boy? I like this name. After living for 16 years, it was the first time that Lin Wan was called a pretty boy. This was a compliment to him who was originally plain-looking. The mirror was right next to him at this time. He turned his head to look at himself in the mirror and touched his face with his hand. His face, which was a little dark before, suddenly became white and even his skin felt much smoother. But in the novel, if a person's body is suddenly strengthened, shouldn't he be covered in dirt and have diarrhea or something? Oh, I just peed. No way. No wonder Yu Gang exuded a foul odor, it turned out to be because of his urine. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the mirror, it was Yu Gang rushing over with a broom. Go to hell, Tilder. Yu Gang waved the broom and hit Lin Wan. When the broom was about to fall on his head, he gently moved 1/3 of his body to the side. Damn. His reaction speed was fast but his agility could not keep up. Snap. With a crisp sound, the broom hit Lin Wan heavily, but Lin Wan did not react at all, and the broom broke into 2 pieces. System prompt, get the anger value from Yu Gang +10. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Wan asked curiously, anger value? Is this the same as the pleasure value? Why does it appear now? The system showed an explanation in front of Lin Wan, anger value is the same as pleasure value, both belong to emotional energy. The host just passively activated the skill Absolute Defense and turned on the anger energy collection mode. The system answered the 3 questions Lin Wan just raised, but Yu Gang did not give him more time to digest. He picked up the broken broom handle and rushed over again. Fuck you, Tilder, Yu Gang shouted loudly and stabbed Lin Wan's shoulder with the spiked side. The refresh time of Absolute Defense takes 10 seconds, and when Yu Gang rushed over, it was only 8 seconds since the last attack, and there was no time at all. Lin Wan could only choose to take the initiative to attack. After the upgrade, there is also a kind of genetic lightning skill, just to try out the power. A tiny arc of electricity flashed across his fingers. When Lin Wan's hand hit Yu Gang's stomach, the wood with spikes also pierced Lin Wan's shoulder. Puff Tilder, the wood just pierced through his clothes and pierced his skin. Yu Gang suddenly felt weak all over and in unbearable pain. Waves of intense pain accumulated and even spread to his whole body. It felt like his skin and flesh were torn apart. This pain was worse than death. System prompt, gained pain energy from Yu Gang +120, +125, +130, +. Lin Wan felt exhausted, as if her body had been completely hollowed out. Suddenly, her eyes went dark and she lost consciousness. Although Yu Gang was still conscious, he was in severe pain and soon passed out. Before he passed out, he only had regret and fear of death in his mind. Lin Wan tilde, what's wrong with you? Lin Wan tilde, Pan Xiaoting suddenly squeezed out of the crowd and rushed to Lin Wan's side. Chapter 9, Yarn Yi's Punishment. Wu Yang, who had sent Lin Ying back to school, also rushed back, but she was still a step late. What's going on? No one around responded to her. However, Wu Yang saw Wang Peng sneaking around and preparing to leave in the crowd, but she did not chase Wang Peng immediately, but called an ambulance first. Wang Peng knew that although Wu Yang looked easy to talk to, she would never let anyone who violated her off easily. Wang Peng knew this very well after working in the bar for so long. When he walked to the back door of the bar, security guard Zhang Qiong stood outside the door and looked at him coldly. Manager Wang, Mr. Yang wants to see you. Wang Peng gritted his teeth and nodded, seemingly not intending to resist. Zhang Qiong walked in front to lead the way, but suddenly heard the sound of Wang Peng turning around and running away from behind. The alley was not big, and Zhang Qiong quickly chased after him. When Wang Peng was about to escape to the entrance of the alley, Zhang Qiong suddenly stepped on one of the two electric bikes next to him and stepped over the wall with one foot. Wang Peng immediately realized that something was wrong. He had seen Zhang Qiong's trick before. His first reaction was to speed up and run out of the alley. But as a pampered office worker, how fast could he run? Bang! Zhang Qiong kicked Wang Peng on the back, sending him flying out of the alley and landing on the ground 3 or 4 meters away. Par, Wang Peng spat out the sand in his mouth. He was hit hard by the blow, but his first reaction after getting up was to run away immediately. A hand grabbed his shoulder, making it impossible for him to break free. Hey, brother, I have a card here. All the money on it belongs to you. Please be kind and let me go. Wang Peng showed his usual begging smile. However, in his heart, he had already greeted all of Zhang Qiong's family members. Yarn Yi's methods of dealing with people were all his ideas. Manager Wang, please don't hurt me. If I let you go, my case will be more serious than yours. Although Zhang Qiong also wanted money, he knew his own limitations. Whether he could get the money or not was still a question. He knew Wu Yang's methods. If Wang Peng's leg was to be broken, he would probably have 2 or even 3 legs if he was caught. Yarn Yi had already been sitting on a chair waiting at the door of the bar. It was already midnight and the ambulance was coming soon. He had to give Lin Wan a satisfactory answer before General Manager Wu sent her to the hospital. Otherwise, he would have no way to explain his leaving halfway. Wang Peng was then brought to him by Zhang Qiong. Looking at the embarrassed Wang Peng at the moment, Yarn Yi had no sympathy for him. Wang Peng, you asked someone to scratch my car. How are you going to deal with this? Thinking of this, Yarn Yi felt very unhappy. He took the security baton from Wu Liang and walked towards Wang Peng. Seeing Yarn Yi holding a baton, Wang Peng was so scared that he trembled. I will pay, Mr. Yang, no matter how much it costs, I will find a way to make your car look brand new again. Yarn Yi stopped and pointed the baton in his hand at his nose. Okay, you said it. I will definitely take responsibility for this matter. Wang Peng answered very straightforwardly. Yarn Yi nodded with satisfaction at Wang Peng's answer, then it's settled. Let's talk about another thing. I can decide my own affairs, but the matter just now is related to Mr. Wu. What do you think you would do if Mr. Wu stood here now? When speaking, Yarn Yi deliberately slowed down his speech. Hearing the 2 words, Mr. Wu, Wang Peng immediately collapsed to the ground. Mr. Yarn, save me, Mr. Yarn, save me tilde. The last time Wang Peng saw Wu Yang take action, he slapped her nearly 30 times when they first met and then asked questions. Compared with her, Yarn Yi is already very easy to talk to. Yarn Yi pointed at Wang Peng and said to Wu Liang behind him, break his legs for me. Wu Liang took the security baton handed back to him by Yarn Yi and walked to Wang Peng's side without saying a word. Brother, be gentle, our tilde. A tilde. Wang Peng's screams echoed throughout Xiangyu Street. Wu Liang's speed was completely beyond Yarn Yi's expectations, and he didn't give Wang Peng a chance to finish his words. Wang Peng, you have to know that I am saving you. The ambulance arrived just in time, and Yarn Yi quickened his pace and ran towards the ambulance. After Yarn Yi left, Wang Peng endured the pain with difficulty, took out his mobile phone and wanted to call the emergency number, and turned his head to look at the bar behind him. There was no way he could get on the ambulance. If Wu Yang saw it, the consequences would be disastrous. He endured the pain and crawled to the corner, then called other people. Hello, it's me, I'm at the door of the bar, find a car to take me to the hospital, hurry up, why are you talking so much nonsense tilde? Looking at Lin Wan, who was carried out on a stretcher, Wang Peng's eyes were full of hatred and anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, Lin Wan, you wait for me. In the hospital. It was the next morning when Lin Wan woke up. However, he didn't see a familiar person around him, but there was a family member accompanying him on the bed next to him. Moving his arm slightly, he found that his arm was a little numb, but there was no other discomfort. The system prompts, their host's energy is overconsumed, and it will take 10 minutes to fully recover. Please wait patiently. Seeing the system prompt, Lin Wan sat on the bed honestly and casually looked at the medical record next to him. He could understand all their words, but he didn't understand what they meant when they were put together. In the drawer next to him, Lin Wan found his mobile phone. From time to time, he glanced at the time on his mobile phone until the last minute passed. The system prompts, energy replenishment is over, and the skill 10 finger current can be used for 20 minutes, the skill absolute defense can be used, and the skill genetic lightning can be used for 18 hours. After reading the system prompts, Lin Wan opened his own attribute interface. Host, Lin Wan. Age, 16. Gender, male. Basic attributes, strength 70, reaction 92, agility 60, endurance 80, charm 60. Reaching the aesthetic of normal people, sexual ability 59. Just passed, please use with caution. Lin Wan looked at the bottom of the attribute and found something missing. Why is that sentence gone? The system displayed text, important words can be said 3 times. Lin Wan. He is now in the emergency department ward, and all around him are patients sent in through the emergency department, with patients of various conditions. Patients were pushed into the emergency department early in the morning, and a group of people were walking around outside. A patient was pushed into the operating room by several doctors, nurses and anxious family members. Of course, the family members were blocked outside the operating room. In the ward, Lin Wan saw an acquaintance, or more accurately, 2 people. Yu Gang, who was lying on the bed, had an unnatural expression. He had no injuries, but he could not move. The doctor could not find out what was wrong. Following Yu Gang's gaze, Yarn Yu, who was accompanying the bed, turned around and saw Lin Wan standing not far away. It's you? Seeing Lin Wan's appearance, Yarn Yu, who was originally talking and laughing with Yu Gang, suddenly froze his smile on his face and frowned suddenly. Lin Wan wanted to say hello to Yarn Yu when she saw her, but she saw reproach in her eyes, and Cheng was an uninvited guest in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Lin Wan shrugged helplessly and was about to turn around and leave. Seeing that he was about to leave, Yarn Yu immediately stood up and walked towards him. He looked anxious, as if he was afraid that he would run away, and his eyes were fixed on him. Seeing this, Lin Wan immediately realized that the situation was not good, and turned around to leave the emergency room. Stop! Yarn Yu shouted loudly, and then ran to Lin Wan and grabbed his clothes. Stop right there! She grabbed Lin Wan's clothes and held them tightly in her hands. Well, since I can't hide, I'll just say it to her face. Lin Wan didn't think she was wrong about Yu Gang. If she hadn't been protected by the system at that time, he might still be in the operating room for rescue. What did you do to Yu Gang? He can't move until now. Yarn Yu pointed at Lin Wan's nose with anger, and he was completely different from yesterday. Lin Wan's face remained calm when someone suddenly pointed at her nose and scolded her. According to what he learned yesterday, Yarn Yu was a woman with strong needs and very sensitive. If you really push her to the limit, give her a friendly handshake. The scene in public is restricted, and it might even make the news. Ms. Yan, I was the one who was beaten yesterday. Everyone who was present can testify for me. Chapter 10 Sudden Reversal. I tell you, I can check the surveillance right now. If I find evidence, I will make you pay for it. Yarn Yu's chest was shaking with anger at Lin Wan's words. Hearing Yarn Yu say that she wanted to check the surveillance, Lin Wan became more confident and looked directly into Yarn Yu's eyes. Okay, I suggest you call the police directly and let the police judge the matter. Check the surveillance in the toilet. It's really funny. Who would be so bored as to install surveillance in the men's toilet? This is just for nothing. Yu Gang shook his head and wanted to say something. Seeing this, Yarn Yu ran to him and said with concern, Yu Gang, don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you. She looked at Yu Gang's eyes with a look, even if you are really paralyzed, I will not give up on you. If Yarn Yu hadn't been extremely excited last night and kept shouting the name Yu Phone, Lin Wan might have believed it. Yu Gang, who had been lying on the hospital bed, was much calmer than he had imagined. He actually didn't believe that he would really lie here for the rest of his life. Even if he was really paralyzed, he actually had a way to find the last hope for himself. Yarn Yu, I want to discuss something with you. Yu Gang looked at Yarn Yu and asked. Yarn Yu looked into Yu Gang's eyes and bit her lip. Do you want to remarry? No problem, I can promise you now. She knew that Yu Gang had always wanted to remarry her. After careful consideration, she quickly made a decision. Because once Yu Gang was really paralyzed, his personal property would naturally be handed over to her, his wife, to take care of. I'm not talking about this. I want you to let this little brother go. I don't want to pursue this matter anymore. Yu Gang looked at Lin Wan, with fear, precautions, and even a trace of fear that he tried hard to hide. His eyes were complicated. The pain brought by Lin Wan's blow last night made him unforgettable for the rest of his life. As long as he saw Lin Wan, he would think of the pain he had endured at that time, and that pain was deep in every inch of his body. Why forget it? Looking at Yu Gang's eyes, Yarn Yu couldn't believe it. Who is Lin Wan? Yarn Yu had heard Pan Xiaoting's brief introduction before going to the bar. She was just an orphan with no money, no identity and no background. No, I can't swallow this breath. Yarn Yu didn't give Yu Gang any face at all. Yu Gang couldn't move his body at this moment. Only a few fingers could just try to move, otherwise he would definitely stop Yarn Yu. Yarn Yu tilde you. Shut up, where did the energy you used to hit me go? Yarn Yu was very disappointed with Yu Gang. Sure enough, such a man could only be fierce to his wife at home, and was a coward in front of outsiders. Grabbing the bag placed beside Yu Gang's bed, Yarn Yu's hand was suddenly grabbed by Yu Gang. You? Seeing Yu Gang grabbing her hand, her face suddenly changed. Yu Gang was stunned for a moment, then immediately said, Listen to me, forget about this matter. Seeing that Yu Gang's hand could move freely, Yarn Yu's facial expression was a little stiff, and she didn't seem to be happy. This look, it looks more like fear. Yarn Yu's face suddenly turned pale, looking at Yu Gang on the bed, took a deep breath. Are you okay now? Yu Gang loosened his hand, moved his arm a little, and then moved his other hand, looking at Yarn Yu. It seems to be much better. By the way, you said you agreed to remarry. Finding that his body was slowly recovering, Yu Gang was overjoyed. The first thing he thought of was that Yarn Yu had just taken the initiative to agree to remarry. Yes. Yarn Yu slowly uttered a word. Almost in an instant, the situation reversed, and Lin Wan was completely enlightened. It turned out that Yarn Yu was a bully. Your name is Lin Wan, right? Yu Gang asked. While explaining herself to Yu Gang, Yarn Yu also completed the defense for Lin Wan. So, Yu Gang knew very well that what happened yesterday was just a misunderstanding. Yes, it was me. Lin Wan simply responded. He didn't know what Yu Gang wanted to do. Yarn Yu has already told me about what happened yesterday. I misunderstood you. I apologize to you here. Yu Gang tried to stand up, but it was still difficult to do so for the time being. He told Yarn Yu, help me get my business card. Yarn Yu took out a business card of Yu Gang from her wallet and handed it to Lin Wan reluctantly. In her opinion, Yu Gang had no need to be so polite to a poor student. She didn't even understand why Yu Gang did so. After taking the business card, Lin Wan carefully read the content on the business card. General Manager of Shangarn Automobile Sales Company in F City Yu Gang. Auto sales, isn't that opening a 4S store? But Lin Wan didn't know what Yu Gang wanted to do by giving her a business card. Lin Wan, I am older than you, so I am arrogant to call you Brother Lin. I am really sorry for what happened last night. I will pay all your medical expenses for you. I will apologize to you solemnly in a few days when I get better. Yu Gang's good attitude made Lin Wan a little uncomfortable. He was the boss of a 4S store, but he was suddenly so polite to a high school student. Even the people in the next bed and their families looked at Lin Wan with strange eyes from time to time. You don't need it. Yesterday, he gave Yu Gang that blow. Judging from his current appearance, he probably can't move for a while. Lin Wan was actually prepared for revenge by the other party, but what he didn't expect was that Yu Gang's attitude was so polite. Lin Wan has a habit, that is, when thinking, he likes to wan his fingers. But the moment he looked up, he found that Yu Gang was also staring at his fingers, and his eyes were full of fear. Is it because of this? No wonder Yu Gang had a trace of fear in his eyes when he saw him for the first time. He thought he was just seeing wrong. It seems that his gene lightning has indeed left him with an indelible shadow. If that's the case, there's no reason to be polite to him. Then arrange it as you like. Lin Wan knew that he couldn't be polite to Yu Gang at this time, otherwise Yu Gang wouldn't be able to guess his true background. Don't worry, brother Lin, I'll arrange this, and I'll pick you up in person when the time comes. With such terrible means, Yu Gang would never believe that the other party was just an ordinary poor student. It's up to you. I have something else to do, so I'll be discharged first. Lin Wan quickly found a reason to leave, otherwise he was afraid that he would laugh. Wait a minute. Let Yarn Yu drive you back. Without waiting for Lin Wan to refuse, Yu Gang continued, this is also what Mr. Wu meant. Your sister should be in the bar now. Hearing Yu Gang mention Lin Ying, Lin Wan had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement. You go outside for a while. I still have something to say to Yarn Yu. Watching Lin Wan leave the ward, Yarn Yu's face was not very good. Then when she saw Yu Gang sitting up with his hand on the bed, she silently put away her temper. She whispered, I know about this Lin Wan. He is actually an orphan who can barely afford to go to school. Why are you so polite to him? Yu Gang glared at her and said disdainfully, what do you know? Why do you think I can only lie in bed now? You have no idea how terrible the orphan you are talking about who can't even afford to go to school is. What do you mean? Yarn Yu thought of a very terrible possibility, but then immediately shook her head, no, this is absolutely impossible. How can he get in touch with people of that level? Yarn Yu thought of something, but quickly denied this idea, because she felt that such a mysterious and terrifying existence could never be confused with the poor student she saw. Nothing is impossible. People of their level like to pretend to be ordinary people and play the pig to eat the tiger. Looking helplessly at Yarn Yu beside him, he suddenly felt that the vision of the woman beside him was too narrow. Chapter 11 Wu Yang's Arrangement. Sitting in a red car, Lin Wan, who rarely even took taxis, finally understood the real difference between luxury cars and taxis. As for what happened yesterday, I suggest you keep it to yourself. Yarn Yu said while gritting his teeth and looking at Lin Wan in the rearview mirror. Sitting in the back seat with her eyes closed, Lin Wan almost fell asleep. I thought you were more concerned about your ex-husband. Lin Wan really had no interest in this woman who was already in her 40s. By the way, I'm a little tired. How about you give me a shoulder massage? Yarn Yu said casually. Lin Wan showed a faint smile on her face. Just as she raised her head, she saw her quietly pulling open her clothes to reveal her shoulders. She is indeed a woman with strong needs, but it doesn't matter. This is just a massage, not sex in the car. System prompt, for their host's safety, it is recommended to adjust the skill strength. Lin Wan was a little surprised that the skill could actually adjust its strength. Lin Wan asked the system, how can I adjust the strength of my skills? He was already impatient to learn about this function. The system's suggestion should be to weaken it, but at the same time, this function should have a corresponding strengthening function. The skill mastering interface automatically appeared in front of him. The system means, let him see it himself. After opening the skill interface, Lin Wan saw two words, level 4, in the upper right corner of the interface. What does level 4 mean? Could it be that yesterday's strength only reached level 4? He clicked on the skill strength option and saw the other options above. Strength, level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 8, level 9, level 10. The higher the skill strength, the more energy consumed by the host. There are a total of 10 levels of intensity, but at the moment it is unclear what the effects of the other levels are. Yarn Yu is driving now. If he gets into the same state as yesterday, they will definitely have a car accident. To be on the safe side, Lin Wan chose a level 0. Although feeling the strength in Lin Wan's hands can make the body feel pleasant, the effect is greatly reduced. Yarn Yu said somewhat dissatisfiedly, why does it feel so much worse than yesterday? Maybe it's because you were driving, so you couldn't concentrate, so the feeling was naturally a little worse. Lin Wan made up an excuse to get away with it. Lin Wan didn't even bother to look at the reminder of happiness value +1. To reach the next level, more than 4,000 emotional energy points are needed. Do I have to get all of this from Yarn Yu? Stop it, you're disappointing me so much, I can't feel anything at all. Lin Wan wished she had said this earlier. Although Yarn Yu said this, her flushed face expressed her true feelings. The low-intensity massage made her heart feel as uncomfortable as a cat's claws. Yarn Yu's car suddenly sped up, leaving all the cars beside him far behind, except for a yellow sports car that was following closely behind. Lin Wan noticed that this car had been following them since they left the hospital. He turned around and looked at the yellow sports car. The driver seemed to be a man who looked to be in his 20s or nearly 30 years old. The car quickly drove to the parking lot near the Red Lips bar, and Yarn Yu parked the car on the side of the road. Get out. She seemed to be in a hurry to get Lin Wan out of the car, and her quick departure showed her impatience. The two cars quickly left Lin Wan's sight. Walking into the bar door, I found that the Red Lips bar is rarely open during the day. Even if it is open now, only the back door is open. Walking into the bar, Lin Ying was waiting anxiously. Lin Wan's cell phone was in her hand. She seemed very anxious because she couldn't contact Lin Wan. Seeing Lin Ying holding her phone with a worried look on her face, Lin Wan suddenly felt warm in his heart. The only person in the world who could care about him like this was probably this sister who depended on him for everything. Lin Ying was wearing a white dress today, and her hairstyle was also the most beautiful one that Lin Wan had never seen on her before. With her perfect figure and iconic face, she looks many times more beautiful than the F-City University beauty rumored on the internet. Hearing the footsteps behind her, Lin Ying suddenly turned around, revealing her entire front in front of Lin Wan. Seeing the deep groove that was only slightly exposed, Lin Wan almost had a nosebleed. This was the first time he saw Lin Ying dressed so revealingly, and in front of so many people, which suddenly made him feel a little jealous. Lin Wan, are you okay? Lin Ying checked Lin Wan carefully. Keeping this distance from her sister made the bar staff standing near the eaves envious. Hey, what could happen to me? Someone was drunk yesterday and my arm got a minor injury, so I went to the hospital to get it bandaged. The injury on the shoulder was clearly visible, and Lin Wan couldn't hide it. How can you be so careless? Lin Ying frowned, looking a little unhappy. She pulled Lin Wan's arm and said, let's go home with sister. Wait a minute. Wu Yang, who was sitting next to her, finally spoke. The expressionless face showed a faint smile the moment he looked up. Ying, didn't we agree to have dinner together later? Wu Yang didn't say a word about what happened last night. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional. Hearing Wu Yang's words, Lin Ying said hesitantly, but, what about Lin Wan when we have dinner? Silly girl, of course he is following us. Wu Yang looked at her with amusement. Wu Liang, who had been standing behind Wu Yang, looked at Lin Wan with a strange expression and shook his head slightly at him. Noticing Wu Liang's hint, Lin Wan didn't quite understand what he wanted to express. Wu Yang suddenly turned around and said, Wu Liang, go out and help me see if anyone has arrived. The tone of his voice sounded a little cold, as if it was a warning to Wu Liang. Looking at Wu Liang's leaving back, Lin Wan still didn't understand what he was implying by shaking his head 3 times in a row. Wu Liang had just walked to the door when he quickly ran back. Wu Yang glanced at him and smiled brightly. People are here, open the front door. He walked directly to Lin Ying's side and pulled her away from Lin Wan, and this action seemed unintentional. Lin Wan seemed to understand something from Wu Liang's eyes, but she was not quite sure. Ying, let me tell you, my cousin never wants to come in from the back every time he comes to my place. He thinks it's not fair enough, he said as he enthusiastically pulled Lin Ying. Lin Ying didn't think much about it and let Wu Yang pull her like that. Ever since she and Lin Wan came to the bar together, Wu Yang had always been very caring towards them. The person who walked in was a young man dressed gorgeously and somewhat flashy, especially his hairstyle, which seemed to be the recently popular grey hair. Chapter 12, Meeting a Best Friend. When she saw the person coming, Lin Ying just took a quick look and wanted to let go of Wu Yang's hand, but found that she couldn't break free easily. Lin Yingying whispered to Wu Yang, "Sister Yang, you hurt me." The young man then noticed the girl standing next to Wu Yang. He just glanced at her casually and couldn't look away. "Cousin, the goddess next to you should be the campus beauty of our F-City University, right? Are you also a student of F-City University?" Lin Yingying asked with some surprise. "My name is Yu Jun. I'm a few years older than you. So you should call me senior." Lin Wan, who was standing aside, was completely ignored, as if she didn't exist at all. Wu Yang deliberately stood between the two of them, and her purpose was self-evident. Wu Liang quietly walked towards the men's restroom and winked at Lin Wan as he passed by him. After Wu Liang turned the corner, Lin Wan also walked towards the bathroom. Lin Wan. As soon as he walked into the bathroom, Wu Liang was already standing there waiting for him. "Brother Wu, what did you want to tell me just now?" Lin Wan asked in confusion. Wu Liang covered his face. He said helplessly, "Lin Wan, why don't you understand yet? Don't you see that your sister is about to be snatched away by someone?" "Har har, that's impossible. My sister doesn't like this type." Lin Wan was very confident about Lin Yingying. "You think things are too simple." Wu Liang sighed. "Boss Wu has already arranged everything for the evening. After dinner, he will take them shopping and then deliberately book a movie for a very late night. You should understand this routine without me telling you, right?" Lin Wan nodded solemnly. Of course he understood that these were just the superficial statements. There were also some details that Wu Liang did not mention, such as forcing people to drink alcohol and giving them drugs, which were very common things. Thinking about the anxious look on that young man's face, he would definitely do such a thing. Coming out of the bathroom, Lin Yingying looked a little embarrassed. Wu Yang just asked to have dinner together, which didn't sound like an excessive request. Walking to Lin Yingying's side, Lin Wan patted her hands and blinked to reassure her. Of course, when Lin Wan came over, he had already adjusted the strength of the skill to level 0. Seeing that Lin Wan didn't seem to understand her hint, Lin Yingying whispered in Lin Wan's ear, "I asked you to help me think of a reason to leave, why did you nod at me?" His tilde, the weak part of her waist, was pinched hard by her sister, and Lin Wan grimaced in pain. "It's just a meal, as a way of repaying Wu Yang's favor. We won't work for her anymore from now on," Lin Wan said indifferently. "As long as you repay the favor and leave the bar, there will naturally be no more troubles in the future. But without the salary here, how will we live in the future?" Thinking of the future life, Lin Yingying hesitated. "I'll find a way," Lin Wan said very straightforwardly. Lin Wan felt a little sad when he thought about how he had given massages to Yarn Yu and Pan Xiaoting last night, which had become completely voluntary labor, and he didn't get a penny at all. With the super system and the ability to adjust the intensity, I can earn more by just giving others a few massages than working in a bar. You should study hard first. At worst, I can drop out of school to support your studies. Lin Yingying gritted her teeth. Lin Yingying already understood exactly what was going on. She found it a little strange that Wu Yang suddenly prepared a set of clothes for her today. Although Wu Yang was usually a nice person, she was a little too nice this time. But when she saw Yu Jun appear, she immediately understood Wu Yang's real purpose. She was trying to match her up with her cousin. Yu Jun, who was discussing with Wu Yang, smiled smugly and raised his eyebrows when he looked at Lin Yingying. Lin Yingying turned her head away in disgust. Wu Yang's voice came from afar, "Yingying, let's go. Xiao Jun has already made arrangements." Lin Yingying smiled politely, "Okay, Sister Yang." After coming out of the bar, Lin Yingying kept holding Lin Wan's arm, as if she was afraid that he would run away. And Lin Wan let her sister hold him like this. Yu Jun drives a red BMW i8, which even in its lowest configuration costs nearly 2 million yuan. It seems that he is indeed a wealthy young man. After getting in the car, Lin Yingying forced Lin Wan to sit in the back seat, while Wu Yang sat in the passenger seat. No one spoke along the way, and finally Yu Jun was the first to speak. "School girl, it must be very hard for you to work for my cousin now. My brother's company just happened to be looking for a part-time clerk recently. The salary and benefits are similar to my cousin's, but the work is much easier." Seeing that Lin Yingying was not listening seriously, she continued Yu Jun's words and said, "Yingying, what Xiao Jun said is true, but the clerks in my uncle's company need to work 8 hours a day, so it's not convenient for you to go to class. Wu Yang paused deliberately. She noticed that Lin Yingying was indeed a little hesitant, and then continued, but don't worry about this. I can ask Yu Jun to help say hello and let you work part-time there when there are no customers. Hey, Xiao Jun, I remember your father's company seems to be near F City University, right? An expression of surprise appeared on Wu Yang's face. Yes, it's indeed not far. It only takes 5 minutes to walk there. Yu Jun confirmed Wu Yang's words. The salary is similar to that of a bar. As long as you work part-time when you are not in class, you can get a monthly salary of 3,000. This is definitely worth considering for Lin Yingying, and it is not far from the school. Lin Wan, who was sitting next to Lin Yingying, was horrified when she heard this. These conditions were indeed the best choice for her sister Lin Yingying. Moreover, when all these conditions are added together, aren't they the legendary high pay, low work, close to home? 3,000 yuan is indeed very attractive to Lin Yingying now, which makes her hesitate when she was originally ready to refuse. Seeing that Lin Yingying was serious, Lin Wan deliberately scratched her palm to completely divert her attention to himself. We're here, Yingying and Lin Wan, let's get off the car first and let Xiao Jun find a parking space by himself. Wu Yang returned to her previous image of the caring older sister. After receiving Wu Liang's reminder at the bar, Lin Wan did not dare to take it lightly, as there would probably be some interesting things to happen at the dinner table later. Standing outside the restaurant, looking at the guests inside and what they are wearing, Lin Wan suddenly understood Yu Jun and Wu Yang's intentions. A scene where the rich second generation gets slapped in the face. Standing behind Lin Yingying, Lin Wan slowed down his pace. As soon as he stepped through the door, the dining process would probably attract a lot of ridicule and criticism from people. This should be Wu Yang's real intention, to make Lin Yingying truly feel the difference between the rich and the poor. At the same time, even if she can't retreat, she can at least humiliate herself severely. This shows how sinister their intentions are. Par. Someone suddenly patted his shoulder, and Lin Wan turned back subconsciously. Baozi? Seeing the person behind him, Lin Wan couldn't believe his eyes. Chapter 13. Sure enough, things are not simple. Bao Yifan, nicknamed Baozi, was Lin Wan's best friend throughout elementary school, junior high school and even high school. They would stare at the teacher's chest to exchange experiences at school, and watch X-rated movies and comics together after class. They had almost everything to talk about. But Lin Wan never thought that Bao Yifan would be a rich second generation and seemed to be extremely wealthy. Lin Wan, why are you here? Bao Yifan was also very surprised to see Lin Wan here. I came here to eat, and I didn't expect you to be such a rich guy. What kind of rich man is that? He just benefited from his family's influence. My family specifically instructed me to do so before, so I have never told anyone, including you, he explained. By the way, why are you going in to eat wearing just the waiter's uniform? He pointed at Lin Wan's entire body. Take Lin Wan to where he parked his car. Bao Yifan opened the car door and pointed to the back seat. There is another set of clothes in the back seat of my car. We have similar body shapes, so you can wear mine first. Then he stood beside the car and waited quietly. After carefully looking at the guests coming in and out, I can only describe their attire in one word: elegant. Lin Wan didn't bother to be polite with him and directly opened the car door. On the back seat of the car was a well-matched suit. After changing clothes, he opened the car door. The clothes were tailor-made according to Bao Yifan's figure, but they didn't fit Lin Wan well. Bao Yifan propped his chin up with his hand and looked at Lin Wan in surprise after she changed her clothes. Not bad, kid. I didn't expect that after you put on your clothes, you'd almost catch up with me. Tsk tilde, Lin Wan glanced at him with disdain. Baozi laughed and punched his shoulder. No, what do you mean? I was just praising you for being handsome. Lin Wan simply ignored it. After the transformation, Lin Wan's skin and facial features were fine-tuned by the system. Coupled with the improvement of her charm value, her overall appearance is already better than that of many ordinary people with ordinary looks. Coupled with this high-end suit, standing next to Bao Yifan, they look like two dandy young men. Bao Yifan threw the car keys to the waiter, then led Lin Wan into the restaurant. There were not many tables in the restaurant, and there was ample space between each seat. Lin Wan found Lin Yingying and the others in the inner part. The two walked straight to table number 8 where Lin Yingying and Wu Yang were. Baozi didn't say what they were doing here today, and Lin Wan didn't ask. Seeing someone standing behind her, Lin Yingying turned around and saw that it was Lin Wan. She covered her mouth in surprise. Lin Wan. Lin Wan, who was used to wearing cheap clothes, suddenly changed into a high-end suit. His whole temperament changed drastically, and he outshone his deskmate Yu Jun. It was the first time for Lin Wan to wear such clothes, and her hands looked a little unnatural. On the other hand, Baozi next to her looked at this person with curiosity. "Sister, look who this is." Lin Wan pointed at Baozi beside her. "You are Bao Yifan." Bao Yifan and Lin Wan have been very good classmates since elementary school. After middle school, they often played games together. Bao Yifan even often stayed in Lin Wan's room to spend the night together. Therefore, Lin Yingying is also familiar with Bao Yifan. "Sister Yingying." Bao Yifan stepped forward and greeted her. Baozi's fear of Lin Yingying mainly comes from his biological sister Bao Wenjun, and Lin Yingying and Bao Wenjun happen to have very similar personalities. So every time he faces Lin Yingying, Baozi always thinks of his strong sister at home. "Yingying, is this your friend? Why don't you sit down with us?" Wu Yang didn't recognize Bao Yifan, but she was very familiar with the clothes he was wearing. Anyone who could afford to wear such clothes must be very rich. The friend who showed up during dinner didn't actually affect her plan, but it was a pity that she didn't give up. Thinking of this, Wu Yang glanced at Lin Wan unintentionally, and the coldness in her eyes made people feel a little cold. Lin Wan sat next to Lin Yingying without showing any weakness. Seeing Lin Wan sitting next to Lin Yingying, Yu Jun just thought they were just an ordinary brother and sister and didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, he was looking forward to tonight's arrangements. He had prepared a little trick of obedient water in his pocket. He had tried this potion many times and it worked very well. Baozi looked at Lin Yingying beside Lin Wan, then looked at the other two people at the table, walked over to Lin Wan and whispered, "Lin Wan, I think those two people across the table don't look like good people. You'd better go back as soon as you finish your meal." "Sorry, I have an appointment, so I have to excuse myself first." Baozi patted Lin Wan's shoulder, and when Lin Wan nodded, he turned and left. Lin Wan silently remembered Baozi's help today. Originally, the main purpose of this meal was to embarrass Lin Wan, but the appearance of Bao Yifan disrupted Wu Yang's plan. Several people at the dinner table were chatting intermittently. Lin Wan sat quietly by himself, but from time to time mature women or young women passing by would cast their attention to him. On the contrary, the young women would just glance at him casually and then pay no more attention. What other people were more concerned about was actually Lin Wan's age. He was only 16 years old, and wearing this outfit, he was regarded as the center of the table. "I think we've almost finished eating, why don't we pay the bill?" Wu Yang looked at Yu Jun. Lin Wan sat in his seat without looking up, thinking, is the bill settled already? This matter seems a little too simple. Yu Jun looked at Lin Wan and Lin Yingying, a barely perceptible smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Wu Yang nodded slightly at Yu Jun, and Lin Wan happened to catch this action inadvertently. When he and Yu Jun looked at each other, Lin Wan saw obvious mockery in Yu Jun's eyes. "Cousin, I remember when I came here, I told you that it would be AA, right?" Yu Jun looked at Wu Yang seriously. "AA?" Lin Yingying looked at Wu Yang with an expression of disbelief in her eyes. "I was originally feeling a little apologetic about the expensive prices of the dishes, but suddenly I heard Yu Jun say that it was AA. Chapter 14, Exogenous Branches. Yingying, I'm sorry, I really forgot just now. How about this, I will pay for your share," Wu Yang said innocently. Lin Yingying could guess that this meal was obviously intended to target Lin Wan, who was beside her. The gratitude she had for Wu Yang was gone in an instant. Picking up the advance bill, Lin Wan looked at the price on it. Even if everyone paid separately, he and Lin Yingying would have to pay at least 2,000 renminbi each. Fortunately, there was still some money in the card. Thinking of the balance in the card, Lin Wan was already thinking about how to use the system to make his first pot of gold. Yu Jun shouted directly to the waiter, "Waiter, pay the bill." Lin Yingying roughly calculated that there were still 6,000 yuan in her and Lin Wan's cards. After paying the bills, there was still about 1,000 yuan left, which could barely get by for a while. Mr. Wu, that's not necessary. Lin Wan and I can pay for it ourselves. Lin Yingying calmly rejected Wu Yang's good intentions. Knowing that Wu Yang had deliberately set up a trap for her and her brother, Lin Yingying no longer wanted to have anything to do with Wu Yang. Even the conflict that Lin Wan had with others last night, Lin Yingying now suspected that it might have been deliberately set up by Wu Yang. A waitress in a maid outfit quickly came over. The young and pretty waitress, coupled with her outfit, is the biggest feature of this store. Hello, sir. Our general manager Bao has specifically instructed that your seat is free of charge. He put the bill in his hand on the table. Free. Wu Yang's face turned a little ugly. The Mr. Bao you are talking about, is he the owner of this store? Yu Jun only knew that the owner of this store's surname was Bao, but he was not very clear about his specific name. The waitress in maid uniform didn't even look at the two cousins. Completely ignored, Yu Jun sat aside with a grim face and reached out to touch the obedient water he had been carrying with him. Boss Bao. Are you talking about Bao Yifan? Lin Wan immediately thought of that kid Bao Yifan. I secretly paid the bill myself, which seemed like something that boy liked to do. Mr. Bao also specifically instructed that this meal is for a handsome young man named Lin. The waiter said as she covered her face with a smile and secretly stuck out her cute pink tongue. Yu Jun glanced at Wu Yang, and Wu Yang nodded. The arrangement of this meal could only be regarded as foreplay, and the next thing was the real highlight. Looking at the eye contact between Yu Jun and Wu Yang, Lin Wan roughly guessed what they were going to do. Before Wu Yang could speak, Lin Wan spoke first. Boss Wu, my sister and I have already booked movie tickets for 9 o'clock, and it happens to be at a nearby theater. I'll take my leave first. Hey Tilder, wait a minute, don't leave yet Tilder. Completely ignoring Wu Yang, the two walked outside the restaurant, hailed a taxi, got in and left. Watching the taxi leave, Yu Jun happened to catch up. He walked to Wu Yang's side and put his arm around her waist. Cousin, I'm so angry, how about you help me? Wu Yang rolled her eyes at him and said, why, are you really excited? I have a few pretty good girls in my shop. I'm free tonight, so I'll take you out to cool off. Hearing Wu Yang talking about the women in her bar, Yu Jun suddenly became interested. Sister, are there any new people coming to your bar recently? She twisted her waist to try to break free from Yu Jun's hands, but unexpectedly Yu Jun's hands held her even tighter. She simply let him do what he wanted. Wu Yang took out her cell phone and opened the photo album. There were many photos of women with different looks in the album, all wearing heavy makeup. Each of them was posing in a seductive pose, which made Yu Jun's mouth dry. After looking through them all, Yu Jun stopped at one of them and was already impatient to see the person behind it. In the restaurant, the waitress in maid outfit took out her cell phone and called Bao Yifan after Lin Wan and others left. On her mobile phone, the note for Bao Yifan was actually, brother. Hey, bro, your friends are gone, but those two guys they were eating with were really abominable. Haven't you seen this kind of thing often? There's nothing strange about it. Bao Yifan was no longer surprised by this kind of thing. The girl pouted, brother, Lin Wan seems to be more beautiful now. It seems a little bit. By the way, he didn't recognize you. He was being cheated by that pair of cousins at that time, so he had no time to look at me. He showed a little disappointment while speaking, but soon laughed again. By the way, we agreed before that I will be a waiter here for a month, and I will be in charge of this store. You must keep your word. If you dare to lie to me, I will tell my elder sister. Hearing the girl bring up her elder sister, Bao Yifan wanted to tease her, fearing that she would really call her elder sister, so he immediately said affirmatively, of course, when has the second brother ever lied to you? In a community near the Red Lips bar, Wu Yang directly found Wang Peng's residence. Wang Peng sat on the chair with a nervous look on his face. Wu Yang was standing in front of him. Mr. Wu, I have been punished for the mistake I made. No, do you have any other instructions? Wang Peng spoke a little unnaturally. Wu Yang leaned over to look at the plaster on Wang Peng's leg. A deep groove was revealed in his collar. Wang Peng swallowed and dared not look at it again. Seeing Wu Yang stretching out her hand, the person accompanying her took an iron rod as thick as her wrist and put it in her hand. Mr. Wu, please don't do that, Mr. Wu tilder. The iron rod was moving on Wang Peng's legs, as if choosing a suitable position. Wang Peng was very nervous and sweat was pouring down his face. This leg of yours only belongs to Yarn Yi. I haven't settled my share with you yet. Wu Yang said calmly. She looked at Wu Liang behind her and handed the iron rod to Wu Liang. You should know very well that if you do things in my place, you have to follow my rules. She pointed at Wang Peng's other leg. Old rules, one leg, I don't ask for more. Mr. Wu, no, no, no. I have already broken one leg. If anything happens to this leg again, you will kill me. You might as well kill me. The smile on Wang Peng's face when he spoke was uglier than crying. Wu Yang sat back to her original seat. Seeing this scene, Wang Peng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had more or less guessed Wu Yang's intention. According to Wu Yang's personality, if the other party really wanted to take action, he would definitely take action first and then discuss the details. But now, after saying so much, she probably has no intention of taking action. Even so, Wang Peng didn't have the courage to gamble. If he guessed wrong, he would lose the other one. Remember Lin Wan who slapped you last time? You just let him go. Wang Peng, I remember you were not such a coward before. I even doubt which leg you broke. Wu Yang deliberately used provocation to provoke him. Lin Wan tilde, Wang Peng gritted his teeth. All because of this name, he lost his job and broke his leg, and he almost broke another one just now. Chapter 15 Pan Xiaoting's recommendation. Thinking of Lin Wan now, Wang Peng wished he could eat her flesh raw. Remember what I said. Wu Yang looked at Wang Peng with cold eyes. Wang Peng immediately lowered his head. After walking about 30 or 40 meters, Wu Yang casually asked the person next to her, by the way, what movie is Lin Wan watching at Sheji Cinema tonight? Another person next to him smiled and answered cheerfully, it seems to be Dangal at 9 o'clock. Watching Wu Yang's red car drive away, Wang Peng gripped his crutch even tighter. Wang Peng made up his mind, took out his cell phone and called a man named Brother Bin. And just at the corner not far from where Wang Peng was, a red car was parked. Wu Yang was not in the car at this moment, but was standing in the corner looking at Wang Peng who was on the phone. After taking a look at Wang Peng's angry expression, Wu Yang turned around and got in the car. Walk. I am sitting in the cinema watching a movie at the moment. There are not many people watching the movie. Only 1/3 of the seats are occupied, and most people choose the middle seats. A few couples also chose to sit in the back row. Lin Yingyin was watching a movie intently. Lin Wan felt a little bored and suddenly looked at Lin Yingyin's hand which was so close to her. Open the system interface and turn on the 10-finger current level 3. Lin Wan's hand gently touched the back of Lin Yingyin's hand, and she seemed to feel nothing. However, her slightly trembling body told Lin Wan with practical actions that her attention was not on the movie. Lin Yingyin quickly retracted her hand. Realizing that his hand was hidden between Lin Yingyin's legs, Lin Wan gave up attacking his left hand and turned to look at her neck. As if she had discovered Lin Wan's purpose, Lin Yingyin bit her lip and secretly glanced at the person next to her. Confirmed that most people's attention is on the movie. While Lin Wan wasn't paying attention. Lin Yingyin stretched out her left hand, grasped Lin Wan's neck, and then pulled hard, clamping his head tightly. Feeling something soft on his head, Lin Wan suddenly gave up struggling. Turn off the current on your 10 fingers to level 0 and stay still. It was just that the occasional heavy breathing sound coming from the back seat and the rhythmic creaking of the seat as it shook made it seem a bit awkward. Today Pan Xiaoting went to the hospital to see her cousin-in-law Yu Gang, who had just remarried her cousin Yarn Yu. She originally wanted to visit her student Lin Wan on the way. Upon asking, I found out that Lin Wan had left early in the morning. After parking the car on the side of the road, Pan Xiaoting's mouth corners suddenly curled up. Open a group dedicated to eating, drinking and having fun. Pan Xiaoting, I experienced a very magical traditional massage yesterday. After waiting for a while, it seemed that no one replied. Pan Xiaoting smiled helplessly and shook her head. She didn't know where these rich ladies in the group had gone to live a happy life. The car drove slowly on the road, with the window slightly open to allow the wind to blow into the car. When the cold wind blew on my face, my originally tired face suddenly became much more energetic. Buzz. My massage? Is it a massage? Wenxiu, I'm a little curious, what kind of massage could make Miss Pan, who we never recommend, suddenly recommend it in our group? My Xiu actually showed up. Don't you have to accompany your boyfriend who is the son of an official? Wenxiu, don't mention it anymore. I'm already preparing to break up. He is incompetent and has a terrible temper. He loses his temper at the slightest provocation. He is more womanlike than me. Xu Qingwan, it's better to break up. I told you a long time ago that this man is unreliable. Seeing the appearance of the woman named Xu Qingwan, Pan Xiaoting pressed the voice button. Is there a new person in the group? This lady looks a little unfamiliar. When Xiao, who was holding her phone on the other side, heard what Pan Xiaoting said and laughed, our Xu Qingwan is the owner of the largest beauty salon in my city F. After hearing Wen Xiu's reply, Pan Xiaoting immediately understood why they had no interest in her recommendation. Thinking about the incident that happened to Lin Wan last night because he went to the bar with his cousin, he felt a little guilty. Since the other party has a special skill in this area, we should try to make the best use of his strengths. Not to mention anything else, each of these rich women is one of the richest people in F City. He gritted his teeth, opened the photo album on his phone, and found the photo of Yarnyu that he had secretly taken last night. Yarnyu looked confused and lustful in the photo. Her mouth was slightly open, her eyes were closed, and enjoyment and satisfaction were shown on her face. Although only Yarnyu's face and shoulders were photographed, the content contained in it is easy to arouse people's imagination. When the picture was sent to the group, even many group members who were peeking at the screen and lurking were exposed. Pan Xiaoting added a sentence behind the picture. Guess what my cousin is doing? Naughty. Now the information in the group kept flashing by like a screen refresh, and Pan Xiaoting, who was driving, couldn't keep up with the speed of the text. She sent a message to Lin Wan. Lin Wan, what are you doing now? Just as he was enjoying himself leaning on Lin Ying, he suddenly saw the screen of the phone in his handbag light up. Lin Wan quietly took out his cell phone, and when he saw it was Pan Xiaoting, he replied that he was watching a movie here. On the other side, several consecutive messages in the group were about Pan Xiaoting. Although there is a lot of information, it all talks about the same problem. Where is this store located? As for the photo of her cousin, Pan Xiaoting had already withdrawn it. If Yarnyu knew about it, he would definitely chase her with a knife. Pan Xiaoting, this is not in the store. He is one of my students. However, he is watching a movie at night and has no time. Wang Ying, if I really love him so deeply, I would pull him out even if he is in bed. Wang Ying's younger brother is a veteran hacker. Although his family's house was demolished and more than a dozen houses were left behind, all of which were registered under his name, he was not satisfied with collecting rent every month, and instead started working as a hacker. Wang Yang, can you help me look at all the people who came into contact with Pan Xiaoting at the Red Lips bar the night before last? As long as we turn on the surveillance footage of the Red Lips bar, it will only be a matter of time before we find that person. Sister, are you finally going to find a boyfriend? As a younger brother, Wang Yang couldn't help but say a few words to his sister who has been single for many years. Don't talk nonsense, I'm looking for a very special masseur. Speaking of this masseur, Wang Ying showed an imperceptible smile at the corner of her mouth. When Wang Yang heard the word masseur, he immediately lost interest, but he was still a little curious about what was so special about the masseur that his sister wanted to find in the middle of the night. In order to facilitate the viewing of surveillance videos at any time, many places now install management software when cameras are installed. However, few people know that when connected to the internet, it is equivalent to making the video public to the entire network. Chapter 16 Wang Peng's Revenge. Wang Yang easily opened the video of the Red Lips bar. The Red Lips bar used high-definition cameras, and the pictures were very clear. Soon, Wang Yang found the man. A bartender. After finding the man, Wang Yang was puzzled by his identity. Driven by curiosity, he continued to pay attention to Sister Pan Xiaoting and the man until they walked into the box. At least so far, everything seemed normal. It doesn't seem to be anything special. In Wang Yang's opinion, the current video contents are all very boring and trivial. Wait, what's going on? In the surveillance video, a woman in her 40s was receiving a massage, but her reactions were extremely exaggerated. This scene looked like the restricted level movies from the island country that Wang Yang usually watched, especially the reaction of the heroine in the scene, which was almost the same as the first one. You're awesome, brother. Teacher Kato would kneel down to you. Wang Yang watched the entire process almost on his knees. If this was not a surveillance video, Wang Yang would definitely regard the video as a pre-recorded performance. God. God. With eyes full of admiration, Wang Yang magnified Lin Wan's photo countless times and took screenshots. He wanted to remember what this person looked like. Now not only his sister Wang Ying was looking for this person, but Wang Yang also couldn't wait to meet this godlike man who was countless times stronger than Teacher Kato. Sister, I found the person you were looking for. Wang Yang displayed his achievements in front of Wang Ying as if to take credit for them. Seeing the mini tablet in front of her, Wang Ying couldn't wait to hold the tablet in her hands. The first thing she saw was the front-facing photo of Lin Wan that Wang Yang had specially adjusted. TSK, I didn't expect him to be so handsome. Although the lighting in the picture was a little dim, it did not affect Wang Ying's praise for Lin Wan's appearance and temperament. Wang Yang looked at other information, including some of the other parties' more private information, in the bar's information, and even found out about the feud between the man named Wang Peng and Lin Wan. Cinema room number 3, why is this movie called Dangal so long? It actually lasts 3.5 hours. Wang Ying frowned when she saw the movie time. According to this time calculation, even if the other party has come out, it is already early morning. However, getting a massage in the early morning does sound exciting. Thinking of this, Wang Ying actually felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Just as Wang Ying made a decision, the cell phone in her hand suddenly rang. The caller's note is Wen Xiu. Wang Ying, your brother should have found the information of that person, right? Wen Xiu's words on the phone sounded like a prophet. Xiu, I just found your number and called you. You have such a good sense of timing. Wang Ying sincerely felt that the timing of Wen Xiu's call was such a coincidence. At this very moment, they had already found out all the information about Lin Wan that they were looking for. I'm about to set out to find this person. I'll tell him in detail when we meet. Wang Ying was planning to discuss with Wen Xiu where to meet later when she felt someone patting her shoulder. Turning around, she saw her brother Wang Yang holding a tablet with his mobile phone on it. The tablet was playing surveillance video, but Wang Ying just glanced at it and didn't watch it carefully. She turned her attention back to communicating with Wen Xiu, but Wang Yang reached out and patted her shoulder again. This time Wang Ying was about to get angry. Wang Ying lowered her voice, can't you see I'm busy? But Wang Yang didn't give up. He pointed to a box in a corner of the surveillance video on the tablet and zoomed in on Yarn Yu. What is this? Wang Ying's attention was immediately attracted by the picture above. Isn't Yarn Yu in the picture Pan Xiaoting's cousin? Wang Ying had seen her photo in the group, which was taken at this time. Judging from her reaction in the picture, anyone would think she was enjoying some special service if they didn't know clearly what she was doing. Seeing this scene, Wang Ying became more eager to meet this person with special massage techniques. Looking at his information, it seems that he is still a student and an orphan. He has lived with his sister Lin Ying, who is also an orphan, since childhood. From the economic information, Wang Ying saw 2 words: lack of money. That's great. I have plenty of money. Thinking of this, Wang Ying suddenly became more excited about the meeting soon. The other party is just a high school student, a 16-year-old high school student, who is in puberty, and should be very easy to take down. Thinking of this, a confident smile gradually appeared on Wang Ying's face. Sister, can I go with you? Wang Yang said embarrassedly. Looking at her brother who asked to go out with her for the first time, Wang Ying was stunned at first. However, thinking of Yarn Yu's unbearable performance in the surveillance footage, Wang Ying couldn't guarantee that she would be the same at that time. Wang Ying opened her lips slightly and uttered one word, get lost tilde. While Lin Wan was leaning on Lin Ying and sleeping soundly, other audience members were silently wiping away their tears. The movie was almost coming to the end and it was also the most touching part. Lin Wan, who was an orphan since childhood, didn't have any feelings for the father-son relationship in the movie. It seemed like he was deliberately using sleep to avoid the plots of this kind of movie. If you watch movie plots like this too many times, you will inevitably feel strange emotions in your heart. Lin Ying's eyes were slightly red, and she didn't know how many tears she had shed silently. The film ended quickly. After leaving the screening room, Lin Wan noticed that many eyes were staring at him along the way. When he turned his head to look at these people, they all turned their heads to look elsewhere. These people were waiting for him here on purpose. At first, he didn't care about it. After all, it was normal to be noticed on the street. But among these people, there were a few who looked familiar to Lin Wan. Several of them had appeared in the bar with Wang Peng before. Seeing these people, Lin Wan suddenly realized that Wang Peng had sent people to take revenge on him. Check the skill bar on the system interface. Skills, 10 finger current elementary usable, absolute defense elementary usable, genetic lightning elementary usable. Fortunately, the cooling time of the magical skill used against Yu Gang last time has expired, and the defensive skill can only be refreshed once every 10 seconds. There are so many people on the other side, so the best strategy is to retreat. Suddenly, Lin Wan pulled her towards another door. Lin Ying asked hurriedly, Lin Wan, the door is over there. Where are you going? There are too many people here, let's go through another door. Lin Wan didn't have time to explain. The opponent was obviously well prepared and kept a close eye on Lin Wan and the other person. Soon, Lin Wan, who was about to go out the side door, found himself and his sister surrounded by these people again. Chapter 17 The popular Lin Wan. Since I can't sneak away quietly, I might as well go through the front door. At least there are more people there, so maybe I still have a chance to sneak away. Lin Ying had been holding Lin Wan's hand and walking around everywhere. She had already sensed something was wrong and she noticed the people around them. She recognized all these people, and remembered clearly how they walked with Wang Peng. This may be her innate talent. Lin Ying remembers these details very clearly, which are often easily overlooked. Lin Wan, how about we call the police? Lin Ying recalled carefully and concluded that there should be 8 people on the other side in total. There are only 5 seen so far, which means there are 3 more waiting somewhere else. We might as well call the police now. Lin Wan shook her head, sister, it's useless to call the police. Once the police leave, they can continue to attack. The other party is currently just walking freely nearby and doesn't seem to be doing anything special. Even if you call the police, it won't solve the problem. What should we do then? Lin Ying frowned. They are all thugs in society, and there are so many people on the other side, and they may have knives on them. The brother and sister are definitely no match for them. When the brother and sister followed some people who were watching the movie out of the square gate, it was almost 12 o'clock and there were few people on the street. Drop. A loud horn sounded, attracting Lin Wan's attention. I looked towards the driver's seat in confusion. The driver was a woman with beautiful but cold eyes. The passenger seat next to this indifferent woman was a man named Ai, who was dressed casually and yawned constantly. The painting styles of these two people are full of incongruity no matter how you look at it. At this moment, the gangsters suddenly surrounded them, and there were 3 more of them. Among them was a man with a crew cut who had a chelin tattooed on his entire right arm. He had a face full of flesh and looked very tough. He is also the most ferocious looking one among the group, and the others follow his footsteps intentionally or unintentionally. Lin Wan guessed that this man with a face full of flesh should be the boss among the 8 people in front of him. The indifferent woman who was observing Lin Wan suddenly said, "Get in the car." She didn't even glance at the 8 people next to her, and didn't seem to care about them. Seeing that Lin Wan and his sister were about to leave in the car, the muscular man took out a knife from somewhere, and another gangster with squinting eyes next to him reached out and knocked hard on the car window. "Get out of the car. Everyone, get out of the car." The 8 thugs surrounded the car unscrupulously, waiting impatiently for the people in the car to open the door and get out. "Fuck, I told you to get out of the car, did you hear me?" The muscular man raised his foot and was about to kick the car door hard. The indifferent woman stared at the actions of the muscular man outside the car, and saw that he was about to kick her beloved car. "The money for repairing the car will be deducted from your next month's salary." He said it casually. The young man who was originally sitting lazily and casually in the passenger seat seemed to become a different person in an instant when he heard the 3 words, deduction of salary. He opened the car door and kicked the fat man in the thigh before he could react. With a bang, the fat man was kicked away, and even when he landed on the ground, he was dragged back a full meter before stopping. A car just stopped behind the fat man. After the door opened, a slender leg in high heels appeared in front of everyone. The sound of someone walking quickly in high heels reached everyone's ears clearly, as if she didn't see the fat man on the ground, and walked directly towards the car where Lin Wan was now. "Wenxiu, why are you here so early?" The cold-faced woman driving the car was Wenxiu from Pan Xiaoting's group, and the long-legged beauty who came now was Wang Ying, who asked her brother Wang Yong to search for Lin Wan's detailed information. Wang Ying's gaze suddenly stopped at Lin Wan, a very young man standing behind Wenxiu. To Wang Ying, Lin Wan's age could not even be called a man, but only a boy. "Let's take care of these flies first, then we can continue to talk about that matter. Speaking of that thing, Wen Xiu's originally indifferent face suddenly showed a faint smile and then quickly returned to indifference. Are you talking about them? Wang Ying pointed at the gangsters next to her who had been ignored by her. The muscular man who had fallen to the ground stood up and spat on the ground. The fat man touched the blood on his mouth and said angrily, "Kill him." He was kicked and flew away in front of so many people, and fell flat on his face. He was completely embarrassed. Xiao Ku and the muscular man, when you have been hanging out the longest and have seen similar scenes several times. No matter how tough the opponent is, he can always beat him to a pulp. He signaled to a few people nearby to go ahead and attract the other party's attention. He always kept an eye on their backs, ready to launch a sneak attack at any time. Lin Wan sat in the car and looked at the lazy man. It seemed that he could deal with these thugs very easily. However, when Lin Wan saw someone behind the other party preparing to launch a sneak attack, he was about to open his mouth to warn him. Wang Ying rushed forward and kicked the man away. Looking up along the slender thigh, Wang Ying was wearing a short skirt tonight. Lin Wan immediately moved his eyes upwards. Puff tilde. Safety pants. I was expecting it, but what I saw was just a pair of dark black safety pants. After dealing with the thug who attacked her by surprise, Wang Ying glanced at Lin Wan. Lin Wan thought to himself, "Oh no. My little action just now must have been discovered." Knock knock knock. Wang Ying walked to Lin Wan's car window and knocked a few times. Lin Wan rolled down the car window, his expression calm and composed, as if the person who had just stared at Wang Ying's thigh was not him. "Handsome boy, I heard that you have a magical ancient massage. I want to learn it. Are you free tonight?" When Lin Wan heard Wang Ying's gentle voice, he felt numb all over. "Who are you? Why are you helping us?" Lin Ying looked at the two women who had just helped her siblings cautiously. Wen Xiu took a photo of Lin Wan with her mobile phone, then sent it to the group and added a victory emoticon at the end. "Gee my, what's going on? Why did Wen Xiu act so quickly?" Seeing Wen Xiu announce her victory in the group, Wang Ying took out her phone, got close to Lin Wan, took a photo, and sent it to the group. Chapter 18. Take a bath first. Wang Ying, I will try it for you first. If it works well, I will recommend it to you. She also posted a cute emoticon after the content, which attracted the attention of other sisters in the group. Mai was even more surprised when she saw the photos sent by Wang Ying. Mai, oh my god. What's going on? Wang Ying, you're here too. These two beauties kept taking pictures of themselves with their mobile phones, and Lin Wan was stunned. Are you Mr. Pan's friends? Apart from Pan Xiaoting and Yarn Yu, Lin Wan hasn't really given anyone a real massage so far. I wonder if Teacher Pan has told you too that I will charge a fee. Lin Wan just suddenly thought of the charging issue. Since he would no longer work at the bar, he and Lin Ying still had to make a living, so they might as well use this special skill that was unique in the world to make money. He had read in many books that men are not the only ones with needs in this world, sometimes women's needs are even stronger. Then, what price do you want to set for yourself? Wang Ying looked at Lin Wan with interest. Market price. Lin Wan didn't know what the appropriate price was in the massage industry. If the price is too high, I will feel unsure, but if the price is too low, it may just become compulsory labor. Come to my house. Wen Xiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Going straight to your house. A surprised voice came from the co-pilot. The lazy young man returned to the passenger seat at some point and looked at Wen Xiu with strange eyes. Wang Ying then noticed the person in the passenger seat. She originally thought he was just a bodyguard, but seeing how casually he was dressed, it seemed he was more than just a bodyguard. Wen Xiu, who is he? Wang Ying asked. In response to the young man in the co-pilot's words, Wen Xiu simply rolled her eyes and said nothing more. I'll tell you in detail when I have the chance. Wen Xiu didn't want to say more about this person. The young man just shrugged helplessly. Wang Ying followed behind in the car, and the young man went to Wen Xiu's residence with them. The car drove to a villa area on the second ring road. Lin Wan had never been to this area before, and he didn't even know that there was a villa area here. Wen Xiu stopped walking into the villa and said to the young man following behind her, find a room to sleep by yourself and don't come upstairs at night. From the tone of his voice, Wang Ying became even more certain that this man and Wenxiu had a more unusual relationship. Even among Wenxiu's previous boyfriends, few were willing to stay overnight at her house. Wenxiu first arranged a room for Lin Wan and gave him a set of professional masseur's clothes. Stopping in front of Lin Wan, he said, "Come to my room first." After saying that, he left the room. After Wenxiu left, Chen Yingying opened the door and walked to Lin Wan's room, knocked on the door and then opened it. She carefully looked at the clothes in Lin Wan's hand, and it did look like that of a professional masseur. "Go take a shower first. I'll be in the room opposite you." He took the clothes from Lin Wan's hands. Before Lin Wan walked into the bathroom, she heard Lin Yingying say, "After all, they helped us last night, so we won't charge them this time, but we must charge them at least next time." "I know. We can use them for free publicity." Lin Wan was very confident. "As long as it happens this time, there will definitely be a next time, and through their circle you can even expand your own circle." Thinking of this, Lin Wan was full of confidence in his future financial prospects. He took off his clothes and went out to get wet in the rain. The feeling of the water hitting his body made him extremely sober. The system prompts, it is detected that the host's environment is suitable for eliminating impurities in the body. Do you want to eliminate them now? As soon as Lin Wan heard the system's prompt, he was immediately shocked. Could it be that the impurities left after the last body strengthening were being eliminated? Okay, let's rule it out now. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Lin Wan immediately regretted it. Feeling his stomach churning, he put down the shower head and sat directly on the toilet. Indescribable scene. Not only this kind of impurities, but also many broken things appeared on Lin Wan's body surface, with a foul smell, which was constantly secreted on the surface of the skin. After solving the gastrointestinal problems, the next step is to flush out the impurities secreted from the skin surface. These things are sticky and dark in color, but some are dark red and look like solidified blood. Lin Wan took a deep breath. After a while of washing, the impurities on the surface of the body were finally washed away. In an instant, I felt refreshed all over, and even had an illusion that my body had become a lot lighter. Is this an illusion? Lin Wan couldn't believe it. Standing in front of the mirror, Lin Wan looked at his naked self. It turned white. Lin Wan was very sure of that. Although she wasn't dark before, she wasn't particularly white either. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lin Wan always felt a little uncomfortable. What would a grown man like me do for nothing? Am I considered a young and handsome guy now? Lin Wan said with amusement while staring at himself in the mirror. He has always hoped to be a handsome guy, and his goal is to have explosive muscles. After changing into the clothes left by Wenxiu, Lin Yingying had already left the room while he was taking a shower. Opening the door, Lin Wan walked towards the room where Wenxiu was. Standing at the door of Wenxiu's room, Lin Wan reached out and knocked on the door. "Come in." Still using an emotionless tone and wearing loose clothes, Wenxiu has already prepared everything. Bang! The moment he opened the door, a flying knife suddenly flew past him and stuck in the wooden door, still trembling. The other party was warning him not to do anything improper. Wenxiu looked at Lin Wan, who was standing at the door, and looked at him again in surprise. Seeing the iceberg-like beauty lying on the bed in front of him, Lin Wan was looking forward to what unexpected performance Wenxiu would have next. Chapter 19: Wenxiu's response. Open the system interface. 10 finger current elementary, skill strength, level 3. Let us do a mild one first. Wenxiu is wearing clothes now, and the intensity that the other person can feel through the clothes is only level 1 at most. However, after a while, she will take off her coat on her own initiative, Lin Wan thought evilly. Reaching out to touch the other person's shoulder, when Lin Wan's hand touched the other person's shoulder, the other person did not show any reaction. For a moment, Lin Wan even doubted whether his skill had failed. Skill strength, level 4. He applied all the experience he had used on Yarn Yu that day to Wenxiu, who was lying in front of him, but the effect seemed to be greatly weakened. Lin Wan shook his head helplessly, but did not increase his strength. Not sure if it was an illusion, but when the intensity increased just now, Lin Wan's fingers felt Wenxiu's body trembling slightly. If this is not an illusion, it means that the other person is not without feelings, but his reaction to the feelings is not as strong as the person he met before. Wen Xiu should be a woman who does not have strong needs in that aspect. Perhaps it is not an exaggeration to say that she is sexually cold. If you just massage through clothes, it will not be effective. You must find a way to contact the skin. She lay there quietly the whole time. When Lin Wan's hand touched her back, Wen Xiu frowned at first. This technique was obviously amateurish. I was about to call a stop, but suddenly I felt a special feeling on my shoulder, a sense of comfort that was both familiar and unfamiliar. System prompt: get the happiness value from Wen Xiu +5. After receiving the pleasure value feedback from the system, Lin Wan's confidence suddenly increased a bit. Let me help you press your arms and hands. Compared to asking someone to undress, touching the arms is more likely to be accepted. Pulling her hand, when Lin Wan's fingers touched her hand, Lin Wan felt her clenched fist slightly open and begin to show a state of complete relaxation. System prompt: get the happiness value from Wen Xiu +15. The prompt just disappeared, and soon Lin Wan received feedback from the system again. System prompt: get the happiness value from Wen Xiu +20. The other party began to react. Although Wen Xiu herself seemed to be lying quietly, the system's feedback was definitely not wrong. The woman will soon be conquered by his fingers. Gently stroke the skin on your arms with your fingers. Just a gentle touch is enough to achieve the desired effect, and does not require too many massage techniques. System prompt: gained happiness value from Wen Xiu +20, +25, +30, +. It was already late at night, and at this rate, it might take her another half an hour to get into the mood. After finishing his work, he needs to wait until at least 1 o'clock before he can rest. Thinking about the classes tomorrow, he is afraid that he will completely collapse in school tomorrow. No, I'm going to try harder. Do what you say. Slow down your hand movements slightly and open the system interface again. 10 finger current elementary, skill strength, level 5. Suddenly, Wen Xiu, who had had her eyes closed, opened her eyes and felt her more private parts gradually becoming wet. Her breathing gradually became heavier. Bang tilde. He slapped Lin Wan's hand away. When Lin Wan's hand left her arm, Wen Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, her face flushed and she was breathing slightly. What did you just do? Wen Xiu stared at Lin Wan's eyes with annoyance and asked. The feeling at that moment gave her an illusion. This feeling was completely different from the massage she had felt before. The strong feeling made her feel a strong resistance in her heart. Seeing Wen Xiu's reaction was so strong, Lin Wan immediately explained, I just saw that you didn't seem to have any reaction, so I tried to increase the intensity, but I didn't expect you. After hearing what Lin Wan said, Wen Xiu looked at his hands which were whiter than a woman's. Am I too sensitive? Lin Wan had indeed just been massaging his arms with his hands, and then he had that reaction. Could this be the magical ancient massage that Pan Xiaoting mentioned? The strong sense of shame in her heart made Wen Xiu hesitate for a moment whether to continue this ancient massage. I'll use less force later, but... Lin Wan hesitated for a while. But what? Wen Xiu suddenly realized that this was just an ordinary massage. She had experienced various massage techniques before, and they were almost the same. But this kind of thing can trigger people's most primitive desires and obtain the most primitive sense of pleasure. But you'd better expose your shoulders later. If you use clothes on them, I won't be able to control the strength, and something like what happened just now might happen. Lin Wan deliberately emphasized what happened just now in order to get Wen Xiu to cooperate with him more. After all, it was indeed a little late now. Okay. Wen Xiu agreed readily. It is perfectly normal to expose your back during a massage, and Lin Wan's explanation is indeed reasonable. Turn around and come back when I tell you to. After making sure that Lin Wan had completely turned around, Wen Xiu slowly undressed, slowly revealing her back, and then gradually took off her clothes. With his back to the wall, Lin Wan's breathing began to gradually become heavier. There was a painting hanging on the wall beside Lin Wan. The surface of the picture frame showed the general situation behind it clearly under the light. This also includes Wen Xiu, who unbuttoned her shirt. However, Wen Xiu had her back to him, so all he could see clearly was her profile. A pair of tall and straight peaks appeared in Lin Wan's sight with almost no obstruction. She didn't wear a bra. But it is normal if you think about it carefully, because during the massage, the back is indeed completely exposed. Okay, turn around. Hearing the voice, Lin Wan turned around immediately. Wen Xiu was already lying down, and had completely covered her important parts, but some parts were always exposed no matter how hard she tried to hide them. This made Lin Wan, who had just accidentally seen most of it, suddenly feel hot all over. No, Lin Wan, you are a sunny and handsome guy, how can you have such evil thoughts? Lin Wan shook his head. Call. Focus on your breathing and turn your attention to your back. On Wenxiu's fair and smooth back, you can vaguely see a mark left by a bra, but compared with the previous picture, this is a bit trivial. Feeling the pleasure coming from her back, Wenxiu could no longer be as calm as before. Her breathing gradually became rapid, and she subconsciously stretched out her fingers, which were painted with green nail polish. The finger was gently held in the mouth. Her lips opened and closed gently as she breathed slightly, and although her face was a little flushed, she still tried to hide it. System prompt: gained happiness points from Wenxiu plus 45, plus 60, plus 45, plus 35, plus 80. Judging from the data feedback from the system, Wenxiu is still not completely relaxed. Chapter 20. Please relax. Lin Wan slowly lowered her head, leaning close to Wenxiu's ear, and felt the heat radiating from her body. Her body had begun to feel pleasure, but she still forced herself to restrain herself. Why do this? Please relax completely. This is just an ordinary massage. Please give me more trust. Lin Wan whispered in her ear. Perhaps Lin Wan's words worked. Wenxiu's state began to change, and she no longer just bit her lips. Instead, he began to open his eyes slightly, tightly grasping the pillow with both hands, and gasping for breath. But then Wenxiu let out a sound, and her happiness value reached its peak, even directly gaining 300 points of happiness value in the end. You go out first. Wenxiu looked at the floor with lifeless eyes. Lin Wan did not forget that she was still wearing only her upper body. Even after going through the process just now, she could only let go slightly. Walking out of the room, Lin Wan took a deep breath. I'm so tired, Tilda. His hands hung down at his sides, as if they were completely broken. Compared to the previous time, this time was the most tiring. The time was already 1:15 a.m. For more than an hour, this woman was really strong, her self-control was so strong. No, if I go over now, my hands won't be able to move at all. He looked at the two hands in the room helplessly. I still lack exercise, Lin Wan sighed helplessly. If I don't exercise regularly, I won't be able to do what I want at critical moments. How about I try it myself? Looking at my own hands, since they can bring pleasure to others, what would happen if I used them on myself? To be on the safe side, it is better to return to your room first to avoid a situation where control gets out of control. In order to avoid encountering the situation that happened to the fat man Sun Ming before, the first thing to do is to prepare a pack of tissue paper. Flex your fingers and adjust the skill strength to level 3 first. The fingers of my right hand gently pressed on my left arm, and my body felt as if it were being electrocuted. There was a crackling sound of electricity on the arm, and even flashes of fire. Sizzle. Several holes were burned on the clothes, black smoke came out of the clothes and floated into the air, and a foul smell filled the air. Tilda. Numb, numb, numb. If I had just felt weak, now my entire left arm had completely lost sensation. It feels like it doesn't exist. Lin Wan felt inexplicably nervous when something like this happened suddenly. Making others wait for nothing was no big deal, the key was this move. Could it be that it was simply not going to work? Hiss, what's going on? Why is it so cool when I use it on others, but so painful when I use it on myself? Suddenly, Lin Wan noticed the power strip in front of him. Electricity is divided into positive and negative poles. This skill is called 10-finger current. Could it really be electric current? Lin Wan was speechless. Looking at your left and right hands, it can be said that the currents contained in these two hands are two completely opposite currents. So, there was a short circuit just now. Lin Wan almost vomited blood. After about 2 or 3 minutes, my left hand began to gradually regain consciousness. Lin Wan moved his arms slightly, and his left hand regained strength. Although it was still a little sore, it was much better than before. Lin Wan looked at his left hand. It seems that this status is still effective, and the effect seems to be quite good. System interface. Mastered skills, 10-finger current elementary, strength, level 7. Lin Wan adjusted the intensity to level 7. He was very curious about the intensity levels that followed. He wondered how strong they would be. After hesitating for a moment, he raised his left hand. This time, the right hand was to be tested. Just by touching it with the level 4 intensity, a strong burning sensation appeared and several holes were burned in the clothes. I don't know what will happen this time. Z. It seemed as if all of a sudden, the index finger of his left hand touched Lin Wan's right arm. Lin Wan pulled his fingers away immediately, but it was too late. The clothes turned into powder. In an instant, Lin Wan felt both surprised and happy, and his mood was very complicated. What's even worse is that my whole body is numb now. This is the 7th level of intensity. Just a light touch will make your whole body numb with electricity. If the 7th level is so severe, then what kind of person can withstand the intensity of the 10th level? The 10-finger electric current is just a basic skill, and the skill level will increase over time. With this contact, Lin Wan found that he seemed to have developed a new skill. 10 minutes later, my body gradually returned to normal, but my clothes had turned into powder, so I had to change back into my own clothes. I pushed open the door of Wang Ying's room and heard some noise inside when I stood at the door. She was actually watching a movie. The lights in the room were dim and the sound of the movie was low and scary. It was a horror movie. Don't turn on the light. Lin Wan was about to turn on the light in the room but was stopped by Wang Ying. He turned off the movie on his phone and shone the brightness of his phone on Lin Wan's face. I like this kind of environment. Wang Ying and Wen Xiu have completely opposite personalities, and no one knows how these two people know each other. However, Lin Wan guessed that this would be over soon, just like Yarn Yu before, who didn't react much when he first came into contact. Later, for some reason, I seem to have seen a message on Pan Xiaoting's mobile phone and became particularly excited. Is Wen Xiu really boring? Wang Ying appeared behind Lin Wan at some point. The light in the room was dim, and Lin Wan could hardly see exactly where Wang Ying was standing. Lin Wan didn't say anything. He was just a casual acquaintance. If he spoke hastily and said something he shouldn't have, he might end up losing money. Seeing that Lin Wan didn't say anything, Wang Ying just felt bored and opened the horror movie she had not finished watching. Just sit on the sofa chair with the phone fixed on the table with a bracket. Let's just sit on the chairs. Wang Ying didn't seem to realize that there was some ambiguity in her words. Wang Ying has received professional training. Unlike Wen Xiu, who originally lacks interest, she has strong self-control acquired through acquired training. I am already 24 years old this year, but I have never been attracted to any man. Okay then, but you'd better show your shoulders so that I can adjust the strength according to the feel. After what happened with Wen Xiu, Lin Wan was so sleepy that he could fall asleep at any time. Yes. Wang Ying stretched out her hands and pulled open her clothes, exposing her shoulders, in a very casual manner. Seeing Wang Ying being so cooperative, yet still watching a horror movie, there was no reaction on her face to the terrifying scenes in the movie. Lin Wan found that she might have guessed wrong. Wang Ying might be a more difficult character to deal with than Wen Xiu. It seems that it is impossible to sleep tonight. Wait. Seeing that Lin Wan was about to touch her with his hands, Wang Ying pointed at Lin Wan's hands and said, "You should at least put some essential oil on your hands, right? Where can I find essential oil for her in the middle of the night? Besides, my skill is activated now, and if I rub my hands together, it could be fatal." Lin Wan ignored her requests and reached out to touch Wang Ying's shoulder. Chapter 21, Falling Short at the Critical Moment. You. Wang Ying reached out and grabbed Lin Wan's hand. This is a feeling I have never experienced before. I have been subject to the most brutal training since I was a teenager, and my heart has long been as hard as iron. But the touch at this moment made her doubt that her previous training was completely ineffective. She reached out and hugged Lin Wan's head, kissing him with her red lips. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and her reaction was completely different from everyone else. This is level 7 intensity. If it were another woman, she would have already collapsed into the chair. Wang Ying can not only move freely, but also fight back. Lin Wan's first kiss was taken away just like that. Although this woman is indeed quite good looking, perhaps she can take away something else from him tonight, such as Lin Wan's virginity. System prompt, gained +20, +30, +40 happiness points from Wang Ying. The pleasure value continued to rise, and Wang Ying's movements became more violent. Sizzle tilde. She tore off Lin Wan's pants with her hands. It was the first time that his enhanced state appeared in front of the woman, although there was still a pair of shorts between them. The system warned, their host has consumed too much energy. If this continues, irreparable consequences will occur. CIO. With the person in my arms, do I want to be like Liu Xiaohui? Lin Wan finally chose not to go on. The system's prompt made sense. As for sexual ability, it had not yet reached the passing score of 60 points. This can be clearly seen every time he opens the system interface. The 1-point difference is like a constant reminder for him to work hard to upgrade. After their lips parted, Wang Ying suddenly returned to normal. Looking at Lin Wan, who was slow to take the next step, Wang Ying felt a little annoyed. This is the first time I took the initiative with a man, and also the first time I was rejected. After putting on her clothes, Wang Ying no longer had the mood to go on. Go away. Wang Ying was a little angry. By the way, there is something I want to confirm again. Lin Wan suddenly said. What? Wang Ying's tone became flat. After this period of time, she readjusted her emotions. Perhaps now she is the real her. It's about the expenses. After working all night, Lin Wan suddenly realized that he had forgotten to discuss the price. Cash or transfer, or if you have a POS machine with you, I can transfer it to you now. Wang Ying has completely calmed down. I was indeed a little impulsive just now. What happened tonight was just a transaction. Is 10,000 yuan enough? Wang Ying casually mentioned a price. Hearing the price offered by Wang Ying, Lin Wan was suddenly stunned. The most money he had in his card was only 10,000 yuan, and it was a joint deposit between him and his sister Lin Ying. I made 10,000 yuan in one night, which is much more promising than working in a bar. I don't have that much cash on me. Send me your account number and I'll transfer the money to you. Wang Ying was very straightforward. Lin Wan was about to recite his bank card number when he suddenly remembered that he seemed to owe someone a favor tonight. This is a free gift as a thank you for helping us solve those problems tonight. The 8 thugs were waiting for them at night. It is hard to imagine what would have happened if Wang Ying and Wen Xiu had not appeared in time. Wang Peng is a vindictive person and has always had improper thoughts about Lin Ying. If the two of them fall into his hands, the consequences will be unimaginable. Wang Ying was a little surprised and chuckled, saying, "Oh, that won't do. Let's put things in perspective. This isn't the way to repay a favor. You owe me this favor first. When I need you to change it, I will tell you naturally." Lin Wan was very clear about his current status. Wang Ying made him owe her a favor, which was almost the same as not having to pay it back. However, thinking about the fact that I have a super system that is constantly upgraded, just a free massage does not really count as a complete return of the favor. Once the super system is upgraded to a few more levels, I believe there will always be a day when Wang Ying and the others will need help. Okay then, I'll owe you this favor. You can come to me whenever you need my help. Lin Wan's words came from her heart. However, to Wang Ying's ears, it seemed a bit presumptuous, but the sincerity touched her a little. It's settled then. When I need your help someday, I will contact you the first time. Wang Ying said this mainly to save Lin Wan's face. After leaving Wang Ying's room and walking into the corridor, Lin Wan realized that his lower body was still naked. It's already past 2 o'clock, and I'm afraid there's no place to buy pants at this time. We can only wait until tomorrow morning. The next day. Oh my god tilde, when Lin Wan woke up and saw the present, he immediately started to curse. I was originally thinking about going to school, but when I opened my eyes it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hey, handsome boy, you finally woke up. Wang Ying pushed the door open. After entering the room, she went straight to the bed, and then saw Lin Wan wearing only a pair of shorts. There was no sign of anything unusual on Wang Ying's face. It was as if the disappearance of the pants had nothing to do with her. Why didn't you call me? Lin Wan rubbed his eyes. Wang Ying covered her mouth and laughed. Wen Xiu said you were too tired last night, so she asked us not to wake you up. Do you have men's pants here? Lin Wan pulled the quilt over his naked lower body. Wang Ying directly took out a pair of jeans from the side. Lin Wan compared them briefly and found that the size seemed to be just right. Your sister helped you pick out the pants. She's already gone to school. With a bang, Wang Ying closed the door of the room and stood outside waiting. Although Wang Ying didn't show it on her face, Lin Wan could still feel that what happened last night must have left a deep impression on Wang Ying. I changed into jeans. I didn't take off my clothes when I went to bed yesterday. I was too tired and I slept until now as soon as I lay down. Sitting in the passenger seat next to Wang Ying, Lin Wan's spirit has now returned to normal. Looking at the scenery along the road outside the car window, he felt a little emotional. Snap! Wang Ying suddenly grabbed his hand. Lin Wan subconsciously pulled his hand away. What's up with your ancient massage? What? Lin Wan looked puzzled. I had expected that some people would doubt the idea of ancient massage, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The intensity of the electric current in the 10 fingers of the skill had been adjusted to level 0 before going to bed last night, mainly to avoid the two hands from accidentally touching each other while sleeping. Unexpectedly, I managed to avoid Wang Ying's suspicion. It is better not to let other people know about the abnormality of the finger, otherwise, you never know when a madman will appear and cut off his finger for research. The way you performed last night was not professional at all. Not only was it unprofessional, it was not even amateur. Wang Ying expressed her opinion without any reservation. This comment showed almost no respect at all. Lin Wan had always been aware of the flaws in his technique, and since Pan Xiaoting and Yarn Yu had never doubted it, he didn't care. Now Wang Ying has begun to have some doubts, and in the future there will surely be more people questioning the method. After a quick brainstorm, Lin Wan came up with a reasonable explanation. The old Chinese doctor who taught me the traditional massage said that this massage technique is mainly about controlling the qi, and using the qi to stimulate the acupuncture points all over the body, thus creating a comfortable feeling. Old Chinese doctor. Wang Ying repeated the 3 words, old Chinese doctor. If this is true, then the identity of this old Chinese doctor must be extraordinary. Where is he now? Wang Ying was a little curious about the old Chinese doctor that Lin Wan mentioned. This question was probably not easy to answer. I looked out the car window and saw that we were passing by a park. I met that old Chinese doctor in the park. I used to go there for a walk every week. I also learned a few tricks from him at that time. After hearing Lin Wan's explanation, Wang Ying's expression turned a little strange. Then I heard her laughing non-stop. Grandpa in the park. You're so smart. Do you really think I don't read online novels? You can come up with such a cliché plot. The lie was exposed, and Lin Wan also smiled awkwardly. Since you don't want to tell me, I won't ask. Everyone has their own secrets. Wang Ying did not ask any further questions. Chapter 22 New Uses of Fingers. After returning home, Lin Wan opened his basic attributes. Host, Lin Wan LV1. Upgrade experience, 3435 5000. Age, 16. Gender, male. Basic attributes, intelligence 75, strength 70, reaction 92, agility 60, endurance 80, charm 60 reaching the aesthetic of a normal person, sexual ability 59 just barely passing, please use with caution. This system is called the super system, and it will help you on your path to becoming a god. I looked at the upgrade experience carefully and found that I still need 1565 points of emotional energy to upgrade to level 2. I wonder if there will be any special changes after level 2. It looks like I should be able to reach level 2 soon. He felt extremely happy at the thought that he would be able to reach level 2 again soon after he had just leveled up. But he was indeed exhausted last night. Since there was nothing to do now, Lin Wan lay down on the bed and prepared to sleep until tomorrow morning. Ding! Suddenly, a message came to my phone, the money has been transferred to your account, remember to pay attention. The message was sent from an unfamiliar local number in City F, judging from the tone of their voice, it should be Wang Ying who transferred money to him. Soon the phone received another message, which was sent by Lin Ying. Lin Wan, I received a transfer of 20,000 yuan from Wang Ying on my phone. Did she transfer it to you? 20,000 yuan. Lin Wan repeated the number in the message. Originally he thought it would be 10,000 yuan each time, but unexpectedly it was 10,000 yuan per person, and he could earn 20,000 yuan in one night. Lin Wan even began to fantasize about the small goal that Boss Wang mentioned. I replied to Lin Ying's message and briefly explained what happened last night and the expenses. Lin Ying was very considerate and didn't ask any more questions. Number 2 middle school in F City is the high school where Lin Wan attends. A guy with a ruthless face appeared in the school with a few people. Handsome guy, he didn't come to class today. Please don't get me wrong, the handsome guy he mentioned is this guy with a face full of flesh. His last name is Wang and his name is Shuai, so others call him handsome guy. This name also well illustrates the saying that you should call for what you lack. Jia Shuai was not injured last night. Seeing that the opponent was very strong, especially Wang Ying who attacked later, he always felt that the opponent looked like he had seen him somewhere before. Tell me the details. Jia Shuai's face twitched as he spoke. He asked his homeroom teacher for a day off today, but he should be back in class tomorrow. Jia Shuai looked at the teaching building behind him, especially the class where Lin Wan was, and then left without looking back. When they walked to the school gate, a young security guard in the school security room greeted them enthusiastically, "Handsome guy." Hearing the word handsome guy, many students passing by turned around and looked at Jia Shuai. How dare you call him a handsome guy when you look like this? The students passing by couldn't help but complain. Jia Shuai was in a bad mood because he failed to stop Lin Wan, so he ignored him. At this moment, Lin Wan was studying the points on his hands at home. On the table in front of him was a fish that had just been electrocuted, and there was a faint smell of burning in the air. But there were no signs of burning on the fish's body, it looked exactly like a normal death, and there was no sign of abnormality. Ordinary electric current between 10 fingers can have this effect, so what about genetic lightning? Do what you say. Last time it was the 4th level genetic lightning, which directly hollowed out my body. This time I tried the 1st level to try out the feeling. Sizzle. I didn't see any movement from the fish, so I guess it was dead. Soon Lin Wan stopped paying attention to the fish and started looking for something to eat. About 20 minutes later, Lin Wan, who was chewing bread, suddenly felt that the bread was getting smellier and smellier. Is the bread bad? He looked at the expiration date and found that it had not expired. The place where the smell is strongest is actually the table next to it. On the table, the fish that he had just tortured to death had already rotted away for the most part. Oh my god, Lin Wan couldn't help but swear. The effect is completely different from what I imagined. It turns out that this is the so-called genetic lightning. The focus is not on lightning but on genes. Has this fish's genes been damaged? Under normal circumstances, it's impossible for it to be mostly rotten in just 20 minutes. With the naked eye, the fish's stomach was completely empty, with only the bones left. Less than 30 minutes. A fish nearly 20 centimeters long turned from a living fish into a fish bone. I understand. The 10-finger current electrocuted the fish to death, and then the genetic lightning completely destroyed the fish's genes. I didn't expect that these skills could be used in this way. Lin Wan suddenly wanted to find someone to try it out. The next day, Jia Shuai got up very early today. Thinking about the beating he got the night before yesterday, he got angrier and angrier these past 2 days. He really couldn't swallow this anger. The person who was beaten should have been the high school student named Lin Wan. Keep a close eye on them. If you catch anyone, beat them to death, Jia Shuai said, gritting his teeth. There were 2 other people with Jia Shuai, and the 3 of them were standing on the only way to F City number 2 middle school. Lin Wan had to pass through here to get to school. Handsome guy, is that the guy over there? A little brother next to him pointed at the high school student who was walking towards them. It's him. Jia Shuai recognized the person as Lin Wan at the first sight. Lin Wan was walking casually on the road until he was about 50 meters away. Then he saw Jia Shuai and the other 2 standing in front of him. However, when he saw these 3 people, his first reaction was to run away, but after changing his mind, he gave up the idea of running away. Not only did he not run, but he quickened his pace and walked towards the 3 of them. Don't let him run away. Jia Shuai stared at Lin Wan. Handsome, he doesn't seem to be planning to run away. Does he forget about us? Watching Lin Wan approaching step by step, Jia Shuai began to wonder if Lin Wan really didn't recognize him. Bald, are you waiting for me? Lin Wan greeted Jia Shuai. Bald. Hearing this name, the two younger brothers beside Joshua almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Joshua's hairstyle is indeed a Mediterranean one, and he usually minds people talking about his hair the most. When Lin came in the evening, he shouted "bald head," and Coach Joe went crazy. "Boy, you are looking for death. Catch him!" Joshua ordered his younger brothers. The two people rushed directly to Lin Wan. Just as he was about to test the power of the electric current, these two people appeared in front of him. Locking onto one of them, Lin Wan activated the second-level genetic lightning. "This kid is so young and foolish that he is not afraid at all," said a slightly thinner man with a knife in his hand and smiled. "I think he's scared to death." The other one laughed even more wildly. "It's you." Looking at his pockmarked face, Lin Wan attacked his face with one hand and touched his abdomen directly with his right hand. System prompt: gain pain value from the balance plus 180. The pockmarked man covered his stomach, feeling weak all over and unable to muster any strength. A knife suddenly appeared behind Lin Wan and stabbed directly into his back. He grabbed the thin man's hand with his backhand, and with a "par" sound, the thing in the thin man's hand fell in front of Lin Wan. Chapter 23: An Invitation Letter. I reached out and touched my back. Fortunately, I had absolute defense to block it, but it still hurt a little. It seems that this is the maximum damage that absolute defense can withstand. The two younger brothers fell to the ground inexplicably one after another, and Joshua cautiously took 2 steps back. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Boy, what are you doing?" He stared at Lin Wan's hands carefully, but there was nothing in them. This made him feel inexplicably panicked. Wang Peng had never told him about this before. That night, Lin Wan and his sister kept trying to find a way to leave, so Joshua thought he was just an ordinary middle school student. He pulled out the knife hidden on his body, and the students passing by fled. The students who were about to go over also stepped back and dared not move forward. At one time, there were many people gathered around. "Who is that student?" A passerby stared at Lin Wan. "No matter who he is, why bother finding a good place to fight? Why do they have to fight here? Isn't this delaying our classes?" someone said unhappily. The students next to him looked at him strangely and could not agree with his point of view. No sympathy at all. The speaker was Lin Wan's classmate Sun Ming. Lin Wan looked at Fatty Sun in the crowd in surprise. He didn't expect that this fat guy, whom he rarely interacted with, would speak for him. "Wang Peng asked you to come, right?" Lin Wan looked at Joshua. "Go back and tell Wang Peng that if he brings people here again, I will kill him. I mean what I say." He looked coldly at the gangsters in front of him. This Wang Peng has been causing trouble time and again, and Lin Wan is so annoyed that she feels like vomiting. "If I don't give him a warning, I'm afraid I'll have to bring more people here." He activated the level 5 10 fingers electric current skill and walked directly towards Joshua. Joshua stared at Lin Wan's hand. His strange method could make people fall to the ground if they touched it. The knife in his hand chopped directly at Lin Wan's hands. No matter how powerful his skills were, it would be useless without his hands. Joshua had a smug smile on his face. He could already imagine Lin Wan's expression as he howled in pain and rolled on the ground after his hands fell to the ground. His tilde. Seeing the knife slashing directly at Lin Wan's hand, passers-by gasped. Staring at Joshua's knife, Lin Wan raised the corners of his mouth with a confident arc. "I am a man with a reaction rate of 92. If I get hit, I will be so embarrassed." At this critical moment, Lin Wan suddenly showed a strange smile on his face. The system was only 1,000 points away from upgrading. "Since this Joshua has come to us himself, if we don't make him suffer a little more so that he will learn his lesson, he will probably come to us for revenge at will in the future." When the knife came, Lin Wan simply gave up the stupid move of catching the knife with his bare hands. His advantage was his reaction, and he might not have an absolute advantage in strength. Both hands pressed Joshua's hands at the same time, and the electric current in both hands was exchanged. "Why does it smell burnt?" Even passers-by could smell the odor, but there were no visible scars on Joshua's body. Perhaps a careful examination in the hospital would reveal their wound. The knife fell directly to the ground, and Lin Wan picked it up immediately. If he attacks now, would it be considered self-defense? This thought flashed through Lin Wan's mind quickly. It seemed that excessive self-defense was more likely. Our country is very strict in determining this kind of situation. If a level 1 genetic lightning strikes Jia Shuai's arm at this moment, what will happen to his hand? Lin Wan walked towards him with a smirk on her face. Don't come over here, or I'll call the police. Jia Shuai shouted loudly. It looked like he was the one being bullied. It would be too ostentatious to let his hand rot directly. The most perfect way is to do it now without leaving any wound. At least he doesn't have to bear any responsibility. He took the knife and used the back of the knife to strike Jia Shuai's arm a few times. The cool feeling made Jia Shuai's heart beat faster. He remembered the last time he treated someone like this, and after a few stabs, he felt it was not enough, so he stabbed the other person again. Where does Wang Peng live now? Lin Wan asked. Jia Shuai's psychological defenses are about to collapse. Garden Community. He replied quickly. F City Garden Community Phase 3, Building 15, Building B, Room 1602. Remember my words, tell Wang Peng not to cause trouble again. My patience is limited. Go away. Looking at the time, class has already started and many people are stuck in traffic, including a school teacher's car. Everyone in the school knows how talkative the dean of studies is. Fighting is always wrong. TSK, it's that auntie again. After taking a look at the dean's car, Lin Wan quickly left the scene. If that aunt saw this, she would definitely give me another lecture, and I might even end up getting scolded for 2 classes. Lin Wan, wait for me. Sun Ming's voice came from behind. When he was about to get close to Lin Wan, Sun Ming suddenly stopped. Lin Wan glanced at Fatty Sun's pants meaningfully. Sun Ming smiled and took a few steps back. Hey, I don't have any spare pants, so it's better to keep your distance. Fatty Sun actually didn't feel disgusted with what happened last time. That kind of thing happened to him a few times a week, and apart from being a little embarrassing, it was actually no big deal. Oh, you really should keep some distance from me. If you get too close to the fat man, others will think he is also a skilled gunner. By the way, Lin Wan, how come your hands are so strong? This is countless times stronger than Mr. Kato's hand. Fatty Sun said with admiration. If he had this skill, he would definitely develop the good habit of shaking hands first when meeting someone. Lin Wan was disdainful of the metaphor of the fat man. Teacher Kato's move could only be used when he was doing the deduction. And his divine hand will cause a reaction to anyone who touches it, regardless of whether it is a man or a woman. It is truly the hand of God. Are you talking about Kato's skillful 2-finger movements in which he constantly lifts up his fingers? Lin Wan still had some impression of Mr. Kato's lectures. You know just this. Fatty Sun showed an expression of disbelief. When I usually watch the teacher's movies, these are internal movements and it is impossible for the camera to capture them. You can find it if you observe carefully. After saying that, Lin Wan quickened his pace. When the two walked outside the classroom door, they could already hear Pan Xiaoting's voice as she lectured. The first 2 classes today are Pan Xiaoting's Chinese classes again. Ever since giving Pan Xiaoting a simple massage, Lin Wan found that he liked Chinese class more. As expected, students who love learning are more likely to be favored by teachers. Seeing 2 people sneaking into the classroom, Pan Xiaoting just took a glance and pretended not to see them. Lin Wan had just sat down in his seat when he suddenly turned around and saw a familiar face sitting next to him. Fuck, Baozi, when did you get here? You scared me. Lin Wan was really scared when he suddenly saw Baozi appear. Oh, you are still afraid sometimes. Baozi threw an invitation letter in front of Lin Wan. Look for yourself. Chapter 24, School Bar Advertising. The invitation is for a birthday party for a girl named Bao Chuyu, which will be held next week. A 14th birthday has such a big fuss, could it be another rich second generation? Wait, your last name is Bao. Baozi, this isn't your sister, is it? Baozi sent the invitation, and the other party happened to have the surname Bao. How could such a coincidence happen? This girl must be Baozi's sister. I say, has your brain been shot by a cannon? Baozi said helplessly. Xiaoyu, you don't remember anything. Baozi gave Lin Wan some more hints. Bao. Chiu. You. I repeated the name in my mouth, and it seemed a little familiar. Baozi covers his face. Oh, that's the one who kept crying and shouting when we were little, saying that she would marry you when she grew up. Do you have an impression? Hearing what Baozi said, Lin Wan suddenly thought of Baozi. To be precise, it was a little girl who looked like a bun. Are you talking about your sister Baozi? In a moment of excitement, the word Baozi blurted out. Bullshit, every child has some baby fat. She's grown up now and looks much prettier than she did back then. Baozi patted Lin Wan's shoulder. Don't leave after school. After saying that, Baozi returned to his seat. Lin Wan thought carefully, but could only remember one bun. He tilder scary. Thinking about that bun going to marry her, Lin Wan felt goosebumps all over her body. Baozi took Lin Wan to the mall. When you come over, be sure to wear something formal. From the tone of his voice, it sounded like he was treating him as his future brother-in-law. I'll ask an auntie to measure your body in a while. Just cooperate obediently. Do you hear me? Baozi explained things in advance. Measure your body. Or an aunt. If she really was an aunt as big as a mountain, Lin Wan would probably be so helpless as to electrocute her to death. The two walked into a suit shop and saw that the decoration of the shop seemed quite high-end. Lin Wan casually looked at the suits displayed outside. Each one cost more than 10,000 yuan. You want a custom suit? A woman in Cheongsam came out from inside, and judging from her age, she was indeed an aunt. But judging from her figure and soft voice, both her figure and skin are in very good condition. Anyway, Lin Wan couldn't say the word auntie. The woman held a tape measure in her arms, hugged Lin Wan, and measured her entire body. Even his private parts were touched accidentally by the woman, and Lin Wan subconsciously grabbed the woman's hand. R. The sudden contact made the woman scream out. However, the others just took a look and saw that the two people were standing there fine, so they paid no more attention. The hand that Lin Wan was holding never let go. Seeing that the woman's reaction was not strong, Lin Wan boldly increased the intensity to level 2. What's this method? Let me go, I still need to measure your size, the woman begged for mercy. After letting go, the woman breathed softly into Lin Wan's ear. Little brother, you are the most impatient customer I have ever seen. The woman covered her mouth and laughed. Following the woman's example, Lin Wan also blew gently into her ear, with the breath blowing lightly on her earlobe. Sister, I'm not your little brother. A man cannot be casually called small. Apart from his age, Lin Wan never admits that he is small in other aspects. Few tilder everyone is watching us, don't mess around, the woman begged for mercy again. I originally thought he was just a high school student, so I just joked with him casually, but I didn't expect that I almost got hurt. Hearing the woman's words, Lin Wan's hand on the woman's waist suddenly stopped, and sure enough, there were a few people nearby looking over from time to time. Tilder. He casually pinched the soft part of the woman's waist, then continued measuring quietly. Okay, come and pick up your clothes with this list in about 5 days. The receptionist handed a list to Lin Wan. Wait a minute, I'll pay myself. Lin Wan took out his own bank card. This card is where he saves his living expenses. This set of clothes costs more than 9,000 yuan to be custom made. After I finished using the card, there was only $100 left. We must expand our business as quickly as possible. Lin Wan, what are you doing? Baozi looked at him strangely. Following Baozi's gaze, Lin Wan realized that his hand had accidentally touched the model's breasts. What's wrong with me lately? The originally sunny and handsome guy turned out to be more and more unrestrained. Xiao Biyu? That's right, Feng Xiong. Nowadays, many girls are troubled by a pair of A's. This has become the most unspeakable pain for many girls. System prompt, skill, 10-finger electric current elementary. Massage in the right way can achieve the effect of body shaping. The host can try it by himself. Body shaping? Breast enlargement should be okay too, right? Lin Wan asked excitedly in her mind. System, of course there is no problem, otherwise how can it be called a super system? The 10-finger current is also called the 10-finger gene current. It can selectively change the body structure. Slimming is just a basic operation. The system's tone of voice today seemed a little manic. Could it be that those few days of the month have come? After taking the card handed over by Baozi, Lin Wan's attention was no longer on the money he had just swiped. What's wrong with you? Why are you so absent-minded along the way? Baozi observed along the way and found that Lin Wan seemed to have been under a spell. He kept muttering to himself and grinning foolishly, and the whole person seemed to be in a trance. Baozi, your sister seems to have a pair of A's, right? Lin Wan suddenly looked at him. Baozi hesitated for a moment before speaking. Yes, yes. How do you know? You really remember her? Baozi smiled inexplicably. Lin Wan was puzzled. Isn't it very common for little Loli to have a pair of A's? For the next 4 or 5 days, Lin Wan was very busy, searching the internet with his mobile phone for videos about Pan Xiaoting massage. Most of these videos have a message saying boys not allowed, but when you click on them, the comments are all filled with men. In order to practice these, I don't know how many balloons I popped before I mastered this skill. I took out my cell phone, took a picture of my hands, and posted it with the caption. Fortunately, after being strengthened, the hands look particularly beautiful. If you don't know, you might think they are girl's hands. But it's a good thing this way, it's easier to attract customers if you don't specify the gender. Click send. Since it is not well known, the price is set at 2,000 first, and the upper limit is C. If you want a higher price, you need to pay more. Well, it depends on the financial situation of the first girl who takes the bait. The response is to come to the door. What's the point of taking the bait? In order to avoid unexpected situations, I looked at the information above carefully and found that I had filled in my own mobile phone number in the phone column. If someone familiar saw it, wouldn't they know it was me? Thinking of this, Lin Wan immediately prepared to make changes. Battery low, shutting down. I was so excited watching the video that I didn't notice my phone was out of battery. This is a real problem. Wu Yu was browsing the school forum when she suddenly saw a post that looked like an advertisement. How can this be? Posting this kind of advertisement in the school bar is so shameful. Pan Xiaoting has always been the problem she is most reluctant to mention. She usually pretends that they are not together, but in fact she is just succumbing to reality. Only $2,000, and no surgery required. It must be fake. He moved the mouse to the upper right corner, ready to click X directly. 17x times x times x times 520. This number looks so familiar. To verify this, Wu Yu decided to enter the number into her mobile phone. Really? Lin Wan's name appeared in the address book. It's him. I have the impression that he is an ordinary-looking boy with a low-key personality and doesn't talk much. My finger accidentally touched the word dial. What should I do? The call went through. Then the phone screen showed calling, and she was suddenly at a loss. Connected. Chapter 25 Little a Rescue Plan. Lin Wan just plugged in the data cable to charge her phone. After turning on the phone, I found that the call came in before I unlocked it. Caller, Wu Yu. Wu Yu. Lin Wan asked tentatively. There was no human language on the other end of the phone. And in Wu Yu's room, there was only a panicked little girl who kept repeating, "What should I do? What should I do?" Hello, is this Lin Wan? He pretended to be calm with a stern face. She gritted her teeth, hesitating whether to just say that she had read his post. Everyone is so familiar with it, what if it is true? What's the matter? Lin Wan asked. Are you really going to be fierce? He said that and touched his face with his hand. My face is so hot. Lin Wan didn't expect that the first person who called her would be someone she knew. As expected, the number was seen by someone. Of course, this is a secret method passed down from my ancestors. If I weren't so poor that I have no food to eat, I wouldn't have taken it out. Lin Wan boasted about it. After hearing Lin Wan's introduction, Wu Yu was puzzled. But, aren't you an orphan? How come you have this inherited from your ancestors? That's not important. Lin Wan laughed and skipped the topic. You want to change your career path? Since the other party called me, it proved that she really had the courage, so I naturally had to seize this opportunity. Yeah. Now that things have come to this, Wu Yu feels that there is nothing to hide. Then, come to my house. Lin Wan said after thinking for a while. Go to your house. Wu Yu was stunned. Will there be any accidents if I go directly to the other person's house? Noticing that there was no movement on the other end of the phone, Lin Wan immediately guessed what the other party was thinking. Don't worry, you usually dress so neutrally, and in a pair of A's, if anyone has any idea about you, he'd have to be gay. Wu Yu. The matter was settled, but Wu Yu did not specify the time she would come. Lin Wan was confused about this but did not want to call to ask. I'll go to your house tonight. Not long after, the phone received a text message from Wu Yu. I didn't expect the first order to come so quickly. To be on the safe side, Lin Wan continued to practice his touch with a few oranges at home. Wu Yu took a taxi to where Lin Wan lived. This was not a residential area but on the edge of the city center of City F. The houses in this area were very old, so the rent was relatively cheap. She was dressed more masculine than usual today, and even after she raised her head and straightened her chest was still flat. He walked straight to Lin Wan's door and knocked on it. Knock knock knock. After opening the door, Wu Yu was a little embarrassed and introduced herself first, then I'll do it. Before he could finish his words, Lin Wan pulled him into the room. Please sit down first. Lin Wan pulled over a chair with an armchair and motioned for her to sit down first. Yeah. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Yu nodded. After sitting down, Wu Yu hesitated whether to take off her clothes on her own initiative, because the forum clearly stated that it was a massage. You're not wearing a bra, are you? Lin Wan stared at her flat chest for a while. This was the first time he had looked at it openly in front of the owner, and the other party didn't mind at all. Are you born like this? Lin Wan pointed at that part of her body. Wu Yu gritted her teeth and nodded. Yes, it has not changed at all, just like you boys. I understand. Lin Wan nodded slowly. It is indeed a big challenge. If changes can be made like this, then one pair A and one pair B etc. will not be a problem at all. Let's get started. Lin Wan walked to the bed, spread the quilt, and let Wu Yu lie down by herself. She was only wearing a light blue shawl, which made her look a little cute. First adjust the skill strength, 10-finger current elementary, strength, level 1. After Lin Wan crushed a box of oranges, he had already mastered the specific movements. Press gently on Wu Yu's breasts, then rub, knead, and push. Do you feel anything? Seeing Wu Yu's calm face, Lin Wan asked. She shook her head. No feeling at all. Continue to adjust the intensity to level 2, and then Wu Yu's complexion began to change. She raised her head and watched Lin Wan's actions, her eyes full of curiosity. Continuing with a series of actions such as rubbing and kneading, in general, the feeling on Lin Wan's hands was the same as touching himself. To the extent that, throughout the whole process, he didn't even have the courtesy to say anything. Okay, have a good rest when you go back. If you feel anything special, tell me directly via WeChat or QQ. Compared to the previous massages, this Feng Xiong massage was very relaxing. I'll transfer the money to you via WeChat when I get back. Wu Yu offered to transfer the money. Transfer it to a card. I'll send you my Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank of China card number. Lin Wan is still used to keeping money in that card. At night, Wu Yu was lying on her bed sleeping, feeling a little lost. When I came back just now, I secretly ran to the bathroom and looked carefully again and again, but it seemed that nothing had changed. It seems to be a lie. It turns out that change is not that easy. Big liar. Wu Yu spat at Lin Wan's profile picture on her phone. She undressed and walked into the bathroom, then took on the last 2 small pieces of underwear. It habitually starts from other places, but in the process of taking a bath, there is always a feeling of heat and a special swelling before the fierceness. Is it really effective? Wu Yu looked at the mirror with joy. Although there is still no visible change, this feeling is becoming stronger and stronger. By the way, he said he wanted to rest more. She remembered what Lin Wan had told her before he left. After taking a shower, I didn't even bother to take a deep breath and just lay down on the bed to rest. I slept very soundly that night. The next day, a scream came from Wu Yu's room. It really appeared. It was just a pair of A's, but at least it was there. Oh, right, I almost forgot about transferring the money. In her excitement, Wu Yu immediately remembered that she thought Lin Wan was a liar yesterday, so she didn't transfer the money. I transferred 2,000 yuan immediately. Lin Wan, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you yesterday and thought you were a liar. I didn't expect that you would be so nice. Thank you. I didn't want to think that it was only 5 o'clock in the morning and Lin Wan might not have woken up yet. Unable to suppress her emotions, she sent another message. I want it to be a little bigger, is that okay? Lin Wan, of course no problem, but you have to add 2,000. Wu Yu immediately transferred 2,000 yuan to Lin Wan. Lin Wan, who was half sleepy at home, suddenly saw the transfer information and lost all sleepiness. So straightforward. Lin Wan was surprised. It seems that the effect is really good, which is exactly as he expected. If this is the case, we can add this business in addition to massage in the future. Thinking of how fierce our class teacher Pan Xiaoting is, I feel a little depressed. Maybe I can recommend this new business to her next time. Chapter 26 Sisters Crisis. On their way to school, I suddenly felt my phone vibrate. When I opened it, I received a text message from an unfamiliar number. Are you Lin Wan? Do you know that your sister has been harassed by a man named Yu Jun these days? If he is a man, please help your sister. Seeing this message, Lin Wan's mind suddenly buzzed. Yu Jun. She had been so busy making money these days that she actually forgot about him. He and Lin Ying were from the same school, so it was easy for him to harass her. Find Wang Ying's name in the contacts and edit the information. Do you know a rich second-generation guy named Yu Jun? The information was then sent to Wang Ying's WeChat. Soon Wang Ying sent a voice message. Wang Ying, is the person you are talking about currently studying at F City University? It seems that Wang Ying does know this person. Lin Wan continued to reply, yes, it's him. It seems that his father's company is near the university. Wang Ying, his family is just a small shareholder of F City University. I can help you give him a warning, but he has raped several female college students. This guy does have some skills. He has never failed to get whoever he likes. Wang Ying, why is your friend being targeted by her? Lin Wan did not reply to the message. It was about her sister Lin Ying. The matter concerned her sister Lin Ying. He then called his class teacher Pan Xiaoting to ask for leave. Hearing Lin Wan's firm tone, Pan Xiaoting knew that it was a serious matter, so she quickly approved Lin Wan's request for leave. Yu Jun was already a senior student at F City University and was about to graduate, so he became even more unscrupulous in his search for targets. He has a very specific taste and only likes simple-minded student girls, especially those with good temperament. And Lin Ying was the prettiest, had the best figure, and had the best temperament among all the female students he had ever met. What made him most reluctant to give up was that Lin Ying never looked at him seriously from beginning to end, and even said that she didn't care about him at all. This made his inner desire for conquest rise to an unprecedented level. Holding a bottle of yogurt in his hand, he had already found out that Lin Ying usually liked to ask her classmates to bring this kind of yogurt. Yu Jun handed a bottle of processed yogurt to the owner of the small supermarket. Old Shu, a woman wearing pink clothes who comes to buy yogurt from you every day will come over here soon. Give this yogurt to her. The boss, Lao Shu, took the yogurt and looked at it carefully. First of all, it was not expired and there were no pinholes. It looked like a normal bottle of yogurt. Are you her friend? Old Shu thought to himself, why not get a bottle of yogurt for free and get paid for it? Yes. Yu Jun responded with a smile. But he turned around and sneered smugly. Not far from the small supermarket, he sat in the car quietly waiting for the girl who would buy yogurt for Lin Ying every day to show up. Boss, I want 2 bottles of yogurt. The person who came was a female college student wearing a pink dress and a chubby baby face. She looked like a high school girl and was very cute. After taking 2 bottles of yogurt, the girl smiled at the boss and said, "Thank you, boss." Watching her leave, the boss, Lao Shu, scratched his head and asked, which bottle of yogurt was given by that young man? All Old Shu could confirm now was that the girl had a bottle of yogurt that Yu Jun had given her earlier. Looking at the girl's back as she left, Yu Jun, who was sitting in the car, smiled. Lin Wan was on his way to F City University at the moment, while Lin Ying was at the main campus of F City University. Although we don't know who sent the message, considering what happened in the past few days, the credibility of the incident is indeed very high. The bus stopped at the F City University bus stop. After Lin Wan got off the bus, he walked towards the north gate of the school. I heard from Lin Ying before that the front of their school generally does not allow outsiders to enter, and only the security guards at the north gate are easier to talk to. Walking to the north gate of F City University, Lin Wan walked straight in while the security guard wasn't paying attention. Everything went very smoothly, but I didn't know where Lin Ying's classroom was now. He took out his cell phone. "Sister, I'm at your school, where is your classroom?" Lin Wan's cell phone rang soon. It was Lin Ying calling. "Lin Ying, Lin Wan, why are you here when you are not in class? Go back to class and don't delay your studies. Has Yu Jun been harassing you frequently these days?" Lin Wan asked. Lin Ying was silent for a while on the other end of the phone. "Don't worry about your sister, I will find a way to solve it myself." "Let me help you solve it," Lin Wan said calmly. "What are you going to do?" Lin Ying was startled by Lin Wan's words. In the past, Lin Wan would not be so brave, but he came here for his own safety, and Lin Ying's originally irritable heart calmed down a lot. Just now on their way to the classroom, she saw Yu Jun's car again and began to have a bad feeling. "Where are you? I'll come find you." Lin Wan was wandering around the teaching building at this moment, but couldn't find where Lin Ying's classroom was. "I'm in class. You don't have to worry about me. I'm in classroom 402. I'll have breakfast first." After saying that, he hung up the phone. From the sound, it sounded like she was drinking yogurt. Lin Wan could easily guess this because Lin Ying also often drank this kind of yogurt. The main reason is that pure milk is more expensive. On the other side, Yu Jun arranged 2 people to stay in Lin Ying's classroom and take her away immediately if she fainted after drinking the milk. Just take it to the car, and everything after that will be much simpler. "Brother Jun, she is already drinking yogurt. I will ask 2 people to act out a scene together later." The person who made the call was sitting in the corner of classroom 402 at this moment. Noticing his look, 2 people in the classroom suddenly started arguing. And the quarrel became more and more intense. Lin Ying frowned. The voices of these 2 people were a bit noisy. Not only did these 2 people quarrel among themselves, they also kept instigating others to join in and even deliberately caused trouble. The classroom gradually fell into chaos. Almost everyone was paying attention to everyone, including many female students who also joined in, and were quite fierce. "Ying, I'm so sleepy." A cute-looking girl next to Lin Ying suddenly yawned. Then he lay on the table motionless, looking like he was asleep. "Xiaohuan? Xiaohuan." Lin Ying shook her a few times. At this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed up, and one of them picked up the man by the waist. "What are you going to do?" Lin Ying suddenly shouted. Everyone in the classroom was paying attention to everyone else, and no one noticed this side at all. The person was quickly escorted out of the classroom. At this moment, Lin Wan finally found the location of 402. "Damn, the classrooms here are not arranged in order. The classrooms here are not arranged in order." Not only Lin Wan, but even many freshmen often have trouble finding their classrooms. "Sister, how are you?" Hearing Lin Ying rushing out of the classroom, Lin Wan blocked her way. "Hurry up and help, my best friend was taken away." "It was Yu Jun, it must be Yu Jun." Xiaohuan fainted immediately after drinking the yogurt. Lin Ying immediately thought of the incident when she saw Yu Jun's car on their way here. She pointed to the spot in front where she saw Yu Jun's car. "Quick, Yu Jun's car is over there, he will definitely do something bad to Xiaohuan." Lin Ying was very emotional. She knew very well what kind of person Yu Jun was. If Xiaohuan was taken to Yu Jun, she would most likely be in great danger. Chapter 27 Star Wave Headlines. Yu Jun's car was seen from a distance, and 2 or 3 people helped a girl in a pink dress into the car. Seeing the girl raise her hand slightly, she seemed to be still conscious but unable to resist. Yu Jun, who was in the car, was stunned when he saw the person coming. "But since it's already been delivered to my door, I might as well make the best of it. Lin Ying can't escape anyway." Relying on his extraordinary reaction speed, Lin Wan used his skill Thunder and Lightning to knock out all those people outside. System prompt: gain pain value plus 80, plus 80, plus. Lin Wan opened the car door directly, and when he saw Lin Wan, Yu Jun also recognized him. When Lin Wan saw Yu Jun again, he was furious. Lin Yingying had rejected him before, but I didn't expect her to play dirty tricks now. I just don't know why the person who was sent here was this girl. If I'm not mistaken, the person who should have been sent here should have been Lin Yingying. If it weren't for that text message reminder, this guy would have ruined another female student. Thinking of this, Lin Wan became furious. You Jun, I've destroyed your genitals. Let's see what tools you'll use to commit crimes in the future. Lin Wan first used electric current from her 10 fingers to put Yu Jun into a dazed state. Yu Jun's pants gradually became wet, but fortunately Lin Wan let go in time and didn't press that place. But the next one really hit the mark. R. With a violent scream, Yu Jun officially bid farewell to his life as a man. If she were to undergo surgery later, she might be able to be reborn as a woman. Taking a look at Yu Jun's upper body, it seems that he exercises a lot. You've ruined so many women, why not just turn you into a woman? His tools for committing the crime are definitely not going to be kept, so I might as well give him a long Yu Xiong to give him a complete set. After unzipping the shirt, the third level 10 finger current is directly used for massage transformation. The effect was completely different from that on Wu Yu. Perhaps because of the muscles, the two places on Yu Jun's forehead quickly became soft. At this moment, Yu Jun's state was similar to Yarn Yu's before, and he was in a mysterious state of mind as if he was about to ascend to heaven. But when he wakes up, he will see this unexpected surprise. After Lin Wan took the girl away, Yu Jun's tool did not disappear like the fish before. However, I'm afraid it will no longer be usable in the future, as that genetic lightning directly destroyed the tissue. Holding the girl next to him, he left Yu Jun's car. Thank you for saving me. The girl has basically regained consciousness, but her body is still unable to move freely. Lin Yingying also happened to arrive at this moment. Xiao Huan, are you okay? Lin Yingying looked at Lin Wan. It seems that we discovered it just now in time and prevented Yu Jun from succeeding. After hearing Lin Wan's words, Lin Yingying finally breathed a sigh of relief. What about Yu Jun? It is impossible that Yu Jun would be so kind as to let them go, and now there is no sign of him. You leave first. Lin Wan didn't bother to explain to her. Lin Wan had observed along the way that the location chosen by Yu Jun was a blind spot that could not be captured by the camera. It was obvious that the other party also wanted to take advantage of this. Inside the car, Yu Jun had already woken up, but his head was tapped for a moment, and for some reason he suddenly fell into a state of confusion and was unable to move. Therefore, he was in a sober state during the whole process just now. I'm going to kill you, Tilda. He could no longer feel the place, as if it had disappeared. Yu Jun took out the stuff and looked at it. The stuff was still there, but the shared ownership was gone. Feeling the swelling in front of him, he reached out and touched it. This feeling and touch was very familiar to him. Become fierce. His current girlfriend is B. He had just experienced this feeling last night and knew it very well. I joked yesterday that my ferocity looked bigger than hers. I didn't expect it to become true today, and it's not just what it seems. He took out his cell phone and made a call. Half an hour later. In the andrology department of the Municipal People's Hospital, experts are examining Yu Jun's little brother. What's going on? Yu Jun's father Yu Sen asked as he stood nearby. Don't ask. Yu Jun found it difficult to talk about the specific matter. Yu Sen, who was paunchy, took out his cell phone and made a call. If you don't tell me, I'll ask someone myself. At F City University, there were only a few gangsters who hung out with Yu Jun, and they were often brought into the school by Yu Jun. After the call was connected, Yu Sen walked out to the corridor. What's going on with Xiao Jun? You'd better explain it to me. Yu Sen asked loudly. On the other end of the line was one of the people who had been knocked unconscious by Lin Wan earlier. Lin Yingying. She repeated the name she learned from the phone call. How could a little girl be so cruel? The most serious matter he mentioned was that his son was crippled, and the content of the rape was simply ignored. As a school director, many female students have come to him for scholarships over the years. Yu Sen called the police. Lin Wan was eating with Lin Yingying in the cafeteria of F City University when two uniformed policemen walked in from the door. Realizing that things were not going well, Lin Wan was looking for Wang Ying for help on WeChat. On the other side, Wang Ying, who was holding a mobile phone, saw Lin Wan asking her for help and a smug smile appeared on her face. Then you have to come and give me a massage at least once a week. If you can do that, I will help you. Seeing the message from Wang Ying, Lin Wan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Wan replied, "No problem. Are you Lin Wan?" The policeman appeared nearby. "I now suspect you of being involved in an intentional injury case. Please come with me." Lin Ying stood up. Lin Wan. Seeing Lin Wan being taken away, many people were watching. "I heard that she was almost raped by Yu Jun, a senior." Their voices in the discussion nearby seemed somewhat excited. Instead of agreeing, the attitude of the other people in the discussion seemed somewhat excited because of the raping incident. Ignoring these beastly classmates, Lin Ying is now worried about Lin Wan's safety. The only person Lin Wan had a conflict with in the past 2 days was Yu Jun, and it was probably him who called the police. Wang Lan was playing PUBG when he suddenly received a call from his sister Wang Ying. "Wang Lang, your idol Lin Wan has been arrested. Please help me get him on the hot search list." Wang Ying then recounted the whole story she had learned from Lin Wan. He failed to rape her and ended up getting raped. Wang Lang blurted out these words after learning the truth. Wang Ying on the other end of the phone rolled her eyes. Her brother's train of thought was so peculiar and his attention was always different from others. It is not easy for ordinary people to get on Xinglang's hot search, but Wang Lang has a way to do it easily. The fact that Yu Jun's fans failed to rape him and instead called the police is a news point in itself. If this is combined with what he had done before, it would probably directly arouse public outrage. Therefore, a hot search on Xinglang titled "Rich Second Generation in F City Raped a Female Student and Later Called the Police" is rapidly gaining popularity. Chapter 28 Yu Sen's Death. Who did this? Yu Sen angrily threw his phone. Go find out who bought the trending search quickly. That poor boy definitely doesn't have the ability to do that. Yu Sen has already fully investigated Lin Wan's situation. Tell Shuyu to expel this student named Lin Ying immediately, and also the girl named Ouyang Xiaowan. Say that they have an immoral personal life and seduce the teacher. Yu Sen's secretary quickly did as he said. Not long after, the secretary walked in with an embarrassed look on his face. "Mr. Yu, the school said that Lin Ying's lifestyle, ideology and morality are flawless, and the school board will not allow such an excellent student to be expelled." Yu Sen turned around and looked at the secretary's face, which was covered with thick foundation. Board of Directors. What does it have to do with the board of directors if I expel an ordinary student? Logically speaking, the board of directors would definitely not interfere if such an ordinary student with no background was expelled. Let's deal with Lin Wan first. His son Yu Jun was disabled, and now that Lin Wan has been sent in, he cannot be allowed to come out intact. This is not the first time that Yu Sen has done such a thing. No matter who his backers are, let them take action immediately. All information will be kept confidential. In a few days, just make the topic of any celebrity a hot topic, and the matter will be over. Yu Sen didn't care about this kind of ordinary operation at all. In the police station, Lin Wanjing was being questioned by 2 young policemen. "We have obtained the surveillance video of you hurting Yu Jun, but we still want to hear the truth from you yourself." Hearing a square-faced man on the other side suddenly say that he had obtained the surveillance footage, Lin Wan looked at him carefully and tried hard not to laugh. "Officer, if you have really watched the video, you should understand that it was Yu Jun who asked people to carry the young lady into the car. I was just acting bravely." Lin Wan would naturally not be fooled by the square-faced man opposite her. What's more, he was originally a hero saving a beautiful girl, and as for crippling Yu Jun, it was purely to eliminate harm for the people. Another skinny young man took a pen and glanced at the table, and said impatiently, "Oh, so you are still a good person. That's not necessary. Just let me out." Lin Wan also replied with a smile. Bang! The skinny young man angrily slammed the table. "Stop talking nonsense, I tell you, Lin Wan, you are already over 16 years old, and you will be held criminally liable for intentionally harming others. If you don't tell the truth, we can't help you." The skinny young man determined that Lin Wan had committed intentional injury, but did not mention a word about Jun's suspected attempted rape. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and a gloomy-looking young man in uniform walked in. He said in a cold tone, "You guys go out first, leave this to me." Bang! A gun was placed on the table first. He flexed his finger joints and it didn't look like he was going to ask any questions. The square-faced man and the skinny young man glanced at each other, then they looked at Lin Wan with a gloating look and left the room. Before Lin Wan noticed, a foot suddenly kicked towards him. Lin Wan fell to the ground instantly, and the kick was offset by Lin Wan's innate skill, absolute defense. But he still fell out due to inertia. The gloomy young man took out an electric baton and walked towards Lin Wan. From the moment he sat down, he didn't say a word and started to act directly. It was obvious that he didn't need Lin Wan to say anything. "Boy, you're unlucky to have run into me. I'm not like them. I can get your confession by myself, but someone asked me to take something from you, so you'd better cooperate." The electric baton emitted an arc, and Lin Wan subconsciously covered his little brother. He had destroyed you, Jun, so the other party probably came to take this thing. Immediately activate the second level of lightning skill gene. If the attack misses, at least you won't faint on the ground and be slaughtered. What? You still want to fight back? The gloomy young man stared at Lin Wan's hand with disdain on his face. Lin Wan's information was clearly placed on the table. From what he saw, the high school student looked frail. Especially the skin, which looks whiter than women's skin. If Lin Wan knew what the other party was thinking, they would probably have started a fight by now. However, in the current situation, it would be unreliable to directly injure the other party. It would be better to exchange injuries for injuries like what happened to Yu Gang before. The gloomy young man became angry when he saw Lin Wan approaching. He hadn't even made a move yet, but he was still trying to seize the initiative. The electric baton stabbed directly into Lin Wan's shoulder. "It hurts so much that my arm is numb." Two hands suddenly grabbed the gloomy young man's hands, and the other party's reaction was 100 times more exaggerated than when Lin Wan was clicked. The two men fell to the ground together. The gloomy young man was now limp and unable to move, but Lin Wan was able to continue to get up. System prompt: "Congratulations host, you have obtained the upgrade qualification. Do you want to upgrade now?" No. Lin Wan immediately made a rational choice. Upgrading here is tantamount to exposing your secrets to them. The Xinglang hot search, the hot search about Lin Wan, was fueled by Wang Yang's resources. It has been rising continuously and is even showing a trend of being parallel to the headlines of birthday wishes for a certain celebrity. The evening was already filled with voices denouncing Jun, including many from the official microblogs of F-City University. Not only was Yusen's background exposed, but the person involved even personally released a video to denounce the case and demand justice. The beastly director of F-City University became a new trending search, which caught Wang Yang off guard. It is said that netizens are really resourceful. Even Wang Ying, who provided the information, learned many inside stories for the first time. F-City University responded quickly and removed Yusen from his position as school director on the same day. Yusen's company is also under investigation. A lot of evidence has been posted on the internet, and even collecting evidence has become a formality. Now, Yusen sat in the office, staring blankly at the computer screen. In less than a day, all customer orders were lost, and it was not just Yusen's dark history. Some people even revealed online that his grandfather had helped the Japanese find their way before the founding of the People's Republic of China. Ding-a-ling tilde. When he heard the phone ringing, hope instantly appeared on Yusen's face. "Hey, Mr. Huang, save me. You are the only one who can save me now." Yusen kept calling for help on the phone. "How can you let me save you? Your story is known to the whole world now. By the way, you should have already done what I asked you to do to destroy the data, right?" From what he heard on the phone, he didn't care about his own life or death, but only cared about whether the other party's confidential information had been destroyed. "Boss Wang, I did burn your information, but I accidentally discovered that I still have a copy of your information. If you don't save me, I can't guarantee that this information will not appear on Xinlang with my hot search in a while." Yusen's lips were pale and his face looked haggard, but when he threatened Mr. Huang on the phone, he instantly became energetic. Okay. He said okay 3 times in a row on the phone. The call was then hung up. Yusen's face gradually regained its color. He believed that with Mr. Huang's power, it would be no problem for him to help him solve the problem. Take out a brown paper bag containing documents from the safe. These are his last life-saving talismans. Whoosh tilde. An arrow shot towards Yusen's throat from outside the window, and a figure skillfully entered Yusen's office through the window from outside. You could have solved this problem by just serving a few years in jail, but you chose to commit suicide. The man spat in Yusen's face. But before leaving, he suddenly covered his face. Damn it, I spit out of habit. There was his DNA in the sputum. He took off Yusen's suit, wiped the saliva off his face, and then put it back on him. Chapter 29 System Upgrade. After discovering that the gloomy young man fell to the ground, there was no sign that Lin Wan had attacked him. Then another person was assigned to conduct the interrogation. When that person came in, everyone else called him Captain. Lin Wan guessed that this person should be the leader of those people just now. Yusen is dead. As soon as he walked in, he told Lin Wan the news of Yusen's death. Lin Wan's attention was completely focused on the system upgrade prompt. I was about to upgrade immediately, but my attention was distracted by Wang Ying's words. Lin Wan was stunned for a moment. He had no way of telling whether the information was true or not, but he felt a little happy when he heard it. If anything happens to Yu Jun, his father will definitely come forward to help him solve it. How did he die? Lin Wan now wanted to know how Yusen died. He died at the hands of a professional killer. The captain was observing Lin Wan's reaction. Soon he continued, but don't worry, we all know that with your financial situation, you definitely can't afford such a killer. It seems that I was able to get away with it this time thanks to the fact that I was relatively poor. Then the captain reached out and knocked on the table. The chief asked me to tell you not to forget your promise. But I think this is not what the chief wanted to say, but someone else asked him to tell you. Having said that, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Wan in front of him. He was obviously just an ordinary high school student, but even the director had a message for him. Judging from the incident of bringing flowers, doesn't it also show that the person behind him is qualified to ask the director to help with such a small matter, let alone other matters? You can go now. He opened the door and signaled Lin Wan to go out directly. Can we just leave now? Lin Wan thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect to be able to leave so soon. After the incident between Lin Wan and Yu Jun became a hot topic, other major news websites also followed suit and wrote similar posts. This kind of news has always attracted the most attention, especially since Yu Jun is a second-generation rich man. The actions of the father and son are irrefutable. After examination at the hospital, Yu Jun was confirmed to be in good health, but there were many unexplainable changes in his body. Even Yu Jun himself was hoping for a lucky break. After being caught, he did not panic. As usual. If something like this happens, he will be fine within a week. He has long been accustomed to it. However, he didn't know that after the police entered Yusen's office, they found only a cold corpse. The corpse looked out the window, eyes full of disbelief. Perhaps he never understood why he died until his death. Lin Wan had just walked out of the police station when she received a call. It was Wang Ying who called. Did you see the Porsche parked at the door? Get in immediately, or the group of reporters will come over. Lin Wan looked at the door and saw two Porsches parked there. After getting on the bus, he recognized the driver as Wang Ying at a glance. She was wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap on her head. I'll explain it to you later. The car quickly drove away from the police station, and sure enough, a group of reporters were already rushing towards the door of the police station. The car was speeding on the road. You should not have forgotten your promise, right? The first thing Wang Ying said was the agreement Lin had made with her last time. Of course, Lin Wan did not forget that promise. I get a massage at least once a week, but I almost had an accident last time, so I'm not interested in doing it again. Lin Wan already had a premonition that he might need to replenish his kidneys. Of course I didn't forget. I'm glad you didn't forget. Wang Ying was very satisfied with his attitude. A large package of contracts was suddenly placed in front of Lin Wan. Sign and stamp your fingerprints. Remember, you must sign and stamp every copy. Wang Ying deliberately emphasized that it should be every copy. Looking at the bag of contracts in front of him, Lin Wan roughly counted them. 108 copies. Lin Wan took a deep breath. Looking carefully at the contents of the contract, I found that several of the contracts had a photo of the person attached to the back. The photos are full of all kinds of beauties, ranging from those in their 40s to those who are 13 or 14, covering beauties of several age groups. What's going on? Lin Wan suddenly felt a little confused. TSK. Wang Ying suddenly laughed. You didn't think I was alone with you every week, did you? You think I like you? It's like this. We, including your homeroom teacher Pan Xiaoting, are all in the same circle, but we all have a common hobby: enjoyment. Lin Wan was about to ask his own question, but Wang Ying stopped him and said, Don't say anything. Listen to me first. There are 108 contracts and 54 people, including me. However, your homeroom teacher doesn't seem to want to use the contract restrictions, but that doesn't mean she is not included. The most important thing is, this is only part of it. Ward Qian, looking at these photos, each one of them is a beautiful woman with good looks, and they are actually lining up to get a massage from him. The surprise came too suddenly, and most importantly. And that's just part of it. So how do we arrange the time? Lin Wan suppressed his excitement. I used to do 2 a night, how about trying 3 a night next time? I'm a little excited just thinking about it. According to the results of our discussion, in order to avoid embarrassment, we should each stay in our own residences. Wang Ying rolled her eyes. The 108-point contract took 10 minutes to sign, but fortunately the car was relatively stable. You have to put your fingerprints on each one, and not in the same place. Lin Wan didn't have time to read the above terms and conditions, so he could only glance at them when pressing his fingerprint. If there is a contract of sale inside, I'm afraid there is no way to find it. Wait. Lin Wan saw a strange clause. For massage services at least once a week, party A will pay according to the normal price, and may even give appropriate tips. Certainly. Lin Wan's focus is not on the latter part, but on watching it at least once a week. Key point, at least once a week. Understand them separately first and then put them together. Literally, everyone should enjoy it at least once a week. That is 54 people. Wait. You said here that everyone does it at least once a month. There are 54 of you. Lin Wan suddenly felt that things were not as good as he had imagined. Wang Ying took a contract unhappily and pointed at another clause on it. Look carefully, it says it's after you graduate from high school. It doesn't matter if you can't do it before you graduate. Besides, this contract is just a formality. Then he threw the contract back to Lin Wan. It turns out it only happens once a month. Lin Wan heaved a sigh of relief. I'm sleepy. I need to take a nap. Lin Wan closed his eyes. In fact, his attention was now on the system interface, and he immediately chose to upgrade. I am about to be upgraded to level 2. I wonder what the rewards will be after level 2. System prompt, upgrading. Chapter 30 I'm your sister. Lin Wan closed his eyes and waited quietly for the system to upgrade. Upgrading. Please wait patiently. By the way, the contract has been signed. We will discuss the order ourselves. When the need arises, someone will naturally contact you. Yeah. Lin Wan nodded. At this moment, his attention was all on the system upgrade. He was also a little tired and didn't want to talk much. The car stopped on the side of the road near Lin Wan's home. After Lin Wan got off the car, Wang Ying said goodbye and drove away. In the bag that Lin Wan was holding, Wang Ying took away 54 of them, and the other 54 left for Lin Wan were now in this bag. According to the date above, the execution will start from tomorrow. Looking at the bag in his hand, Lin Wan smiled strangely and said, Is this considered as being supported by 54 women? A few minutes later I arrived at the door of my house. When I opened the door, I saw Lin Ying, wearing an apron, preparing meals. You're back. Seeing Lin Wan coming back, Lin Ying smiled brightly. You seem to know that I will come back today. Lin Wan asked curiously. Did my sister know the news in advance? Don't worry about this. Your coming back is the most important thing. Lin Ying showed a mysterious expression. After Lin Ying walked into the kitchen, Lin Wan secretly glanced at her mobile phone that she had left outside. Knowing the unlock pattern of her phone, Lin Wan quietly unlocked it and saw the message Wang Ying sent to Lin Ying. After seeing their chat records, Lin Wan realized that it was because her sister asked Wang Ying for help at the first opportunity that led to what happened later. Lin Wan began to be curious about Wang Ying's background. The last dish. Lin Ying brought the dish to the table. Then take off your apron. Did you place an ad in the second Lieutenant Colonel bar? While eating, Lin Wan was startled when he heard Lin Ying's words. The mobile phone number had been deleted by him, but Lin Ying only knew that the message was sent by herself. He asked in surprise, "How did you know?" "I saw your number." Lin Ying replied calmly. "If you don't want it to get bigger and just want the shape to be better, can you do that?" She stared into Lin Wan's eyes, her face slightly reddened. "Of course." Lin Wan answered straightforwardly. He stared at Lin Ying's place and looked at it carefully. Lin Wan's head was hit hard. "Why are you looking at me? Of course I'm not talking about myself. I'm just asking for others out of curiosity." Lin Ying. Lin Wan lowered his head to eat, laughing secretly. "However, what my sister said seems to be true. Although she grew up in a poor family, she was much better than many girls in terms of development. Perhaps it is inseparable from her own genes." After dinner, Lin Wan sat quietly on the sofa. Lin Ying came out wrapped in a bath towel, her hair wet. "Go take a shower." He left this sentence and walked into the room. "There is only one bathroom in the house, and we have to queue up to take a shower." Just as I was about to go into the bathroom, I suddenly heard a prompt from the system. "System prompt, upgrade completed, please check the upgrade changes." It's the perfect time to complete the upgrade. Standing in the bathroom, Lin Wan forgot to close the door. Host, Lin Wan LV2. Upgrade experience, 10,000. Age, 16. Gender, male. Basic attributes, intelligence 85, strength 80, reaction 102, agility 70, endurance 90, charm 70. A bit handsome, sexual ability 69. Although the ability is good, don't play around. This system is called the super system, and it will take you on the path to becoming a god. Each attribute has 10 points of attribute value added, which is really cool. You don't even close the door when you take a shower. Lin Ying was about to pee, and when she saw the door was not closed, she thought Lin Wan was not there, but she didn't expect to see a naked figure. He closed the door with a red face, and judging by the footsteps, he must have returned to the room. Lin Wan quickly took a shower. But while rushing, he continued to check the system interface. Open the skill mastering interface. Skills mastered, 10-finger electric current elementary plus, absolute defense elementary plus, genetic lightning elementary plus. Available points, 1 skill points are allocated after level 2, and gradually increase with the level. After each skill, there is a plus sign. As a good young man of the new century, how could I not understand what this means? After a little consideration. Add electricity to 10 fingers. This skill is the most useful one among all the skills. My future happiness all depends on it. Just think about serving one person every day. It's a lot of physical work. System prompt, finger flexibility plus 10, sensitivity plus 10, perception plus 10. Then, next to the 10 fingers electric current, in addition to the intensity, there was another finger attribute. Even without clicking on the familiar button, Lin Wan felt that the sensitivity of his fingers had increased a lot. "Lin Wan, are you okay?" Outside the door, Lin Ying tightly crossed her legs. Lin Wan had stayed in there for too long, and there was only one bathroom in the house. "Oh, okay, I'll put on my clothes." Then he put on his clothes. Looking at the buttons on his shirt, Lin Wan was confused. My god, why were my hands so fast before? Without even looking, the buttons were neatly fastened before I even noticed. Is this what happens after adding 10 points? Lin Wan really wanted to say to the system now, "System, you dare to be stronger." Opening the bathroom door, Lin Ying looked at him speechlessly, then walked in. Bang! Close the door. Lin Wan shrugged and was about to walk into her room when she saw that her sister's room door was open. At the same time, she saw a strange strip sticking out from under the quilt on the bed. Lin Wan walked in curiously. Looking at the bed, Lin Wan suddenly became curious and wanted to lift the quilt to take a look. Just as he was about to open it, he heard a voice behind him, "Don't move." Lin Ying immediately walked over and stood in front of Lin Wan. "How could you touch my sister's things casually?" Her voice sounded a little weak, which was a bit unlike the usual Lin Yingying. She had just finished taking a shower and could still smell a fresh fragrance on her body. Lin Wan gently sniffed the fragrance. Smells so good. After opening her eyes, Lin Wan suddenly had an idea. Sister, how about I give you a massage? Well, can you massage my shoulders for me? They've been feeling a little sore lately. Sister, how about I help you become more perfect? I just learned a move called dragon grabbing hand recently. Lin Wan said seriously. TSK, you wish. I am your sister, she said fiercely. A pair of jade rabbits seemed to be about to come out. Thinking of the things under the quilt, Lin Wan guessed that under the quilt should be the bra that had just been taken off. Chapter 31, Shut Out. Lin Wan never thought that her sister would hide her capital so deeply. Unfortunately, some advantages cannot be hidden no matter what. This is a very strange feeling. It has been known from the beginning that the two have no blood relationship, and Lin Wan has never regarded Lin Yingying as a real sister. Completely different from Wu Youyou's pair of A's, Lin Yingying is truly a woman that Lin Wan cannot grasp with one hand. However, this situation can easily lead to sagging, so frequent massage is needed for adjustment. Unfortunately, my sister refused directly. Put your hands on your shoulders and start massaging seriously. Lin Yingying's face flushed as she quietly closed her eyes and enjoyed it. Lin Wan quietly turned up the intensity. 10-finger current, level 1 intensity. You, be gentle. He could already feel the changes brought about by Lin Wan's fingers. But she couldn't express her feelings directly. However, the feedback from the fingers is just the opposite. Not only can you not retract your fingers, but you have to increase the force slightly. The force is not just increased in an ordinary way, but it is strengthened in technique to stimulate the acupuncture points above. Of course, because of the electric current in the 10 fingers, the most stimulating application is Yingying's viewing experience. System prompt, gained happiness value from Lin Yingying plus 10, plus 11, plus 13. The pleasure value was increasing irregularly, perhaps because the intensity of the electric current in the 10 fingers was only level 1, and because my sister was in a relaxed state, the pleasure value started at more than 10 points. The electric current only makes people enter a certain state of emptiness in advance, which is the ordinary meaning of orgasm. But the conclusion that Lin Wan has come to now is that the finger techniques can enhance the sensation, increase the pleasure value, and prolong the time. For example, now, 40 minutes have passed, but Lin Yingying's reaction is not as exaggerated as Yarn Yu and Wen Xiu. Lin Yingying looks very beautiful now. After the massage, Lin Yingying suddenly realized the strange reaction she was having. You go out first. Lin Yingying hugged her head with the quilt. The feeling just now made her feel a little difficult to describe. After Lin Wan left, Lin Yingying changed into a pair of panties immediately. Hatilder, I touched my face with my hand and it felt a little hot. I looked in front of the mirror and found that my face was not as red as a monkey's but as I had imagined. After Lin Wan left the room, he suddenly heard a vibrating sound, which continued to make a buzzing sound. Following the source of the sound, we found that it came from Lin Yingying's room. I left my phone inside. This voice must be from my own phone. Lin Wan reached out and knocked on the door. Sister, I forgot my phone in your room. The door of the room opened, Lin Yingying handed him the phone and asked casually, who is Wu Youyou? Lin Wan glanced at her phone and saw that it was indeed a call from Wu Youyou. It's a classmate. I borrowed 2,000 yuan from her. I guess she's here to collect the debt. Lin Wan made up a reasonable explanation immediately. After saying that, Lin Wan took the phone in his hand. I might have to go out for a while. Seeing the number, Lin Wan roughly guessed what it was about. Really? After opening the mobile phone information. Are you free now? The message is very short, and I may be embarrassed to send out the other content. Lin Wan, I'm free, but I have to go to your house. Can? The reply came quickly, as if without any consideration. Wu Youyou quickly sent her home address. However, after seeing the address, Lin Wan felt a little unbelievable. Jinhua Mansion Villa District, City F. This is a high cost-effective mid-range villa district that even wealthy businessmen from surrounding cities are scrambling to buy. Lin Wan took the bus there. The buses outside the Jinhuafu Villa District were very convenient, with direct links to everywhere. Do rich people also like to take the bus? However, after entering, Lin Wan immediately changed his mind. According to Wu Yoyo's address, if we walk to her villa, it will probably take at least half an hour. Lin Wan sent her a message, "I'm outside." Wu Yoyo replied, "I'll send someone to pick you up." After getting the reply, Lin Wan waited at ease for the person Wu Yoyo mentioned to pick him up. However, the security guard next to him kept staring at him. It seemed that he was standing outside for a long time late at night. He didn't say anything about going into the community, but he also didn't have any plans to leave. "What are you doing?" The voice came from behind Lin Wan. A slightly plump young man who was also wearing a security uniform saw Lin Wan standing here and walked over to ask. "I'm waiting for someone." Lin Wan told the truth. "TSK." The slightly plump security guard laughed, and the laughter sounded very unpleasant. "Is there someone you are waiting for in here?" The slightly fat security guard looked at another security guard, and both of them showed sarcastic expressions at the same time. He pointed to the other side of the bus stop and said, "Go, go, 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 wait there if you want to. You're standing here and disturbing the mood of the owners inside to go home." Lin Wan looked inside the gate of the community and thought that the person Wu Yoyo mentioned would not arrive so soon. Lin Wan saw a promotional poster against the wall next to him. The price of this community is said to be the most expensive in the entire F city and even in the surrounding cities. Of course, the facilities inside are also very high-end. However, on the promotional poster, Lin Wan looked carefully at the picture on the poster and found that the most expensive area looked like the address that Wu Yoyo sent to him. Lin Wan opened Wu Yoyo's message and compared them. A big G was drawn on this area, and Wu Yoyo's address was number 108, which was right inside it. Judging from this, Wu Yoyo's parents must be very important figures in City F. A famous person named Wu in City F. Could it be Wu Qianxing from Qianxing Group? Thinking about it carefully, it's impossible. Wu Qianxing is almost 70 years old. But it could be her grandfather. Seeing that the security guard was still staring at him as if he was guarding against a thief, Lin Wan sighed and smiled. "Sit down next to a fountain near the bus stop. Move your fingers carefully." After the upgrade, the 10 fingers are more sensitive than before, and you can even vaguely feel the acupoints. This was something that had never been heard of by someone as old as Lin Wan. The location of the school had always been found only through experience. Relying on the feel of the hands to emotionally sense the acupoints, this made it work extremely well on Lin Ying this time. "I guess the massage I give Wu Yoyo later will probably reach sea level. If I had known that the other party was so rich, I should have quoted 20,000 yuan. A Bentley drove out of the community, and then Lin Wan received a message on his phone. "He should have arrived, but I don't want my family to know about this, so I only drove a relatively low-key car." If other people saw her say this, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. Any Bentley car is worth millions, but it has become the most low-key car in her house. From the tone of his voice, it seems like he's a bit disgusted. The driver was a man in his 30s with a crew cut. He stood straight and his words and actions gave people the impression that he was well trained. "Where is the person?" Standing at the gate of the community, "I didn't find the person the lady mentioned." Then Lin Wan's phone sent another message, "Where are you? The person who came to pick you up said he didn't see you." Lin Wan replied helplessly, "The security guard didn't let me stand at the door, so he drove me away." Chapter 32 New Massage Experience. "Where are the people?" the young man with a crew cut asked the security guard. "I was originally very reluctant to come out to pick someone up in the middle of the night, and now I have wasted a lot of time with the security guard." The cell phone of the young man with the flat head suddenly rang. "Hello, miss, I'll be right there." After answering the call, his expression immediately turned into an attentive smile. Wu Yoyo was getting a little impatient. He was chased away by the security guards. "Hurry up and bring him back, otherwise you won't be able to come back at night," Wu Yoyo said angrily. "I originally planned to invite them into their villa in a low-key manner. If I delay any longer, my parents might come soon. By the way, please be nicer to my friends later." Wu Yoyo knew that these people she employed always only looked at the clothes and not the people. The young man with a flat head nodded in agreement. "Where is the boy who was standing here just now?" The young man with the crew cut had just been scolded, and the security guard became the outlet for his anger. Just now. The two security guards were suddenly stunned. The young man who was standing here just now was driven away by them, and now even his shadow can't be seen. Is it you he is waiting for here? The slightly fat security guard looked embarrassed. The young man with the flat head suddenly frowned and asked, "You drove them away? Which direction did he go?" He didn't have time to pay attention to the security guard now. The most important thing was to find the person first. He went that way. The security guard pointed in the direction of the fountain in front. The young man with the crew cut immediately walked quickly in that direction. I walked to the fountain and looked around but didn't see anyone. But there was a student sitting next to him playing with his cell phone. Could it be him? Do you know a girl named Wu Yu? The young man with the crew cut looked at Lin Wan. Putting away the phone, Lin Wan stood up and asked, "Are you the one who came to pick me up? Let's go." Lin Wan walked directly in front of the young man with the crew cut. Looking at Lin Wan's back and the fair face just now. Could this man be the lady's boyfriend? Little girls like Wu Yu's age can be easily deceived by these handsome boys. No, tell the young master right away. Their big master, mentioned by the young man with the crew cut, is Wu Yu's brother Wu Jun, also known as Master Wu. After getting on the bus, drive all their way to Area G. After that, he walked into the villa and was taken all the way to Wu Yu's room. The young man with the flat head knocked on the door. After the door opened, Wu Yu looked at the young man with the crew cut and said, "Go do your work." The young man with the crew cut glanced at Lin Wan, wanting to say something but hesitant. However, he left without saying a word. However, when he turned the corner, he took out his cell phone and dialed the number marked Mr. Wu. After a while, someone answered the phone, but the person who answered was not Wu Xiao, but his bodyguard. "What's the matter?" When the bodyguard saw the incoming call, he only said 3 words. "I have something important to discuss with the young lady, young master." The reason why he emphasized that it was related to Wu Yu was to try to get the opportunity to talk to this young Master Wu. Wait a minute. I waited for a long time before I heard some movement on the other end of the phone, but it seemed to be quite loud. The voice contained a woman's sigh and the sound of applause for love. "What's the matter?" Mr. Wu's voice came from the phone. "Master, a young man just entered the young lady's room." "What?" Hearing the words of the young man with the crew cut, Wu Xiao suddenly stopped and quickly put on his pants. I could also hear the dissatisfied complaints from the woman next to me on the phone. Bang, the phone was hung up. The crew-haired young man didn't react for a moment. What's going on? In Wu Yu's room, Lin Wan was reading a book about massage that Wu Yu gave him. This book looks very old, but it is well preserved and is also a thread-bound edition. No matter what Wu Yu's purpose was in giving him this book, he was indeed deeply attracted by it. The book also provides detailed introductions to other massage positions, but this book is actually a book about cultivation. The introduction of these techniques is only to assist in practice and achieve the effect of unblocking the meridians. I'm afraid the person who wrote this book would never have imagined that someone in the future would use it to express his feelings. How about it? Can you do the method mentioned here? Wu Yu looked at Lin Wan with expectation. Sure. Lin Wan answered confidently. If his level was still LV1, he probably wouldn't dare to answer so straightforwardly, but it's different now. The sensitivity of his fingers is no longer what it used to be. Really? Wu Yu couldn't believe it. Lin Wan answered too quickly and directly, without even giving it a second thought, which made her feel a little unbelievable. Maybe this is the confidence of a master. Then, can you help me press it as it says above? I can give you extra money. Wu Yu said as she picked up the phone. Then Wu Yu showed the phone to Lin Wan. I transferred 50,000 yuan to you, as long as. She gritted her teeth. As long as you do everything according to what is written here and help me do it, I will pay you the rest of the balance. I just transferred 50,000 yuan, and it was just a deposit. This surprise came so suddenly. No problem, but it will probably take a whole night to complete this whole set. Lin Wan flipped through the contents. This includes adjustments to many parts of the body, some of which even involve certain private areas. This book seems to be tailor-made for him. Time is running out, shall we start now? Wu Yu nodded, yeah. You said before that being naked is the best effect. Lin Wan didn't expect Wu Yuyu to be so bold as to take the initiative to make this request. Yes, this is the best way both in terms of feel and effect. Lin Wan said affirmatively. The more times like this, the more you need to remain calm, even though you are indeed a little excited. Turn off the lights first. Wu Yuyu bit her nipples. After turning off the lights, with only the moonlight from the window shining into the room, Lin Wan could only vaguely see that Wu Yuyu was taking off her shirt. Then came pants, followed by bras and panties. The light was too dim and I couldn't see what color it was. Let's start, Wu Yuyu said in a low voice. Lin Wan walked forward, and Wu Yuyu reached out and put Lin Wan's hand where he was looking for. But after lying down, the feeling of my hand seems to have returned to its original flat state. Following the techniques in the book, Lin Wan began her first massage. As Lin Wan's hands moved, Wu Yuyu suddenly entered a mysterious state of mind. System prompt, gained happiness value from Wu Yuyu plus 60 plus 60 plus 60. Sure enough, the effect of low-intensity electric current on 10 fingers is not necessarily worse than that of high-intensity electric current. With this special technique, even Lin Wan could immediately feel the changes in Wu Yuyu's meridians. I can clearly feel a slight warmth in my hands. In Lin Wan's mind, what he was thinking about now were the techniques used in other positions. This was his first attempt. Chapter 33A Press to see. Damn, is the effect so strong? Lin Wan didn't see the effect, but felt it with his hands. In an atmosphere where the light is vague, it makes people feel more stimulating and easier to get into the state. At this moment, I couldn't see the expression on Wu Yuyu's face, but I could hear her rhythmic breathing. The word emotional appeared in Lin Wan's mind. It's okay here, turn over. The front is okay, now it's time to move to the back. Wu Yuyu unexpectedly knelt on the bed and asked in a low voice, is this okay? I'm afraid I'll be squashed if I lie on my stomach. What he said seemed to make sense, so Lin Wan nodded in agreement. Well, that's fine, but it might touch your sensitive spots, so I'll give you a shot first. After standing up and about to reach out his hand, Lin Wan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. The current situation made him even more shameless. He reached out and pulled up his pants to give his little brother more room to move around, then continue to work. I touched it with my hand and found that there was indeed less meat. Lin Wan began to create a work of art with his own hands. Wu Yuyu couldn't help but make a sound. This area was obviously more sensitive than other places. As soon as my hand touched it, I noticed that she was trembling noticeably. According to the feedback from the 10 fingers, find the accurate acupoints, then press and stimulate the acupoints with your fingers to further dredge the meridians. The most important point is to adjust the buttocks muscles, which require repeated kneading. From the calf to the thigh, from outside to inside, and then from inside to outside. Rub and massage repeatedly. The touch goes from heavy to light, and then use 10 fingers to continuously stimulate the acupoints. Wu Yuyu's breathing also changed rhythmically with Lin Wan's movements. Sometimes, there are also sounds similar to painful ones. Fortunately, Lin Wan did his homework in advance. It is said that some Asian women will have this kind of reaction when they are happy, and they themselves are not even aware that they are in such a state at the time. Plop tilde a drop of liquid fell on Lin Wan's hand, and he reached out to wipe it with the tissue. Then the action continues. Okay. Everything was done, and Lin Wan hinted to Wu Yuyu that she could put on her clothes. But no sound was heard. Could it be that she didn't move? Reaching out his hand again, Wu Yuyu continued to maintain the same posture. Is she hinting at something? Lin Wan continued to think, but his hands did not stop while he was thinking. And think of the right reason, post-test. Therefore, more careful exploration is required to determine whether the tongue shape meets the ideal standard. Also the waist and 2 legs. The workload was astonishingly large, but Lin Wan still felt that the price was a bit low. Even so, Wu Yuyu still didn't move. What was she waiting for? Could it be that? Lin Wan reached for his belt and unfastened the first button. My legs are numb, Wu Yuyu said in a crying voice. Lin Wan. He reached out and turned Wu Yuyu over, facing up. In the moonlight, Wu Yuyu's figure vaguely appeared in Lin Wan's sight. The sound of heavy breathing fell into Wu Yuyu's ears, and she seemed to understand something. He gritted his teeth but didn't say a word. Is this tacit consent? In this case, we must not miss it. Separate the two legs. Then loosen the belt. Due to my thin body, I often have trouble wearing pants because they are too big. Dee. Bang, bang, bang. There was a violent knock on the door. My brother is here. Wu Yu suddenly panicked. Lin Wan was in tears. What was this? If she had known earlier, she should have done it first and then massaged. My hands and feet are numb now. Can you help me put on my clothes? Wu Yu's voice was as small as a mosquito. This situation is indeed difficult to talk about. Click tilde. This is the only good thing about Lin Wan's body, it returns to its original state in an instant. Then he took Wu Yu's panties and subconsciously smelled it. Wu Yu's face flushed. You tilde. Lin Wan finally reacted. Oh, sorry, I thought it was my underpants. Habits kill people. This is not a good habit. I have to change it in the future. I was almost considered a pervert. Then I helped Wu Yu put on her underwear and pants first, but the top was a little more troublesome. Mainly because of the difference in size. Lin Wan said awkwardly, it's too big to wear anymore, why don't you just not wear it? I'll go out with you to buy some. After saying this, Lin Wan realized what he had said. Subconsciously, I treated the bra as an ordinary thing. If it was anything else, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. Par tilde. The light is on. Wu Yu's hands can now move freely. But there are still a few buttons on the clothes that cannot be buttoned. Or because the size is different. I'm not used to it at all. Wu Yu suddenly missed her old monotonous life. The knocking on the door continued. Wu Yu hurriedly made her bed, then poured herself a cup of tea and pretended to put on headphones. Go open the door. Lin Wan walked to the door and opened it. A clenched fist hung in midair. Mr. Wu, it's him. The young man with the crew cut suddenly pointed at Lin Wan. Young Master Wu first looked inside the room, and was relieved to see Wu Yu just leaning on the sofa listening to music. The first person to walk into the room was Wu Xiao's wife Yang Qingqing. She walked to Wu Yu and looked around in surprise. Wu Yu's face turned red instantly. She had seen the problem. Yang Qingqing asked quietly, is it him? Wu Yu nodded. Stand up and let your sister-in-law take a good look at you. Yang Qingqing couldn't wait to ask Wu Yu to stand up. Wu Yu had already told her sister-in-law about this matter, so she stood up naturally. She looked at the button that Wu Yu was barely holding up and was about to burst. You are almost better than your sister-in-law, right? Yang Qingqing said teasingly. He pulled Wu Yu out of the room in front of everyone. I have something to say to you guys just stay here. Yang Qingqing pointed at the people standing outside the door. After Yang Qingqing left, Wu Jun's face suddenly turned cold. Boy, tell me, what do you do? He stared at Lin Wan fiercely. Although Wu Jun looked ferocious, Lin Wan knew that he could not do anything to her. After a quick thought, Lin Wan came up with a suitable reason. I'll help you with her homework. Lin Wan looked at Wu Jun seriously. Homework help? What about your books? The young man with the crew cut behind him asked first. I'm a sophomore in high school. What kind of books do I need to bring to tutor a junior high student? Lin Wan also admired this man's intelligence. The young man with the crew cut was speechless. Wu Jun stared at Lin Wan's face for a while, and felt that this face was very familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Have you been to Jiangnan recently? Jiangnan restaurant. Isn't that the restaurant opened by Baozi's family? I have been there. What's the problem? Lin Wan asked. Chapter 34. After turning off the lights. The look in Wu Jun's eyes when he looked at Lin Wan changed drastically in an instant. Are you familiar with Bao Wenbo's son Bao Yifan? It is indeed quite familiar. Lin Wan didn't know what he wanted to express. At this moment, Wu Jun's attitude suddenly changed. He ran into the room and pulled a chair for Lin Wan. Please take a seat. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Wu Jun suddenly became very enthusiastic. Lin Wan was a little uncomfortable with the change in attitude. Baozi actually has so much power. I have never seen him mention it before, and the shock I got from these few contacts was greater each time. It seems I should ask him about it some other time when I have the chance. Soon, Wu Yuyu changed into a more fitting dress. The tall figure and the towering yet protruding white rabbits were all his own efforts. Looking at Wu Yuyu now, Lin Wan had an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. However, the look in Yang Qingqing's eyes when she looked at him was somewhat burning. This made Lin Wan feel a little frightened. Could it be that Wu Jun couldn't meet her needs? What's going on? Wu Jun pointed at his sister, who had completely changed. Suddenly I thought of something I had overlooked. Wu Yuyu is only 14 years old this year. If she continues to grow, then... Looking at Wu Yuyu's figure, Lin Wan couldn't help swallowing. I still feel regretful for not applauding for love just now. I don't know if there will be such an opportunity next time. This is a secret between Yuyu and I. Why do you, a grown man, care so much about it? He said while winking at Wu Jun. It's getting late, you should go back first. I want to stay here with Yuyu. Yang Qingqing took Wu Yuyu's hand. Brother, go back first. Sister-in-law will sleep with me tonight. Wu Jun shrugged. Obviously this was not the first time. Seeing Lin Wan also following behind Wu Jun, Yang Qingqing suddenly called him. Wait a minute, let Sister Bing take him away, he seems to be a little unhappy with Qi Ping. Qi Ping was the young man with a flat head. When Wu Jun looked at him, Qi Ping was looking at Lin Wan with strange eyes. Wu Jun also shared Yang Qingqing's opinion and agreed to her proposal. Walking downstairs, Wu Jun suddenly looked at Qi Ping. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange for someone else to take care of Yuyu. As for you, I will make other arrangements. Although I was unwilling, I didn't dare to complain. Qi Ping lowered his head. Yes. I originally thought that the Sister Bing that Yang Qingqing mentioned was a middle-aged woman in her 50s, but I didn't expect her to be so young. He looks about the same age as Yang Qingqing, but he has an ordinary look and is very strong. Lin Wan guessed that she probably didn't need to wear a bra at all because the muscles originally belonged to Shigang. The car slowly circled around, and half a day later it suddenly returned to the community from another gate. Looking outside the car, Lin Wan recognized this place. He had just left here 20 minutes ago. How could he forget it? Aren't you going to send me back? Lin Wan asked curiously. The Bing sister who was driving said nothing, as if she was just a mute. Is he really mute? Lin Wan whispered to himself. But a pair of eyes in the rear-view mirror suddenly looked over. Drive the car into the garage and park it. Sister Bing helped open the car door. Get out. It turns out she is not mute. Lin Wan no longer focused on her, but began to look for a way out. Following Sister Bing, after turning several corners, we finally found an exit. Standing in the villa, Lin Wan felt a little strange. She had spent so much effort to send him back. What exactly do they want to do? Come with me. Sister Bing took Lin Wan upstairs. If I find you doing anything improper later, I will kill you? Sister Bing said in a cold tone. What does improper behavior refer to? Could it be that? Is Wu Yuyu's sister-in-law also going to do a complete set of operations? If this is the case, it can completely explain why we have to go around and come back. Although Sister Bing didn't say anything along the way, her expression seemed a little unnatural. I guess this is the first time doing something like this. It was just a massage, so it shouldn't be considered a cuckold, right? Lin Wan thought shamelessly. The two came out of the room. Sister Bing knocked on the door, then reached out and pushed it open. The door was not locked. After seeing Lin Wan, Yang Qingqing's expression was as calm as an interview meeting an intern. After taking a look at Lin Wan, Yang Qingqing said to Sister Bing, you go downstairs. If Jun Ji comes over and sends a message to tell me, he is a jealous person. Yang Qingqing said with a smile. You know what, Yang Qingqing looks really pretty when she smiles. But looking at her front and back, Lin Wan immediately understood why she wanted him to come back. Although it has the right size, there is too much flesh in places where it shouldn't be, and there is flesh in places where it should be, but it is loose. It looks like a deflated balloon. Sister Bing glanced at Lin Wan, and also glared at him as a warning, before closing the door and going downstairs. After making sure that Sister Bing had left, Yang Qingqing sat on the chair in front of Lin Wan, crossed her legs, and looked at Lin Wan calmly. In her eyes, Lin Wan was just a young boy. This is not the first time that others have looked at me like this, and the anger that Wu Yuyu had provoked earlier has not yet completely subsided. Now seeing Yang Qingqing looking down at him, Lin Wan's anger was rekindled and it burned more and more vigorously. Yuyu has told me all your methods. The purpose of me bringing you back is very simple. Just do again what you did to Yuyu, she said casually. But the tone sounded commanding, which made Lin Wan feel very uncomfortable. Let's start now. How can I cooperate with you? Yang Qingqing looked around, but had no intention of moving. No need, just sit down. Lin Wan's 10 fingers kept jumping with excitement. Even if we follow the normal procedure, Yang Qingqing will not be as obedient as Wu Yuyu. It is better to go along with her first and let her cooperate on her own initiative later. Lin Wan walked to the window, closed all the windows and pulled the curtains. The room suddenly became quiet, and the quiet atmosphere made Yang Qingqing feel a little uneasy. Why are you pulling the curtains? Yang Qingqing suddenly became alert. Lin Wan stopped and said, if we two stay here in the middle of the night, there will inevitably be misunderstandings if we are seen. Yang Qingqing nodded, she had the same concerns. That's why she asked Sister Bing to go downstairs and watch. This was the first time since she got married that she was alone with another man in the middle of the night without telling Wu Jun. Then I'll start. Lin Wan stood behind her. Place your hands gently on her shoulders and gently beat them a few times, stimulating the meridians on her shoulders at the same time. System prompt, get Yang Qingqing's happiness value +5 +5 +5 +5. This is just an appetizer. As you become more and more familiar with the technique, Lin Wan's move is inspired by the boiling frog in warm water, making you addicted without realizing it. Chapter 35, A Comfortable Misunderstanding. Although it felt comfortable, Yang Qingqing was still very confused. Can such an effect be achieved by just pressing the shoulders? Finally getting to the point. Of course not. Didn't you notice that the lights in Yuyu's room were not on before you knocked on the door? Lin Wan told the truth. Yang Qingqing was silent. She seemed to understand something. She glanced at the photo of herself on her phone. What a beautiful face, but it was hindered by her imperfect figure. Turn off the lights first. Yang Qingqing made a decision quickly. Then she walked to the bed and took off her clothes. She was wearing a floral long skirt. After taking it off, only her flesh-colored bra was left. After hesitating for a while, she slowly took off her bra. Par-2 mats fell to the ground. She squatted down and picked them up one by one, 1, 2, 3, 4. There were actually 4 pads. If there was still light, Lin Wan would be able to see that Yang Qingqing's actually just barely reached the B level. This is the result of her regular visits to beauty salons for massages and eating this kind of food every day. It's a pity that the rank has only been raised by half a level. As for C, it is just an unattainable luxury. Lin Wan covered his mouth with his fist and coughed, are you ready? You are professional. I will cooperate with you in whatever you say. Don't worry too much about my feelings. After Yang Qingqing said this, she was stunned for a moment. Especially the last sentence, it sounds like it could have other meanings. I hope he didn't think of it the wrong way. As a good boy of the new era, a sunny and handsome guy who loves life, Lin Wan has actually had his mind wandered. However, as a most professional amateur masseur, you must adhere to your professional principles. Since the curtains were completely drawn and there was no light in the room, Yang Qingqing quietly put the phone under her body. She didn't want to see any light at this time, otherwise it would be a very embarrassing scene if the two of them looked at each other. After all, it was a sofa, and Lin Wan, who was 1.75 meters tall, felt a little uncomfortable bending down, so he reached out to look for it. The first thing his hand touched was Yang Qingqing's face, and then he moved away after touching her mouth. Then look all the way down along the neck. There is no way I can't see it. If I use random guessing, it will be another direction to look. It's indeed too dark, please forgive me. Lin Wan explained. Yang Qingqing didn't say anything. But Lin Wan soon found the location of the collarbone and finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yang Qingqing's skin was very smooth. When Lin Wan was with Wu Yuyu, he didn't even notice this problem. Probably because she was too young. Use your hands to play freely. In the first 10 seconds, Lin Wan did not follow any rules, but went by his feelings. However, in the following time, Lin Wan put away the inappropriate thoughts and began to carefully complete the actions of pressing, kneading, pushing, and grabbing. System prompt: gained happiness value from Yang Qingqing plus 35 plus 40 plus 50. Yang Qingqing has begun to get into the state. When his fingers touched the two bumps, Lin Wan carefully used the power of his fingers to stimulate the meridians there. While Lin Wan was working seriously, Yang Qingqing stood up unexpectedly. Then he pulled Lin Wan to sit on the previous chair. "You sit first." His tone was a little less cold than when they first met, but it still contained no emotion. It's understandable, after all, he's just a stranger. If his tone was emotional, then what kind of person would that be? But in comparison, it is much gentler. Lin Wan sat down first, and she also sat on it. This seat is indeed a bit too big, but it is definitely more convenient than the previous one. "You continue." Yang Qingqing put her hands casually through Lin Wan's shoulders. He placed his hands on the chair, holding onto it while leaning back. "It should be easier for you to perform this way, right?" "Yeah, it will be simpler indeed." Lin Wan felt ashamed of himself for answering so seriously. At this distance, I can clearly smell her fragrance. "Well, it's ready here," Lin Wan said in a low voice. Because the distance is relatively close, there is no need to speak loudly. Yang Qingqing stretched out her hand and felt it. There were indeed big changes taking place. Not only was her skin getting hot, she could even directly feel the changes in her meridians. With this feeling, the defense line in her heart began to loosen gradually. However, once some things change, they are out of control. Lin Wan's fingers have the effect of stimulating hormones, and hormones are related to men and women, and also to applauding for love. Yang Qingqing stood up. The sudden separation made Lin Wan feel a little lost. Was she leaving? However, Lin Wan felt a hand touching his belt immediately afterwards, and the belt was easily pulled off. Without the belt to hold them in place, the slacks simply fell off. Lin Wan simply took off her top as well, at least it was more symmetrical this way. Just as he was about to reach out to help Yang Qingqing, he found that he was touching delicate skin. But it feels a bit fleshy, right here. This is the thing that Yang Qingqing can't accept the most. The system prompts: their host's sexual ability has met normal standards and can carry out related activities. It is recommended not to exceed 1 hour. How long does it usually take for a normal person? This question should be of concern to almost all men. System prompt: search for the answer based on the host's world, more than 2 minutes. Lin Wan. The requirements are so low, could it be that the answer was found on Baidu? Although he was full of vigor and vitality, it still depended on the other party's wishes. Thinking of this, Lin Wan shook his head. Maybe I didn't know how to control myself and accidentally touched 2 cold pieces of flesh. First kiss lost just like that. But they soon separated. I heard Yang Qingqing's voice: just continue to do what you should do, and leave the rest to me. I will make you satisfied. At least you won't lose to that little girl you. Lin Wan's expression suddenly became still. Did she misunderstand something? I have never said what happened between me and Wu Yu. According to this logic, she had already made plans when the lights were turned on. No wonder everyone says they like mature women, it's probably because of experience. Wu Yu has never experienced this, so she doesn't understand. Lin Wan's fingers began to touch the excess fat from the armpits, using the movements of his fingers and the effect of the electric current in his 10 fingers to affect the fat therein. Just as Lin Wan was groping up and down with his hands, Yang Qingqing took the initiative to approach and perform some indescribable actions. The chair kept shaking, accompanied by a puffing sound and some indescribable rhythmic scenes. Lin Wan officially bid farewell to his novice status. I heard that all the first-timers are fast boys. Lin Wan is very glad that he is not one of them, but he cannot stop moving. System prompt: gained happiness value from Yang Qingqing plus 80 plus 80 plus 80. Chapter 36, First Try of Pretending. The pleasure gained was no more than usual, and might even be less. Confused, Lin Wan reached out and lifted Yang Qingqing up, and adjusted the intensity of the electric current on his 10 fingers to level 2, and began to adjust some of the excess fat. A long moan sound came from the tip of the nose. Yang Qingqing's reaction became more exaggerated. Even Lin Wan himself took a breath and almost stopped the movement of his hands. It turned out that the assistance of fingers was more effective. System prompt: obtain Yang Qingqing's happiness value plus 180 plus 180 plus 180. They suddenly felt extremely comfortable and entered an indescribable state together. Lin Wan's movements paused for a while, and he even showed no enthusiasm. However, what needs to be done should be completed as soon as possible. This is actually just an adjustment, but it is not liposuction for weight loss. In just a short while, the effect is really good. Well, Tilda, you don't look like a novice at all. Yang Qingqing put her arm around Lin Wan's shoulders and whispered in his ear. Could it be that she has met many first-time men? This thought flashed through Lin Wan's mind. Why? Lin Wan asked. Yang Qingqing leaned close to Lin Wan's ear and whispered, what do you think? I have no idea. Lin Wan shook her head, and in order to keep a distance from Yang Qingqing, she blew gently into her ear when she got close to it. It's very uncomfortable for the ears. Silly boy, I'm married, and the topics of conversation between married women are beyond your imagination. But I've only heard about it from others, and most people don't like virgins. Yang Qingqing just lay quietly on Lin Wan's shoulder. Taking the cell phone from the side, Yang Qingqing looked at the time on it. It was already past 1 in the morning. You sleep here tonight. I'll go sleep with you. What about you? Lin Wan hesitated. After Yang Qingqing put on her clothes, she walked to the door in a few steps. She turned back and said, don't think too much. This room was originally for you. Bang! Looking at the closed door, Lin Wan felt a little complicated. Click on the system interface. Host, Lin Wan LV2. Upgrade experience, 3785 10,000. Age, 16. Gender, male. After reading the personal attributes, I did not continue to pay attention to the basic attributes below. It looks like I will be able to upgrade to level 3 soon. Thinking about it, I suddenly felt excited. All of a sudden, all my sleepiness disappeared. When I unlocked my phone, I saw several messages from Lin Yingying. I was so engrossed in talking to Yang Qingqing that I didn't notice the messages at all. However, Yang Qingqing's cell phone seemed to have received a lot of messages just now, and it seemed that she had left a call unanswered. After carefully reading the messages sent by Lin Yingying, most of them were asking about the sudden increase in money in the card. Lin Wan replied, I used ancient massage to help clients solve their physical problems that had lasted for many years. This is the reward they gave me. After checking carefully to make sure there are no typos, click send. Lying on the same bed with Wu Yuyu, Yang Qingqing had just finished taking a shower and changed into pajamas. Wu Yuyu suddenly jumped up. He moved his body to show Yang Qingqing his changes. Sister Qingqing, look. Wu Yuyu turned around happily. Most of the time, Wu Yuyu actually doesn't like to call Yang Qingqing sister-in-law, but prefers to call her sister. Yuyu, you should rest more now. Yang Qingqing looked at her worriedly. Why? Wu Yuyu was puzzled. Isn't this your first time? Yang Qingqing covered her mouth and thought of something terrible. Wu Yuyu didn't expect that she would think in this aspect. His face suddenly turned red. Sister Qingqing, what are you thinking? I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Yang Qingqing was suddenly stunned, and she carefully recalled what happened in Lin Wan's room. It seemed like she had misunderstood something. You? Yang Qingqing buried her face completely in the quilt. Looking at Yang Qingqing's strange movements, Wu Yuyu was puzzled. Sister Qingqing, what's wrong with you? Yang Qingqing didn't say anything. When she thought about the fact that she had offered herself to him, she bit her lip tightly. This time she was really at a big loss. Next day, Wu Yuyu took a special car to school, Lin Wan took Sister Bing's car, and Yang Qingqing stayed in the villa waiting for Sister Bing to come back. But Lin Wan felt that she seemed to be avoiding him deliberately. Sister Bing is a very good driver. During the rush hour, she managed to carve out a path for herself, so that when Lin Wan arrived at school, there was not a single student to be seen on the road. Take out your cell phone. Yang Qingqing, your technique is quite effective, but some areas need a few more massages. When are you free? I originally thought that Yang Qingqing would ignore me for at least some time, but I didn't expect that she would do it again so soon. Lin Wan replied, you can arrange the time, but I will have a lot of guests next time, so I will try to arrange it at noon. The next reply was still the same instant reply. Can. The reply is very simple, I just don't know which day s noon it will be, it shouldn't be today s noon. Yang Qingqing from Huaxia Construction Bank transferred 150,000 yuan to your Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank. Wu Yuyu, an account in country Z, transfers 100,000 yuan to your Huaxia Industrial and Commercial Bank. After taking a look at the message, Wu Yuyu had already paid the balance of 100,000 yuan, and Yang Qingqing also paid the same amount. Considering that Yang Qingqing still had some extra fat on her body, in Lin Wan's mind, those were no longer meat, but money. I walked all the way to school and then to the classroom. The school was very quiet and I only saw the security guard at the school gate. Sitting in his seat, Lin Wan did something that surprised himself. He picked up the book and even read it with relish. The bell for class rang soon and the teacher walked into the classroom from outside. This is the first time I have attended classes properly at school after binding the system. Lin Wan is a liberal arts student, and this class is a history class. Next, please turn to page 356. Following the teacher's instructions, Lin Wan opened the textbook. After reading the contents of the book carefully, I no longer felt dizzy and sleepy as before, but instead felt it was a bit simple and interesting. Bai Chisang is the history teacher of Lin Wan's class. In her impression, Lin Wan is one of the typical poor students in the class. Lin Wan. Bai Chisang looked at Lin Wan. The other students around him were looking at him with a gloating expression. He hadn't been to class for the past 2 days, so he probably wouldn't be able to answer any questions. Please briefly explain the 2 major controversies in Li. I have talked about this issue in previous classes. As a typical poor student in the class, Lin Wan's first thought was that he didn't know. I don't know. Just as I was about to say I didn't know, the answer to this question suddenly flashed through my mind. This content seems to be in the pages I just read, and it seems that it has been mentioned before. Lin Wan didn't care why his memory suddenly improved. Since he already had the answer in his mind, he looked at the classmates around him who were gloating over his misfortune. These people must have thought that he would not be able to answer the question and were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Thinking of this, Lin Wan's lips curled up into a strange smile. You little bitches, get ready to be surprised. I divided the problem into 3 points. 1. Germany was a defeated country and was handled by the victorious countries to prevent it from starting a war again. This was the international war handling practice at the time. The content was not much, just a few hundred words, but it made Bai Chisang re-examine this student. Those sitting next to him are all poor students. Their eyes are still fixed on their phones reading pornographic texts. They definitely don't know about this problem. Besides, he was caught off guard by the sudden attack just now, so this answer was definitely something he came up with on the spur of the moment. That's a good answer. Please sit down first. Bai Chisang nodded with satisfaction. Fuck, this guy is not real. Is he cheating? What's going on? Did the teacher give him some special treatment? Facing the discussions of other classmates, Lin Wan was more concerned about the changes in his own learning ability. Is this the effect of increasing intelligence? Could it be that Yang Qingqing's willingness to sacrifice herself is related to her charm value reaching 70? Chapter 37 School Beauties A. Even the girls in the class looked at him from time to time. As for the male classmates, just continue to be jealous. The last class in the morning is physical education, and I guess I will have to do long-distance running again. But this is also a good thing. It is a good opportunity to try out how much changes there are after the increase of personal attributes. Oh it's another physical education class. I have to run and sweat all over. How annoying. Lu Wenwen stretched out her hand and shook her collar as she walked past Lin Wan, revealing a shallow cleavage. Lin Wan. Damn, why is it so obvious? It's obvious that he is trying to attract my attention on purpose. As Lu Wenwen passed by, she secretly observed Lin Wan out of the corner of her eye. After taking a closer look, she showed a look of secret delight. After leaving the classroom, on the other side of the corridor, Lin Wan discovered that several girls in the same class who looked average, had average grades but were particularly gossipy, were gathered together to discuss gossip. However, when he passed by, he kept hearing Lin Wan, and so handsome in his ears. This made Lin Wan, who liked to keep a low profile, shake his head helplessly. I was bored and opened the content I posted on the school forum on my mobile phone. Many people had already replied to it. Momomo said, "What the hell is this?" Bai Xiaoya replied, "Oh my god, is the OP a pervert? Ancient massage to enlarge breasts. Do your parents know that you are so shameless?" Xiaoxia Oxiaowei replied, "A quick question, I am a couple, do you really have the ability to make someone's breasts bigger with your hands? Also, I am a man, you won't mind, right?" The next reply is to respond to this post with 6666, "You are really awesome, etc. I originally wanted to turn my heart to the bright moon, but the bright moon is only shining on the ditch." Lin Wan shook his head helplessly. Just when he was about to close the forum, he unexpectedly found a person who shouldn't be here among a bunch of sarcastic replies. Urchin is unhappy. Others may not know, but Lin Wan knows that the owner of Urchin is not happy is actually the school belle of their number 2 middle school. The reason why she shouldn't appear is because she is very famous in the school. This person is Lan Qingqing, the second place winner in the school beauty voting held by various middle schools in City F. Speaking of appearance, Lan Qingqing is naturally worthy of the title of school belle. The reason why she ranks second is mainly because of her figure. Even the school belle can't afford to carry around such a pair of ass. Because of this reason, her usual attire is basically designed to cover up this flaw. Lin Wan was somewhat surprised that she would pay attention to this post. Class has started, everyone line up. The physical education committee member began to organize the lineup, and the physical education teacher stood by holding the roll call book. Run 1000 meters to warm up first. The physical education teacher said without even raising his head. This item has long been a standard in every physical education class. As the back row of the team, Lin Wan followed behind at a leisurely pace. The track was a 400-meter track, and basically no one fell behind in the first lap. Things really started to get tough after the second lap. After running just a few steps, Lin Wan began to feel the difference in himself. Compared with last week's physical education class, he obviously did not feel any pressure today. "I didn't feel anything until I finished the first lap. At this level, there didn't seem to be any pressure to run another 7 or 8 laps. Fuck, this guy can't be him. Is this still Lin Wan from our class?" The classmates who could hardly run anymore looked at Lin Wan in surprise, who looked relaxed. Did this kid take stimulants? After 2.5 laps, he arrived at almost the same time as the sports committee member Chen Song. Chen Song was putting his hands on his hips and adjusting his breathing. He was the only one in the class who could do this so easily. Until he saw Lin Wan sitting next to him playing with his phone. "Your name is Lin Wan, right?" Chen Song didn't have a deep impression of this classmate. "Didn't you go running just now?" He pointed and ran. Seeing that Lin Wan still looked casual, Chen Song immediately became angry. "I'm asking you a question, are you deaf?" Lin Wan glanced at him calmly. "I finished running." But he spoke in a very relaxed manner, and it was estimated that Chen Song did not believe it. Sure enough, Chen Song curled his lips and said, "Finished running? Are you kidding me? You, stand up." He pointed at Lin Wan. The other students behind also came back here in 2s and 3s to gather together. Chen Song seemed to be deliberately not giving Lin Wan face. "I told you, I have already run 1,000 meters. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." He casually pointed at the people coming from behind. Chen Song frowned. Could it be that he had really run away? He turned around and asked, "When you were running just now, did you see Lin Wan running with you?" Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke up to prove it to Lin Wan. Faced with this situation, Lin Wan felt helpless. It is completely expected that he would not interfere in the matter. "Anyway, I have run away. Believe it or not, forget it." Faced with this situation, Lin Wan had no interest in giving in. "TSK, you keep saying that you ran there by yourself. Ask everyone here who saw it." Lin Song turned around and saw the physical education teacher walking towards them after answering the phone. Then his spirits became even higher. "I advise you to just run 1,000 meters. You said you ran before, but there are so many people here, it's impossible that you didn't see any of them, right?" The physical education teacher walked directly in front of Chen Song and faced all the students. The sturdy physical education teacher glanced at the students standing in line and asked, "Is everyone here? Then let's go to the single pole." The teacher walked to the front and led everyone towards the single pole. "Teacher, someone was lazy and didn't run the 1000-meter run just now." Chen Song stared at Lin Wan in the team. TSK. Lin Wan was amused by him. How had she offended him that he kept holding on to it? "Teacher, I have finished the 1000 meters just now," Lin Wan said lazily. If no one still believed him, he would be too lazy to continue explaining. It was impossible for him to run another 1000 meters anyway. "You said you finished running. Did anyone see it?" Chen Song was still aggressive. "I saw it." Chen Song looked at the physical education teacher in disbelief. "Teacher, you. He ran here with you, and he was sitting next to you playing with his phone while you were still gasping for breath. Don't you believe it?" "I believe." Since the physical education teacher said so, Chen Song had no way to refute it any further. "Yes, I saw it just now. Lin Wan ran 2.5 laps without taking a break, not even taking a breath." Yes, I saw it when he ran past me just now." After the physical education teacher testified for Lin Wan, witnesses emerged one after another. "Did you all see it?" the physical education teacher asked with a smile. "Yes, we all saw it." Someone answered affirmatively. The PE teacher suddenly yelled, "You saw it, but you didn't say anything. It's hindsight." After saying this, he walked towards the single pole. Standing in front of the horizontal bar, the physical education teacher pointed at it and said, "We're going to do pull-ups in this class. This will also be one of the final exam items for boys. Who will be the first to demonstrate?" "Teacher, Lin Wan is such a good runner, so this pull-up shouldn't be difficult for him. Why don't we let him demonstrate it?" Chen Song enthusiastically recommended Lin Wan. Chapter 38 Attracting Attention. Everyone in the class knew that Lin Wan normally had difficulty doing just one pull-up, let alone releasing everyone. The physical education teacher originally had the same idea, but looking at his too thin arms, it seemed that his arms had no strength. "Teacher, let me try." Lin Wan volunteered. Puff tilde. Suddenly there was laughter in the crowd, and almost everyone couldn't help laughing. Even if the others didn't laugh, they were obviously trying not to laugh. But seeing that everyone else was laughing, they didn't care. "Okay, you try it first. If it doesn't work, don't force it." Since he asked for it himself, there's no harm in letting him try. Compared to others who dare not step forward but laugh at others from behind, the physical education teacher admires Lin Wan's courage more. It's a pity that he is indeed lacking in strength. "I hope he won't be hit too hard later," he sighed. Standing under the horizontal bar, Lin Wan looked at the classmates who were waiting to watch the fun. Every time he did pull-ups before, it was these people who laughed unrestrainedly. "I've lost face here so many times, it's time to make it back." Bang tilde Lin Wan jumped up directly and grabbed the single bar with both hands. The smile on the face of the person who was watching the joke became even brighter. Without using much strength, their whole body slowly rises until the neck is higher than the bar and the shoulders are level with the bar. A standard pull-up movement is initially completed, followed by the lower bar movement, with the arms slowly bent and the hands returned to the starting position. The knees are then bent and the force is used to complete the next movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looking at those people who were laughing at the joke, their expressions were as interesting as they could be, but their originally grinning mouths became still, and there was no smile on their faces anymore. This slap in the face was a loud one. Especially on Chen Song's face, this kind of thing was originally his privilege as the sports committee member. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to humiliate Lin Wan, but unexpectedly, it gave him a chance to show off in front of the teacher and the whole class. "Lin Wan is so handsome." A girl covered her face. "So manly, I seem to see his mermaid line." Hearing what the girls behind him said, Chen Song was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had never received such praise when he was pretending to be cool. Chen Song clenched his fists tightly and waited. "These will all be mine sooner or later. That's enough. Just give a simple demonstration." The physical education teacher looked at Lin Wan with a smile. He had never expected that Lin Wan's thin arms and legs could burst out with such great power, which was completely beyond his imagination. Teacher, I'm fine, I can do a few more. Lin Wan kept repeating the pull-ups, grinning with a very relaxed expression. He is so funny. Men who are humorous and manly are the most handsome. Several girls in the class began to whisper again, but their voices reached everyone's ears. Almost every boy looked at Lin Wan with jealousy. They were originally waiting for him to make a fool of himself, but unexpectedly, everyone stretched their faces forward and asked to be hit. Next, the physical education teacher asked the others to follow Lin Wan's demonstration and take turns according to their numbers. Lin Wan found a place to sit down by himself and kept rubbing his shoulders. His physical strength and attributes were increasing. He had just done more than 101 breaths, and his shoulders still felt a little sore. Bite. The phone received a message, which was a WeChat message from Yang Qingqing. Are you free this afternoon? I'll pick you up after class. Looking carefully at the content of the message, it was very different from Lin Wan's impression of Yang Qingqing, and the tone of voice had a very strange feeling. Yang Qingqing's usual tone of voice is quite strong, even giving people a very cold feeling. But looking at the tone of the message, it wasn't even afternoon yet, but he was so impatient to make an appointment for noon. Lin Wan felt it was a little abnormal. Inside the villa, Wu Jun took Yang Qingqing's phone and sent a message to Lin Wan, but found that there was no reply from the other party. Am I overthinking? He muttered. Someone told him in the morning that when he saw Lin Wan leaving in Yang Qingqing's car, he felt that something was indeed wrong about what happened last night. Yang Qingqing was cutting fruit in the kitchen and soon came out with a plate of prepared fruit. As soon as he heard Yang Qingqing's footsteps, Wu Jun had already deleted the message. Eat some fruit. Put the fruit on the coffee table in front of Wu Jun. She glanced at her mobile phone on the sofa. The phone was clearly on the coffee table just now, but now it was on the sofa. She calmly put her phone into her bag and took out a few toothpicks and stuck them into the fruit. Buzz tilde. There was a vibration sound from a cell phone on the coffee table. Yang Qingqing glanced at the message on the table. The sender was a woman named Deng Yangyang. Wu Jun quickly picked up the phone and glanced at Yang Qingqing. She didn't seem to be paying attention to this side. I'm going out to make a phone call. Then he walked out to the balcony. The message just now contained some explicit words, some of which directly mentioned the details of booking a hotel room last night. After reading the message again, Wu Jun licked his lips. He dialed the number directly. Hello, baby. Brother Jun, are you ready over there? I've been waiting for you all morning. The voice was deliberately coquettish. When he heard this voice, Wu Jun felt his bones go soft and he wanted to fly to the other person's house immediately. I have something to take care of here. I'll come to you in a bit. What could be going on over there? Didn't you promise me to break up with her? What? Are you still interested in that fat woman? His tone was very impolite. The woman on the phone said this about his girlfriend, but Wu Jun was not angry. Instead, he laughed out loud. Baby, I'm just looking for an opportunity to tell her. After all, it was the old man who arranged the marriage. When talking about the old man in his family, Wu Jun's tone was somewhat helpless. Yang Qingqing, who was standing behind the wall, was shaking all over, with her hands clenched into fists. After Lin Wan's massage last night, the fat on her body was actually not that obvious anymore, but the call of fat woman almost made her explode with anger. Why are you here? Wu Jun hung up the phone, turned around and took 2 steps and saw Yang Qingqing standing behind him. Let's break up. Since you are so reluctant, don't continue wasting everyone's time. Yang Qingqing said with a cold expression. Since you don't want to say it, let me say it. In front of Wu Jun, Yang Qingqing called the old man. Are you crazy? Wu Jun snatched her phone angrily. Yes, I am crazy. I shouldn't have agreed to date you before. Wu Jun was silent. I can break up with you, but the old man can't know about this for the time being. And you can't tell you either. Wu Jun returned the phone to her. After taking the phone, Yang Qingqing left without looking back. As she walked away quickly in her high heels, the sound of her high heels could be clearly heard throughout the corridor.